You're kidding me, I said, my mouth agape at the mess that used to be the library. The giant picture window that opened out to the forest was cracked and shattered in places. The doors were barricaded from people walking much further than the front desk, because it still looked as if it would all shatter into a million pieces over the rest of the library and books. There was police around the breakage, carefully stepping around the glass shards that had already been knocked out of place onto the carpet. Quiet commotion from them as they investigated the problem thoroughly. But just as there was a small crowd down there was a large, boisterous crowd pushing against the barricades of the doors. I was smooshed between a girl with an extremely oversized bag at her side that was jabbing me in the ribs with a pencil of some sort, and the wall, which was equally unforgiving. But at least I had a good view of the remains of the library that only minutes earlier I had planned on using to finish my report. I sighed, and with a roll of my eyes, tried pushing backwards out of the crowd. It was like a suction cup. The moment I pushed past the last person, I could suddenly breathe again. And move more importantly. A glance at the overhead clock confirmed that I still had a good half hour before the first bell would ring. The halls were not as full as usual. All the normal traffic heading in the direction of the library, except for the few bored souls who really didn't care, and rather just wander the halls. All the supplies I normally needed for the classes up to lunch were already packed away in my backpack, which was slung over my shoulder. So, without a computer to type away on or supplies to prepare, I felt slightly at loss over where to go. But I walked down the main stairs, managing to skip a couple as I scurried down them, mostly because the bottom of my sneakers had worn away and made my steps slightly more slippery than usual. But no more than 10 steps off the stairs, I came to a rest in front of Tristan, who was opening his locker. My heart faltered and nearly stopped. This morning I'd called him to tell him that I needed to get to school early to start my report again, so he didn't need to drive me. Quinn would, but that meant that I hadn't seen him since last night. Last night when he'd kissed me. To tell the truth, I had not expected him to even feel a sliver like what he had expressed in the kiss. But could he have really not have felt anything? Just being the player-like guy he had always been, and as always, his face was practically an empty slate. Unreadable for me. Hey. I said the simple word very softly, having to keep it so low so it wouldn't croak and crack. Having it soft was less embarrassing. I stood there awkwardly by his locker, as he didn't bother to look up for a second, picking up a physics book off the bottom of his locker. When he did look up, though, those crystal silver eyes regarded me blankly for a moment. It was that moment that my heart finally stopped and my breath held. The moment when his eyes could either go back to the sarcastic way they had always been before the night before, or they could shine the same way they did when we were on my porch. Good morning. I see the assassins have failed again. He grinned sarcastically. Okay. Either he was a very good actor last night, or he was a good actor now. Either way, I'm sure my face fell a little as I shifted feet. Yeah. But I see they did a number on the library, I commented, trying to keep the subject off last night, even though that's all my mind was going over. Now that I was standing so close to him, what my assassins? He asked curiously, getting up and slinging his own backpack around his shoulder. What happened to the library? I grinned. The mere thought of knowing something that he didn't. Well, all-knowing, all-seeing eye. Looks like you missed something. I teased but was interrupted very seriously. What happened to the library? My smile faltered, but I sighed. Fine. Follow me. I led him back up the stairs, and heard his muttered protests of I know where the library is. I rolled my eyes but led him up, back to the crowd of people, which had surprisingly decreased. But still it looked like a mosh pit. It was as if Tristan's ears perked up at the situation, and he started making his way through the crowd. But I reached out and snatched at his arm. That caused him to immediately turn around, and I dropped his arm as if acid. You think you can pick me up tomorrow for school? I asked randomly, my face feeling as if sunburnt in embarrassment. His eyebrows furrowed, but he nodded, still inching away towards the doors. Yeah. Sure. I'd get to class if I were you. It's getting late, he stuttered out, but quickly regained his composure and disappeared into the swarm. I glanced at the clock again. 20 whole minutes until the bell would go off. But for some reason, I still headed to my first hour. I can't believe someone would throw a brick at the library. Quinn muttered, as she walked with me towards the back doors of the school. Out towards her car. I clutched my books tightly to my chest, my mind reeling over the library incident. Vandalism, that's what the police had finally labeled it as. I mean, in the eyes of anyone else. That would be exactly what it looked like. Some punks who thought they'd have fun destroying school property. But something itched in my mind. It was something more. I just knew it. Could it be a message? Yeah. I sighed, adjusting the wool hat on my head before we exited the doors. Our fingers freezing just having to touch the cool metal handles. The hat was probably the only fashionable item that I owned. A little red rose flower sewn into the side of it. That Quinn said was very in style right now, whenever she said stuff like that. I just shrugged, smiled, and pretended to know what in the world she was talking about. But I think she has long figured out that I am clueless. She's not an idiot after all. That's why I was even more uneasy around her nowadays. Because most likely she'd be able to guess what's going on between me and Tristan. Even if I didn't know myself. So your brother is town. Yeah. She sighed. It was half a sound of rejoice and half disgust. Her relationship with her older brother was more of a love divided by hate one. They got along well. More actually great, but they could also become backstabbers that could easily do some serious damage to the other. I smirked. And that was why I was there. They both loved me. I loved both of them. It was common peace ground. How long has it been since Nick came back from school? I sighed. He always seemed to make this small town a tad brighter, even in the winter. And the one person who I always could count on making me smile. 6 glorious months. Quinn sang, doing a spin on the ice-covered asphalt, making her almost lose her balance, and me to snicker as a repercussion of it. Don't laugh. You know I'm even more of a klutz than you. I can't help it, darling. Nick stole all the sports genes in the family. She rolled her eyes but laughed with me as we shuffled over to her car. This isn't your bug, I exclaimed as we were opening the doors to a black Suburban, not the friendly yellow Volkswagen that I loved seeing the big flower sticker on. Nope, she said, popping the P. Parents thought it'd be better if I got a bigger car. Don't want me to be crushed by a semi, do we? She snapped sarcastically. Obviously, this was a big blow to her. That car was her favorite, and the only one she hadn't totaled in one way or another, and it held so many of our high school memories that it was more like a picture album than an automobile. How long ago? I asked, my voice hollow. Oh, about a month. She sighed. A month. My jaw stiffened as I pulled myself up into the passenger seat. How could I miss a whole month of my best friend's life? It made a tinge of guilt ebb at my stomach. I must be the worst friend ever. I could have been listening to her talk for ages. But that wouldn't make a difference because since school started, my mind had only been on one thing. Him. I glanced over at Quinn at the steering wheel, trying to manipulate driving and changing the station at the same time. If I lost her, I'd have close to nothing in this rink I Dinktown, and no point in not going to move in with my father. I wasn't going to let that happen. So, you've been seeing a lot of a certain someone lately, Quinn inquired, raising an eyebrow as she finally settled on a semi-decent station. I froze, looking at her blankly. Who? I asked, trying to sound completely clueless. But that was almost unheard of for me. With her, I was never clueless. She sighed. You know who, Tristan, she announced, peeved, but smiling at the same time, waggling her eyebrows. I know he isn't your babysitter, as you put it. Your father would have hired some old nanny. Not a good looking. Hot. Okay, I snapped, flinging my arms into the air. Fine. He's not my nanny or whatever. So what if I've been hanging out with him? That doesn't mean anything. My voice must have been unconvincing because she didn't buy it. No, I think it does. I've seen you two in the halls. When had we been in the halls together on a normal circumstance week after week? You guys bug each other like you have been married for years. You two are a freaking old married couple, she exclaimed. I rolled my eyes, trying to keep the heat from rising on my cheeks, sure to paint my face clown red. Think what you may, but nothing is going on between us. She just shrugged, that mischievous grin on her face. Always it has been her who got guys lined up for her. She was the perfect size for a girlfriend. Not too tall, not too short. And no matter how many times she tried to set me up on a double date with her and whatever boyfriend she had at the time, it never worked out. I was just too irritable to get along with. But she kept trying and I was mostly dateless. But a kiss didn't mean anything, did it? My mind quickly flicked off that thought when my gaze snapped towards the familiar green convertible sitting in the driveway. A familiar place that had been empty for months. Oh, great. He brought the green machine. Quinn groaned. But we pulled in beside it. I grinned. At the scarred car. Its sides all keyed up with the many times girls tried to get revenge on him, dumping them. He probably just kept it because he was just a player like that. I jumped out of the car and skidded across the sleek pavement, my books being jostled in my hands. And you thought I was a klutz? Quinn snickered. But I ignored her and scampered up the porch stairs. I noticed the tiny footprints seconds before the door opened. Quinn, did you guys get a... But I was cut off as a giant ball of fur attacked my middle and pushed me back over the railing and into a pile of snow. Oof. I groaned as I moved to get the thorns of the covered bush from poking my back. And the animal on top of me jumped for my face. A warm tongue bathed my face as I sputtered and laughed at the same time. The dog that matched the snow gave me a welcome. Dog. I finished my sentence. And a deep chuckle came from the doorway. I see you've met Charlie. A familiar voice rang out to me. More welcoming than the committee that was cleaning my face with slobber at the moment. I saw a glimpse of a hand reaching out to hoist me up and out of the bush. And I gladly took it, being swiftly pulled up with me. Charlie, the dog, hopped onto the porch and shook the layer of frosty snow off its fluffed fur. I looked up to see Nick, chuckling at my appearance, which was probably disheveled. Your hat is lopsided, he explained and straightened the smooshed flower on top of my head. I blushed furiously and swatted his hand away. Come on. Nick. 5 minutes into seeing us and you are already hitting on my friends again. Grow up. Quinn snorted as she stepped onto the porch. If it isn't my infamous sister, Quinny, he announced and swept her into a hug. That looked way too tight as her face turned red. Get off of me, she tried to make out between struggled breaths. Oh, and by the way, I would stop hitting on your friends if you stopped bringing the good-looking ones over, he said to her, turning to give me a wink. Sure. And I'll stop coming over when she brings a good-looking brother home. I smirked. He flinched fakely. Ooh. Ouch, he said, but smiled back. We all went into the house, where the fire was blazing in the living room and the heating was on full blast. I dumped my bag on the floor and hurried over to the kitchen to scrounge for food. The dog hot on my heels as it tried snapping at the hem of my jeans. Well, some things just haven't changed. Have they? Nick said as the two of them followed me into the kitchen also. Quinn set her bag on the counter. Yeah. Like the fact that you still dress like a high schooler. If you mean that. Totally. He rolled his eyes. That looked exactly like hers. A deep emerald green that always glinted mischievously as if they had something tucked under their sleeve. Their combo, party-like personalities with the money that their parents carried. It was no wonder why they threw the best parties of the year. She gave him a playful shove on the shoulder as I pulled out the platter of chocolates they had in the freezer. 10 years at your house. And I still don't know why you guys keep so much chocolate products in your house. I muttered. It's mother's vice. Both of them replied simultaneously, and then froze to glare at one another. Okay. Intervention time. I stepped in between the two of them as I cut up the chocolate cake. Who wants some? I grinned hopefully, and finally at least Nick gave in. Fine. Get me only one piece. But make it a huge one. I rolled my eyes, but cut him a slice that was almost a quarter of the cake. Aw. You gypped me. This is nothing. He mumbled but took the cake and settled into the chair at the dinner table. I'll settle with those apples I saved from lunch, Quinn said defiantly and reached for her purse. There was a moment of jingling keys. Then silence. Then more ruffling. Her head popped up out of the black leather trap of a purse. "Where are my apples?" she asked. My eyebrows scrunched. "I have no idea," I struggled to say through a mouthful of cake. She ruffled some more. And then more silence. "No, seriously. I had 2 red delicious apples here in the compartment," she started to say when the dog yipped from the doorway. Olive looked over at the guilty-looking dog that was sitting wagging its tail in the doorway. I smiled. "Well, Quinn, you aren't the only one who likes apples." "Are you sure it's going to be hot enough?" I asked, shivering even as I stood by the window, in my 2-piece swimsuit. It was only a minute walk from the door to the hot tub that stood on the patio. But even that seemed a daunting task to attempt. Quinn just shrugged. "If it's not, then you can always jump in the pool," she suggested. The door opened and a gust of cold wind burst into the house, causing both of us to have just enough nerve to go scampering across the patio steps and scramble into the bubbling, glowing water. The warm water felt like heaven against my skin, and I sunk into the bubble-filled surface. I didn't dare fully submerge into the water, though. I knew that I would regret it when I had to have my head above in the air for the next however long I'd be out there. Quinn didn't always feel the same about the cold as me, but I could see she much preferred the warm water to the chilly atmosphere. "Have I told you how much I love your parents for buying this today?" I asked, closing my eyes and breathing in the steam. The brief moments when I opened my eyes, I would see it wafting up to the upper floors. I'm sure to even steam up the window of Nick's room 3 floors above us, where he couldn't spy on us staring straight down. "Nope. But now you have," she sighed, and closed her own eyes. Relaxing. The warm water felt familiar, but yet at the same time, artificially wrong, as if it were trying to compete with something it had no chance against. "Oh yeah. Tristan." Now, the thought of his arms around me and his lips on mine made the water seem as chilly as the pool would have been, and shiver traveling up my spine. My eyes drifted over the long and wide courtyard of a backyard that had been used as a party factor only months earlier. Now snow was falling lightly on the ground, and it covered all forms of whatever impressions people had left on the grass from then. I imagined the people back in place, hands wrapped around cans of soda, and swaying to music playing on the radio or guitar. But this time, something was almost the same. My eyes caught on the shape in the distance. It was blurred by the steam coming off the tub. But in the tree line, I could just make out the formation of a wolf standing in the trees. Its eyes glowed in the darkness, reflecting the thinning moon as the light shed away from the sky each falling night. It was staring in my direction. My heart skipped a beat. Tristan. He was here. I smiled, but tried to keep it from my face, not knowing how strong those eyes of his were. If they could see my expression from such a distance, maybe I should go out there. But then my head turned a fraction of an inch, and the color of the fur illuminated slightly. Brown, the color of dirt. The color of chocolate, not the color of Tristan's dark as black fur. He wasn't going to leave me alone, was he? My eyes flicked over to Quinn, who did still not know of what I was seeing. Her eyes shut in relaxation. I looked back at the wolf, my mouth forming protective words that seemed foreign to me. "Stay away. This is my pack. Mine." Whether Ian saw it from the trees, I didn't know. There was a knock on my door Saturday morning. I had to pull myself out of bed, slamming my fist down on the alarm that I'd conveniently not bothered to listen to so I could sleep in. But somehow a knock on the door downstairs could wake me up. I yawned but padded down the stairs, the floor chilly underneath my sockless feet. "Coming." I groaned under my breath as the door was rapped on again. A blurry image of someone shone through the crystallized door window, and I twisted the door to reveal the person standing on my porch. The snow had stopped and had settled on the surface of everything after the week full of it drifting down from the sky. Standing there, clad in a very comfy-looking jacket and ball cap, was Rain, a big, goofy grin on his face. My eyes widened at my appearance, having not bothered changing from the sweats and t-shirt I wore to bed, the little snowman visible on my pants. Hi," I asked. Sort of a greeting. but more like a curious question. "Hey, you doing anything today?" he asked outright, his hands in the pockets of his blue jeans that hung just low enough on his hips to look good, but not so much that they sagged. The baseball cap was loosely placed on top of his ruffled blonde curls that bounced as he talked. Not threatened by the faint dampness in the air. I guess not. "Come in. It's too cold outside for you to let all the heat out," I muttered as I ushered him inside of the doorway, and shut the door behind the two of us. I breathed a slight sigh of relief as the continuous stream of cold air was stopped. I was going to get some homework done. Why? He shook some of the snow off of his baseball cap. How it got there? I don't know. Well, I need you to come with me to town today. Why, I asked, suspiciously. But already it sounded better than sitting by my desk all day with a pencil and homework at hand. Just, can you do it? I don't feel like explaining. He sounded very Tristan-like at the moment. And I rolled my eyes, pretending to consider the options. But the answer was already good as written in stone. Fine. Just let me get dressed and everything. You can go wait in the living room. I waved him over to where the leather couch sat in the living room and ran up the stairs. A bit of excitement managing to fully wake me up. But it did come to mind. Why in the world Rain would even be here to ask me to go someplace? In the first place. I frowned as I reached my door. I didn't like surprises. Hurry up! Rain urged from the living room, and I shut my door with a sharp outlet of air. That it blew a piece of hair out of my face. I had to get out of these grungy sweats of pajamas. My college t-shirt hung loosely on my shoulders, and I quickly made it over to the closet. I rummaged through the neatly hung clothes in the closet, knowing practically every piece of material in the small walk-in. The favorite hoodie of mine stood out like a sore thumb. Its dulled pink making me grab it. It felt soft underneath my fingertips. After all the times it had gone through the washer and dryer, but a side effect meant it had drained away the bright pink that had been a trademark of the brand. That and pair of jeggings that I usually reserved for weekends that I knew I wouldn't be seeing anyone and be embarrassed to be seen in them. But with Rain, I'd probably be fine. Of course, that is when my alarm chose to go off, blaring in a failed attempt to wake me up the time I had normally scheduled to wake up for the weekends. I had to run across the room and leap onto my bed so I could slam my fist onto the button, even though I didn't know who in the world I was preventing from hearing it and waking up from it. Passing the window a second time, I noticed the truck parked idle close to where my car usually was, but I'd parked it inside the garage last night in case of more snow. Movement passed inside the truck's cab. Had Rain gone back outside? No. Someone going through the supplies in the kitchen proved that theory wrong. The figure's head turned and a palette of light reflected off their dark curly hair. Tristan, he was looking downcast at something in his hands. A cell phone, perhaps, but I couldn't be sure. As his hair turned a blue in the sunlight before he shifted again and disappeared back into the dark half of the cab. My jaw clenched as I pulled the cerulean-colored drapes tightly closed. This meant I'd have to put on something a tad better than a raggedy old sweatshirt. Tristan just had to complicate everything, didn't he? I threw the pink hoodie back into the closet, and it fell to the wood floor of it. The only thing on that part of the floor beside the neat rows of shoes. I had to dig through all the shirts once again, finding nothing remotely dressy. All those clothes had gone to Goodwill the moment my mom passed away. There was no reason to try and be as pretty as her anymore. My hands grasped onto the long-sleeved maroon sweater my dad had bought me for my 17th birthday in an attempt to get me back into the swing of things again. It still had the tags hanging limply off the sleeve. It would have to do. I roughly tugged the tags off and peeled away the sizing sticker before throwing it on over a fresh tank top and yanking on the jeggings. I don't have all day. Sam Rain called up the stairs. As I was trying desperately to tug on the brown boots of mine while trying to keep balance on one foot. "Will you just hold on a second?" I yelped as I almost fell backwards into the dresser. That done, I made sure my hair was tied securely in a loose bun that didn't look exactly terrible and ran down the stairs. "There. I'm done. You happy?" I muttered grumpily at the bottom of the stairs. There were more sounds coming from the confines of the kitchen, and I rounded the corner to find the not-so-surprising scene of Rain going through the bags of chips that were in the cupboards. "I'm glad to see me taking so long was actually beneficial to you." I smiled as I rolled my eyes. He jolted in surprise, almost knocking his head against the corner of the open cupboard door. "Oh. Yeah. Just checking for. Yeah, he said, shutting away the bags of chips away from both of our view. We better get going then. He muttered and passed me as going down the hall. I leaned against the wall. You didn't tell me that Tristan was joining us on this little escapade, I said, my eyes narrowing. He froze mid-step, but had surprisingly quick reflex time and just turned around, his mouth formed in a sarcastic smile. I didn't say he wasn't either. Yeah. Sure. But what if I'm not all that sure I want to even go now, I retorted stubbornly. I mean, I really had hoped I'd have one of those days where I could just relax with a friend that I could actually talk to about all the werewolf-related problems in my life, but I had to admit that the thought of Tristan joining us was a tad bit appealing. He raised an eyebrow questioningly, a smirk gracing his face. Then I'd say that you can stay here then. And with that, he made his way back to the front door. I froze, expecting something like, and then I guess I'll just disinvite him. But of course he was his brother, so he wouldn't bail out on him for a friend. Which I'm pretty sure we were. I groaned but snatched up my winter jacket. And the hat with the maroon flower on it. That I now realized matched my sweater. Fine. I'm coming, I said, and I swear I could have heard the smile in his step. He opened the door for me and I left the house defiantly, walking out into the fluffy white crystal-covered porch. Can't there ever be a warm winter day, I muttered, pulling the jacket around me and zipping up the zipper tightly. Not likely. Rain chuckled as we walked across the slick driveway to the truck. Tristan saw us and climbed out of the cab so I could get into the truck. What's up, he said mildly as I passed him. I shrugged but froze when I saw the inside of the truck. Apparently, last time I was in here I hadn't observed it close enough. There's no back seat, I exclaimed, backing up right into Tristan, who chuckled. Rain got in the driver's seat and was laughing too. No, there isn't in this model. You are just going to have to sit in the middle. My eyes widened as I stared at the seat. That suddenly seemed a lot smaller. It was either this, or sitting at home alone all day, with nothing to do except stare at my already finished homework. I groaned but crawled into the cab, trying to get as close to Rain as possible without touching him, so that Tristan could fit. The door closed and it was like being encased between two heaters that radiated off each other so much. I couldn't decide whose temperature was running hotter. My blush probably even wouldn't be noticed when my cheeks were already rosy from the rising thermostat. So where are we even going? I asked Rain, trying to keep my eyes off Tristan. The harder of the two not to feel embarrassed around. He glanced at me, but kept his gaze mostly on the road. It's only about a few hours away. Just a small town. We needed to get out of here for the day. And I'd bet you did too. Oh, how true that was. I was still uptight about the Ian sighting last weekend. That it sent my pulse jumping every time it was brought to mind. I nodded mutely and stared at my knees, which were close to each of the guys. It was a small truck. Tristan was silent, staring out the window with those silver, observing eyes that were brought into the light by the white atmosphere outside. Even though I couldn't see fully, I could bet his face was pressed lightly against the glass. The cool on the outside contrasting majorly with the inside. I regretted zipping up my jacket, but there was practically no room to take it off in here. So I settled on taking of the hat, and clasping it between my hands, the world passed outside. A white blur as we sped along the highway, much different than the last time I made my way to the city. 15 minutes had passed as me and Tristan watched out the same window. I had to resist the urge to lean against his shoulder, to feel the heat of the skin beneath his jacket against my cheek, to have his arm wrap around my shoulder. Like I'd always seen couples do at football games or movie theaters, I cleared my throat. You all right? I asked him. And he looked up vaguely. Yeah. Why, his gaze went back to the window, not even bothering to keep my gaze for a minute. Well, there aren't your usual sarcastic retorts to anything I say. I started, but he interrupted. But you aren't saying anything either. He pointed out and I rolled my eyes. Or even speaking for that matter. I continued. Well, you have your off days. I think I'm allotted mine. He muttered and I dropped the subject. The way he looked reminded me of how I looked when I had always taken car rides when I was a little kid. Face pressed up against the glass to eagerly see the surroundings around me. But his expression wasn't anywhere eager. More like indifferent. Rain didn't pay attention to the two of us, almost like he was the driver of a limo. Separated by an invisible plate of glass, his eyes just stayed steady on the road. The absence of Tristan's remarks to anything and everything made me want to say something outright like he would. But my mouth couldn't form the words. That just wasn't me. Sighing, I leaned my head back, only to find that there wasn't a middle seat headrest. And my head fell back to hit the base of the brim of the seat, closing my eyes briefly as I fought not to say anything to draw the attention of the two guys further towards me. I just stared at the ceiling. Not even music on the radio to keep my mind occupied. You sure? I said one final time, basically just for the sake of a sound filling the car. He sighed, but I felt a warm hand rest on my knee. I'm sure. Where in the world are we? I asked as I stretched my aching joints as I got out of the cramped truck. Tristan and Rain seemed to be doing the same. But it wasn't really fair, since really they had much more legroom. When my knees were practically plastered to the radio panel. Can't you read the signs? Tristan said sarcastically, and stepped out of the way to reveal the sign that said in bold yet fading words, "Welcome to Walter's Pier." That was framed with small curly cues that had been made to decorate, but the peeling paint made it seem cheaper. This town's named after the pier, I asked dumbly, securing the hat on my head, making sure the flower was facing correctly in the window to the truck. Exactly. Rain chimed in, coming around from the other side of the truck. That's odd, I said, unsure. I hadn't ever heard a town named on one attraction to it. Not really. Like he said, it's a small town, there isn't much to it. Why not name it after the biggest attraction people have to it? That way it's remembered more. Tristan shrugged his shoulders. I could almost feel a handprint on my knee, as he hadn't taken his hand off it until the car pulled to a stop in front of the welcome sign. And I hadn't wanted him to even then. But now it felt as if being in a steam room to jumping into a walk-in freezer. Big contrast. And the jacket wasn't all that comforting anymore. Well, it's noon. So, what do you say that we get something to eat? Rain said, pulling out the keys to the truck so it would click locked, like there was much of anyone to steal anything from it anyway. We nodded in agreement. Eating sounded pretty good about now. After the 2.5-hour car ride that we had to go through, it only took about 5 minutes of walking before we came to a strip of shops that resembled family-owned versions of bigger franchises. There was a small diner-like place. But Rain opted out of that, complaining that they only had one good sandwich on the menu. Sometimes I wondered if it had been switched and Tristan was really the older brother, because he seemed much calmer and lenient to where we were to go for lunch. Finally, we all settled. More like Rain did. On the other restaurant in town. A small Italian restaurant that actually smelled appealing as wafts of pastas came from the door as we opened to go inside. A faint ring came from the bell on top of the door, announcing our presence. And I shivered, glad I wasn't in a coffee house this time. I shifted closer to Tristan, though, as the waiter led us to a small, secluded table in the back where the lighting was dim and the heating was the best, making me able to remove my jacket. Tristan scooted in on one side of the booth and Rain on the other, making me in the middle again, making me feel like a child they couldn't trust to not run away on them. I picked up the menu, searching for anything that had the word pasta even in it, because as long as it was in that family, I'd probably be okay, giving a glance to what the other two were choosing. Neither of them had even picked up their menus to check. "Aren't you guys hungry?" I asked, my voice just above a whisper. But realizing we were in the back and no one would really be annoyed by us chatting in normal level voices, we already know this menu inside and out, practically memorized in our heads. Rain tapped his temple for emphasis. I sighed just as the waitress came back with waters and straws, setting them before us. "Well, if it isn't the Everdeen brothers," she gasped, shocked. Hand on her hip. Her accent was slightly southern. As she smiled in surprise, Tristan looked up with a smile. "And if it isn't our favorite waitress, Sarah." She smiled even wider, showing her white teeth that were straighter than anything. "Well, what I can get you boys," she said sweetly, her hand poised over the writing tablet on her knee. "The usual." "Sarah," Tristan said with a grin. I looked back and forth between the two of them, to discover they were looking into each other's eyes, So, naturally, I interrupted. And I'd like the chicken Alfredo. With garlic bread. I smiled, the smile I usually only reserved for people who were annoying me, my convincing fake smile. She looked down at me, as if she was now finally noticing me. Oh. Sorry, didn't see you there, darling. What would you like to drink with that? Water. I replied crisply. She nodded. Well, we have to get together sometime soon. It's been too long, she said in the general direction of the two guys, ignoring me in the middle once more. Then she winked at Tristan before disappearing back into the stream of tables and chairs. Who was she? I fought to keep my voice from a growl, instead keeping it monotone and as smooth as possible. Oh. She was just Tristan's, Rain started to say. But Tristan nailed him in the stomach with his elbow. Friend. He finished for his brother coolly. Rain gave a glare at him, but dropped it. There was something more than friends going on here. Then a cell phone blared underneath the table and he quickly pulled it from his pocket to answer it. Hello. His face turned grim and he excused himself from the table. Walking towards the front door, I glanced over at Tristan, who was now looking at his brother with a tinge of a worried look on his face but was immediately disregarded once he turned to me. So what were your plans today? He asked calmly. I took a sip of the water in front of me. Just homework. You know, for Monday. He then laughed out loud. Sam. What I asked defensively. He could barely talk between laughing, and it was loud enough that people close by were turning in their chairs to see the commotion. I ushered them to sit back down again, my face heating up in embarrassment and anger. It's winter break, you know. Wait. What? Winter break officially started yesterday. We don't have school for another 2 divided by 3 weeks, he said, his chuckles subsiding. How could I have forgotten that it was already holiday break? It seemed impossible. The teachers would have announced it thousands of times. And kids mentioned it even more. I blinked, my mouth trying to form words, but our food was set down in front of the two of us. Where'd Rain go? Sarah asked, her country twang managing to make me look up. Out of the mini shock. Had to take a call, Tristan said as he took his plate from her to set it down himself. The smell of the Alfredo I ordered was heavenly, making me want to just dig in and totally disregard the secret exchange of smiles between the two of them. But I crossed my arms in front of my chest and stared. I meant to ask you. Who's this young lady you have here? Sarah gave me a smile, and I kept my face still, giving a glance in Tristan's direction. She is a newer human member of the pack, he said quietly, and my eyes widened in shock. But I kept it minimal, giving a look to Sarah as if I already knew that. He thought of me as a pack member, or was he just using an excuse? No. He wouldn't have said I was human, but if he said something about the pack to her, and no other human meant that she had to be, well, that's a change of things. Our pack has been curious of who this newcomer is, and wondering why you kept her around for so long. But seeing her now, I think it's pretty obvious. She gave a wink to me this time, and for a second I felt regret for thinking bad of her. She seemed to be that nice to everyone, but of course she was also a werewolf. That would be the only explanation. Good luck, Trist, she said and left the bill on the table with us. Tristan looked a little lost for words, but I didn't need to look that way. I just dug into my meal. It tasted about as good as it smelled, and the sauce was the perfect amount of cheesiness. For the first time, I noticed that Tristan's had the same order that I did. What did she mean by that? I asked. He looked up from his food. Oh. Nothing. She was just teasing me. He mumbled and dug back into his food. As did I. The meal finished. And Rain still hadn't come back. Eventually, we just asked the passing waiter to bring us a to-go carrier. It was evident that he was still outside. The conversation he was having was obviously not exactly pleasant. As he was gesticulating wildly, Tristan seemed uneasy. But I set a hand on his arm. Let him take of this himself, I said, an instinct telling me so. Eventually, though, he did come back inside. A very out-of-character look on his face, solemn and serious. Like when I first met him. He came to the table and didn't even bother to sit down. Instead, just throwing a couple dollars on the table and picking up his meal in the styrofoam carrier, he put on his jacket. I got a call. I need to go somewhere for about an hour. I'll be back as soon as possible. And I'm not going far. But I'm taking the car. Tristan didn't argue. There was something in Rain's voice that demanded respect. And I stayed silent also. He then walked out and jogged off towards the direction of the truck. What now? I said. As we went to the counter to pay, Tristan sighed and set the money down for the lady at the counter. Well, we could go down to the pier, never mind. We are going down to the pier, there is something I need to check on. I nodded. But truthfully, the thought of being outside for a long period of time sounded awful. Leaving the restaurant, he led me out of the main vicinity of the small town, which I guess was in its definition of bustling because a couple dozen people were chatting around and going in and out of stores and such. I could see the faint outline of the pier as the snow started sifting down from the sky again. I tugged the hat so it covered half of my ears, and tried to stand as close to Tristan as possible without brushing my arms against his, just so I could feel the warmth. What's at the pier? I asked. You ask too many questions. Just keep quiet, can you? He snapped. And I glared at him. You may be the one who has to watch over me, but that doesn't mean you own me, and can tell me what to do whenever you want. I'm a curious person, to let you know. I ask questions because I want the answers, not just to annoy you. Don't think so highly of yourself. I growled and stuffed my hands in my pockets. He scoffed, but stayed silent. And I didn't insist that he answer. But I was still curious. We passed an elderly couple walking hand in hand, as if they were teenagers. Wedding bands around their left-hand fingers. They smiled at us, and as they went behind us walking away, I heard the women whisper, "Ah, young love." I blushed wildly, hoping Tristan hadn't heard that. But giving a glance at him, I saw he was looking back at me. Apparently he had. My embarrassment rate today just hasn't seemed to met its limit, as my face was the scarlet of the rose on my hat. Great. This is it, he said quietly. And we stopped in front of this small shack of a store. Its sign said Everdeen Lures proudly in a bold black. It was a faded blue, and the windows were dusty and showed the darkness on the inside. But it still looked other than that, as if it were still in business. Tristan took out a key from his pocket and stuck the silver into the lock. Opening the door, a bit of dust came out as the door opened, but all I could see was the darkness inside. The light flicked on and a small, homey fishing store came into the picture. Neat little rows of fishing supplies, and in the back a wood-topped counter, with a cash register and a stack of fishing magazines. It's my dad's old fishing store, he said, pride in his voice a little. Your dad, I was about to ask, but stopped. I asked too many questions, apparently. My dad was alpha, but that wasn't what he really loved. It was this small-town community over here. He was a winning alpha, meaning that he only became that because he beat the previous one, and that was an accident. Originally, he was from this pack, the Dark Moons. I came here all the time, until he. And Tristan stopped. I looked over to see him silent, his eyes hard silver plates in the dim lighting. I didn't know what exactly to do. It was a foreign situation for me. Usually I was the one who missed my deceased mom, and the one that needed to be comforted. But now was I the one that would have to help him? Did I break through that mean, sarcastic self of his? Or was this just something I should stay completely out of? My mom passed away too, as you know, when I was 16. She had cancer, I said quietly, looking at the still counter. No one sitting behind it to help us pay for the stuff we wanted to buy. He didn't look down at me. I'm saying this to tell you, I know what it's like to lose a parent, and I wasn't exactly the best of a child a parent could ask for. I practically ignored my mom for the last year she was here, hoping that denying she was dying would stop the whole process, but it didn't. It only made things 10 times worse, and prevent me from seeing my mom one last time. He still didn't reply, silent in thought, but no tears were threatening to spill over in his eyes. He was much stronger than me in that aspect. He was Tristan, the sarcastic, Rude. Strong. An annoying guy that I'd come to like over these past months. And him not breaking down just proved that even more. He wouldn't cry because he finally had a shoulder to cry on. He would just be strong. Like he always was and is. Instead of offering for a shoulder to cry on, like I knew he'd refuse. I wrapped my arms around his waist, trying to offer some comfort in a hug. He froze, his body tightening up. But I stayed still, feeling the warmth beneath my arms and pressed against my side. His arm wrapped around me, holding me close. I know. We locked the door after we left the lure shop. The sky had stopped snowing once again. Tristan had basically roamed around the shop, looking at all the old stuff, occasionally telling a story that went with a piece that never sold or another funny occasion between him and his dad. I had laughed so many times. I should have seen the two of them. They sounded like the perfect pair. And Tristan sounded much livelier when talking about his father. Almost at some points like Rain, I wouldn't be surprised if the two of them were like twins. When one took the serious mode. The other was the happy, jubilant one. Okay, Tristan would never be labeled as jubilant, but you get the point. The pier was empty and Rain still hadn't shown up in the truck. So I suggested that we take a trip onto the water across the pier. Waves were surprisingly active in the winter. The further we stepped out on the cement pier, thanking God that I had remembered to wear my boots today. Or else I would have slipped and fell into the frigid water already. Right at the shore, ice covered the water like bath toys, chopped into puzzle pieces by the waves. The end of the pier was like you were in the middle of a gigantic lake, and we sat on the rocks near the lighthouse that overlooked the coast. Waves crashed up, spraying my face semi-frequently. But I didn't mind with Tristan sitting so close beside me. Was this the moment to tell him about Ian? He was thoughtful, staring out at the water. And he was calm. Would telling him ruin his calmness? Yes. But would it be better than if he were already angry Ian would bring up bad memories? Because I remember from the first day, him standing off against him in wolf form, that day had changed everything. And they were both a part of it. Tristan. I was about to say it. But when he turned to look at me, I just couldn't bear it. I leaned in and pressed my lips to his. Immediately the cold dissipated from my body, and the sound of the waves vanished from my hearing. This I could do forever. Same as the hug. He froze, but having a quicker react rate. His arms wrapped around me, deepening the kiss. My hands wound through his curly hair. As our lips moved in sync, cold and heat. The perfect combination sent every nerve on fire. But the kiss broke. As quick as last time. I smiled. Was that as good as last time? He grinned. It was all right. He kissed me again. My back pressed up against the wall. It was a safe kind of trapped. When the truck horn sounded, "We better go," he whispered. And I pecked his lips one more time. "Fine, as long as you promise me something." "What? You'll kiss me again?" "Nah. I don't like you that much." He grinned wickedly and started walking back. But I tugged on his hand, pulling him efficiently back. We kissed, but the horn sounded again. And we walked back up the pier laughing. My hand in his. "We're almost home." "Sam," someone said softly. Barely a whisper in my ear. I moaned and nuzzled further into the warm, solid surface I was resting against. I heard Rain chuckle, his voice muted by the fabric my face was resting on. "I don't think she is going to wake up by just that, Tristan." Tristan's chest rumbled as he chuckled. "No. I don't think so either. What was the call about?" Silence filled the cab as Rain stalled from speaking. I swear I could feel his eyes on me. Probably wondering if I was awake. I don't think I could go back to sleep knowing I was up against Tristan's chest. His arm around me, his presence was enough to want to leap away. But the combination of knowing that Rain might say something important that they otherwise wouldn't tell me, and the fact that this was actually a comfortable position, kept me still. Breathing deeply as if asleep. "It was him," Rain said simply. The radio silent, as if it had been turned off. A different atmosphere than when I had fallen asleep. "Him, you mean?" They finally contacted you, Tristan, spoke sharp-edged, his voice harsh. This person wasn't on good terms with both him and Rain. I could tell it. Yeah. Things have not been going too well with the treaty, and he is backing out of it because of some slip-ups on our part. Like... Never mind. Like what? I don't want you to get upset right now. It's not the time or the place. What Tristan asked this so coldly and demanding that I almost shivered as if his body temperature had frozen. Her. S. Sam. Yeah. Silence. Complete and utter silence. I couldn't even hear the sound of the wheels rolling on the pavement. We must have been parked. Who had a problem with me? What happened? My mind was moving a mile a minute. And questions burned on my lips. Questions that I couldn't speak aloud, instead yelling them in my mind. Tristan's arm tightened around me, and I could feel his fingers digging in slightly to my back. We need to get her inside, Tristan muttered. And his hold didn't relax as I started hearing doors open. This was probably the time to wake up, if any. And I shifted, trying to relay what it felt like to wake up in my mind. What time is it? I asked sleepily, yawning, and trying to sit up, which Tristan reluctantly let me. But I could tell he tried to hide the fact. Only about 10:30 at night, he said quietly. Ugh. Where are we that I didn't know? My eyes had been closed throughout the whole discussion, and now I was blinking away, black spots in my vision. All I knew is that it was dark out, which was pretty much a given that even an idiot could pick up. Our house. You slept throughout the whole trip home. Rain figured it wouldn't be all that smart just to leave you home alone. I can go home. I've slept at my house plenty of times, and that place is absent of even lingering spirits. I'll be fine, I protested, already missing Tristan's arm around me. Maybe I should have let him carry me into the house. Nonsense. We already drove all the way over here. You're spending the night, he said, opening the door. I realized Rain had already left before I had woken up. Cold air blew into the cab, making me anxious to be inside the warm house now. Surprisingly, Tristan helped me out of the cab. My step was a tad off from disorientation of sleep, and he kept me steady as I climbed down. Was this permanent Tristan actually acting as if he cared for someone other than himself? Or was this just a fling? I had no way to be sure by the look of his blank face. Not worried. Not angry, just blank. I pulled away from his helping arm, not sure if I wanted to know the answer. I can walk just fine. Thank you, I said. My voice a tad snippy, but I hid it as much as possible. I quickly went up the porch steps, picking the spots where I set my feet carefully, watching for ice that would surely be my downfall. The house seemed quiet as the two of us stepped through the door. Their mother must have been asleep. Ugh. Is there anything to eat? I yawned. And this time it was a sincere one. Even a couple hours sleep in Tristan's arms didn't keep me from wanting to sleep even more. Already ahead of you. Rain called from the kitchen, and I couldn't help but laugh as I walked in on him making something on the stove, while wearing a pink apron. What is that? You look like my dad. I laughed out and he turned around shocked. Your dad? What kind of family do you come from? A normal one, I said, laughing harder. Where my dad enjoys cooking and can't find anything else to protect his clothes with. And I've suffered that same fate. Don't make fun. I'm making your food, he said, grinning, showing me the pancakes that he was flipping with a spatula. I smiled wildly. Yum. I love breakfast foods at night, as long as you make coffee to go with it. Hey, Rain started but turned around to face me. Oh, guess he went upstairs. I looked around to see Tristan was indeed gone. Huh. I could have sworn he was right behind me. Guess not. Rain shrugged and flipped another pancake. That's good, I get to make less food then. And get to take off the feminizing apron of yours. I teased wickedly as he set a plate of pancakes in front of me. What did I say about the cracks against my amazing apron? He said, shocked, taking the plate away again. I reached for it, but he held it just out of my reach. Fine. I take it back. Good. He sounded smug. and started on the coffee and his pancakes. I drowned my pancakes in syrup. That was sure to cause me medical conditions later in life. But for now, it made the pancakes taste better. Of course. I, as always, epically failed at trying to cut the pancakes into edible slices, successfully making it a bunch of torn and jagged fluffy pieces that were soaked in the syrup. But I ate the mushy mess gladly anyway. So, who was that Sarah at the restaurant, I asked. Halfway through my pancakes, and Rain had already wolfed down a full stack of them, in half the time and starting in on his second. Oh. Her. Just an old-time friend. He dodged the question and handed me some more coffee, which I took suspiciously. No. Really? Who is she? Tristan acted weird around her, almost as if he were falling back into something that had been forgotten. Wow. You don't hesitate about being specific about something, do you? He said with a sigh. Sarah was Tristan's girlfriend back about a year ago. Of course. And why aren't they still together now? Oh. That's a whole another story. Her father was the alpha of their pack, and at first enjoyed the fact of having her become mates with Tristan. A tenseness came into my arms at the word, and I stabbed my piece of pancake a little harder than normal. But after my father died, he thought Tristan was too young to be able to take on the responsibility and leadership of an alpha or beta to take on a mate too. So he arranged a treaty with another pack on the other side of the country. Last I heard, she is supposed to ship off to there next month. I thought about it for a second, letting the set of words sink in like the syrup on my food. He had planned on having a mate before meeting me, and seeing him with her again. Was it obvious that he still liked her? I had never really felt jealous over someone, well, besides Zach and Rebecca. But that was all over. And come to think about it, back then seemed so minuscule in comparison. But along with jealousy came sorrow. For Tristan, he had lost someone that he had really cared for, because of a death in the family. That was a double blow. Why not you? I asked finally. What? Why not you? You're obviously older. So why didn't her father have her be mated to you? You could handle it all. A person like Rain deserved a mate. A kind girl who laughed at all his jokes and stayed by his side. He seemed lonely around here, both Tristan and him. But Rain covered it with jokes and laughing, while Tristan used sarcasm. Oh. I didn't want to do that to Tristan. A daily reminder that he couldn't have her. Neither of them would be happy here. And neither would I, to tell the truth. She was rather annoying to me. He grinned and polished off his second stack of pancakes, while I was just finishing up my measly 2 pancakes in themselves. Still hungry? He asked. About to walk back over to the stove. Nah. I think I'm going to bed, I said, getting up from the stool, about to take my plate to the sink to wash. I've got it. Go sleep, Rain said, taking it from me and shooing me away. I grinned and nodded, walking towards the stairs. Oh. And take off the apron, I called back to the kitchen, and I heard him chuckle as I made my way up the stairs. A smile was still on my face as I reached the upper floor, but I realized that I didn't know what room I was staying in. There were a ton of doors, but it seemed rude to just pick one and sleep there for the night. I had no idea how many people came in and out of this large house. I stopped in front of Tristan's door, surprised I could recognize which one it was, and knocked softly. Tristan, I whispered. No answer, so I knocked again. Tristan. I need to know. Yeah, a voice said, and I spun around to see him standing in the doorway directly across from his. He looked like he still hadn't slept yet, but his hair was damp from a shower, and he stood in flannel pajamas and a plain black shirt. I was wondering where I was sleeping tonight. You didn't tell me before you left, I asked quietly. But from the tone of his voice, it was obvious anyone sleeping was not in the distance from here to hear it. You're sleeping in my room, he said simply. I gaped. Wait. What, take your own room? I can have a different one, I protested, stepping away from the door to his room. I was not going to sleep in his room again. It just didn't feel right. Yeah, you are. Because I'm already cozy enough in here and all the other doors are locked. So you are in a hopeless situation. Take the room and move on. he sighed, and was about to shut the door on me. Wait. I spoke, but I didn't know what to say. What I wanted to say more than anything was, "Will you stay with me?" But those words would never leave my mouth, especially for him. He waited as per my request, but I knew it wouldn't last long, and he looked impatient, having to stand there while I tried to grasp what I wanted to form on my lips. "What is going on between us?" I finally said. Another question dying to be spoken. He stood there silently, looking at the wall. His eyes looked dark in this light, the description fitting the term bedroom eyes. I wanted him to answer soon, or I would be tempted to ask my other question. But I bit my lip and stood still. "You want the truth or for me to sugarcoat it?" he said, looking back at me. And I could have bit clean through my lip right then. Bad news always came with that entrance. "Fine. You don't have to answer. I don't want to become just another mark in your book," I said angrily, opening the door. "The truth is I really don't know," he said. Before I could finish, his door closed and I was left in the hallway. Door halfway open and still. The truth was, I didn't know either. "We are going ice skating," I said firmly, and tugged on Tristan's sleeve. Like a child, which I was whining like one. But I didn't care as long as it got the job done. "No. Stuff like that is stupid. I'm just going to have to save you from falling into a pond of frozen water," he muttered and flipped the channel on the television. "Do it or I will make sure I drown in the pond," I threatened. "Fine. Drown. I will be there at your funeral to say I told you so," he said casually. Why I wanted to go ice skating so badly, I had no idea. But I did, and I didn't want to go alone. Rain was taking care of alpha business, firmly in strict, serious mode. So that was out, and Mrs. Everdeen was out taking care of a very pregnant pack member. So that left Tristan, who was as obnoxious as ever. "Just come on. I want to go. And I can't go alone. Please." I begged, about to just pull him up with force from the couch. "Nope," he said stubbornly and switched the channel again. That did it. I snatched the controller out of his hand and pressed the off button, and kissed him on the cheek. "Now," he sighed. "No." This time I literally growled, which sounded completely out of character for me, and roughly turned his face and kissed him on the lips. This was a blackmail message that worked for both sides. "Now. We are going," I demanded after I broke the kiss, leaving him slightly stupefied, and managed to tug him up from his chair. He groaned. "Fine. But I'm not rescuing you. It's too cold. I can deal with that," I said, and marched him to the front door where Mrs. Everdeen had left the ice skates I had asked for before she left. "You had this plan, didn't you?" Tristan said in an outburst, indicating the skates. "Yeah, kinda. But I am still going, and you are going with me." "'Cause I said so," I said, shoving the skates into his arms. "Pushy much," he muttered and sat on the stairs to put his sneakers on. Eventually I did manage to get him outside and walking beside me. Skates over our shoulders. This was the only winter sport I participated in, skating and moving fluidly over the ice. But I still had a fear that I'd fall through the ice. No matter how thick, and drown in my worst environment. Cold. He said there was a pond not too far away from here. Kinda close to the lake. But more like an inlet that froze solidly yearly. I was even slightly glad I was out in the cold. If growling was out of my nature, this was just plain scary. But I had a grin on Tristan's face. "You look so funny. You're practically skipping in the snow." He chuckled. "Well, I can think of a number of ways you look stupid and you don't even have to be skipping," I retorted, and continued on my exaggerated form of skipping through the knee-high snow. I had made it to the pond before Tristan and already had my skates laced up while I sat on the bench by the time he settled down beside me, untying the laces of his skates. "Excited much," he chuckled. Maybe my good mood was just clouding his normal mood and making me see a lot more smiles on his face, but I could have sworn that there was frequently a smile on his lips. "Yep. You can bet on that," I said, and carefully stepped onto the ice. It felt smooth beneath my blades, which were sharp and precise. The pond was smooth, untouched by skates earlier. But not as smooth as a rink where a Zamboni went over several times a day. No, this was the real deal. It was quite a beautiful scene here. Trees surrounded the pond, and there was even a part where the pond disappeared into a cove hidden by the dark greenery of the pine trees. I skated back and forth, waiting for Tristan to finish lacing up his skates. But he was doing it slow and precise. "You are taking much too long." "Do you need help?" I asked as I twirled a bit, regaining back my balance of walking on water. "No," he said quickly, and I rolled my eyes. Couldn't he just admit it? I'm fine. Go skate. Or whatever. Fine. But I better see you out there soon. Or I will hunt you down from wherever you went, I said, pointing a finger for emphasis, so I picked up speed, maneuvering my legs so that I glided smoothly across the surface of the water and rounded the edges of the uneven pond. This might be my opportunity to check out that cove that looked alluring enough to catch my attention. I felt elated today. For some reason, knowing that even though neither I nor Tristan knew about what kind of relationship it was, at least there was one. Of course, that could just be my imagination running wild beyond proportion. I slid into the cove. It was darker there, more shaded from the peaking sun. But I skidded to a stop as soon as I saw what were lurking in its depths. Ian. I scrambled to turn around, but he was already there, standing on the ice in sneakers and his hand around my wrist, gripping so hard it hurt. "Don't you dare yell for him. Samantha," he hissed. I wanted to do it anyways. His threat almost meaningless. I turned around and lashed at him with my other hand, which was formed into a menacing fist aimed for his face. But his other hand caught that wrist, and I was successfully immobile, except from my feet, which had less traction than his. "Let me go, or I will call him," I snarled at his face. "Hours inches away from each other. No, not yet. Let me relay my message first," he said lowly, his voice nothing short of a growl. The thought of Tristan only being a minute away from saving me had me about to yell and scream in protest. "I know you are dying to tell him, and I'm giving you permission now. Go ahead. No consequence, but just tell him that you have something we want, something we need, and we won't stop until your whole pack is annihilated for us to get it." I gulped and nodded. "What do you want out of us?" I still snarled, trying to cover up the fear that was in my voice. And by his smirk, it wasn't convincing enough. "He will know. They all will know. Even you should know. But I'm not going to tell you just yet. We will get what we want one way or another." I heard Tristan calling my name from the other end of the pond. I wasn't visible to him from here, but surely he must have heard the silence around the whole area. "Fine, but let me go. For now. Until we meet next time." Ian grinned devilishly and my arms were released, forming bruises already appearing on my wrists. I stood there silently for a second, as he disappeared into the woods once again, not leaving a trace. I had to tell Tristan now, and I turned around out of the cove, skating quickly. He wasn't far away, his face shocked to see me in such a hurry. "What happened?" he said as we neared each other. I looked up at him, panicked, my voice trembling. He was here. Ian was here. "What Ian who?" he said. His voice was on the lilt of a fake laugh, and my eyes narrowed as I gripped his forearms. "I'm serious. Tristan, I know about Ian Redwood. I couldn't finish the sentence and looked away from his eyes, which had gone as serious as mine. I just wanted to get these skates off and go. Go and hide. This wasn't happening. This wasn't happening. My mind was always going a mile a minute. But this was too much. That unfamiliar feeling of freaking out, that was something I was definitely not used to. And my nails were digging into his arms. "What do you know about Ian, Sam?" He said this sternly and solidly, and I couldn't take all of this. It all started with the letter and the meeting, and my mouth was going about as fast as my mind, and he immediately shushed me. Slower. "What happened?" he said as he guided me back to the bench. In some aspects, it was a huge relief to get all the secrets off my chest. "Well, most of them." I watched his face diligently. looking for any sign that his gasket just might blow, which was highly likely, being a person who didn't usually keep that many secrets. Releasing a huge one was like a death wish, especially from someone who could literally snap me in half. "What do you mean how long?" he interrupted me as I was in the middle of saying when I got the first letter from Ian. I hadn't even gotten halfway through the spiel and already the weight was starting to layer back on my shoulders. I just wanted to yell and shriek it in his face, but I bit down on my lip tightly. "About a month ago," I responded monotone, as I tried taking off my skates. Once we had gotten to the bench, the coldness seeped through the seat of my jeans, and I gritted my teeth against the discomfort. The laces wouldn't come untied. I pulled the material of my jeans up from my ankle and rolled it over until it looked like I was wearing capris. In the middle of winter, more uncomfortably, he breathed in deeply and let it out slowly, a technique I was used to seeing my dad using when his blood pressure was up, to keep him from yelling or just plain exploding at the cause of his heightened blood pressure. Though, I doubt werewolves worried about blood pressure. The way Tristan was heading, he probably had a normality of high blood pressure. So high-strung. I tugged roughly at the boot on my ankle, getting it off with a swift jerk, but also managing to allow the blade of the skate to cut into the side of my other leg. I hissed, but immediately applied pressure to it, knowing it would be bleeding soon. He didn't notice. His eyes were closed. Why didn't you tell me sooner? His voice was so serious and flat that I almost didn't recognize him. Where was the sarcasm? A shiver erupted down my spine. Times like these made me wish that it was a permanent lilt to his voice. It should have been. I glanced out towards the wooded area around the pond. Sure, Ian was lurking out there, waiting for me to speak the words. I hadn't even told Tristan of the message yet. He was probably waiting out there for me to say the dreaded 3 words, "I was afraid." I didn't want to give him that advantage over me. No way. I thought I could take care of it by myself. I lied blatantly. But I didn't care. My face was the same impassive expression as before. He sighed. But I could practically hear the smugness in his tone. Saying that practically meant I was giving in and telling him that I needed him to take care of it for me. But in comparison, it was the lesser of the 2 evils. He was buying it at least. Running a hand through his black hair, making it stick up the curls going every which way. For the first time, he looked down to my hand clamped tightly around my leg. Trying to keep a solid pressure on the cut, he sighed again, and gently pulled at the hem of my jeans which were falling back over my hand, to take in the full extent of the cut. Who knew a blade of a skate could look so bad when cutting into skin? It was a clean slit. But blood was seeping out slowly because of the cold. His hand brushed my skin, and I shivered. The warmth like electricity across my leg. And goosebumps formed all over. "We have to get you back to get that looked at. And also, if what you said is totally clear, I need to call a camp meeting." He was in that mode that I'd seen Rain in yesterday. Alpha mode. Except in Tristan's case, it would be beta mode. Fine. Yeah, I guess. I started to get up, but was halted as he snatched my skates, laced with one another by the laces, and slung them along with his over his shoulder. Before I could even protest, he picked me up and I was slung just like the skates. Except he held me in his arms bridal style. "I can walk perfectly fine. Thank you," I grumbled, trying to struggle and get out of his hold. But I was already 6 feet off the ground, and not even using my feet. A dizzying sensation that made me arms hold on tight to him, contradicting what I said. He chuckled. But it was more dark than normal. Something was off. I looked back again. Ian was still out there, and I knew it. But even I wouldn't make the mistake to tell Tristan that. He would go out there and try to get him, because I knew from the way Ian talked that they weren't the best of friends. Most likely totally the opposite. Maybe he knew he was out there. I looked into Tristan's eyes. Even when he was looking forward and not at me, I could still tell his irises were hard crystals. Something was definitely off. The pace was brisk. I wasn't used to walking with the stride of a person who stood over 6'5", so naturally he walked faster than I did. Also, the werewolf stamina probably kicked in a bit. I grumbled and growled the whole way, demanding that he set me down. Even whacked him across the head a couple times. but I might as well have been trying to break through a brick wall. He wasn't budging. He was carrying me, and the only way I was getting down was when we got back to the house. It seemed a lot longer of a walk back to the pack house than it took to get to the pond. And I wondered if we took a separate path. But sure enough, we came out the same point. We went into the woods inn. The house was quiet. The same atmosphere as when we left. Rain probably doing pack work. And their mother away tending to a pregnant pack member. Silence was surrounding the house. For a second, my mind scattered the thoughts about being in trouble with 2 packs at the moment, and went to a fantasy of walking up to a new house. Newlyweds walking up to their brand new cabin in the woods where they'd raise their kids and live their lives together. The bride would look up into her husband's eyes and see all the love and dedication there that she shone in hers, but the silver eyes she looked into were Tristan's, and the bride was me. I shook my head and looked back up at Tristan. His eyes were back to what I was used to. Serious and the equivalent of a monotone voice. I looked back at the house. Anything to keep my gaze away from him. The things. The tricks he played on my mind were possibly a form of torture equivalent to interrogating techniques. Made me to spill the secrets deep inside my mind. Some secrets, unlike the Ian one, would most likely never be spoken. I bit my lip again as we stepped through the threshold to the house. My leg was jostled and a sharp pang of pain shot up my nerves. Sorry. Tristan muttered a little more careful as we stepped through the wide-set halls towards the kitchen. He set me on the edge of the counter, my legs swinging down in the empty air, and my hands resting behind me so I could keep upright. I wasn't quite used to losing blood, and by the looks of my red-stained hand, this wasn't a paper cut, again. Who knew a skate blade could do so much damage? Sharp blades. I'll be right back. Stay put. Tristan ordered, and he disappeared back down the hall towards the front door. I heard it open and shut close. Silence again. I was tempted to jump down from the counter and shuffle towards the cabinet where I saw Mrs. Everdeen take some first aid supplies out of from earlier in the week. But another lance of pain in my leg froze me in my tracks. I took a deep breath and released it out of my mouth, hoping the technique had more effect on me than it had on Tristan. Why did being with Tristan make me think of a future with him? He was a jerk most of the time. But then again, a sweet, lovable guy for half of the rest and in beta mode the rest of it. It was like dealing with 3 separate people. A bipolar mess that I wish I could have just escaped from. I slumped back down against the counter. And since it was an island, I could lay all the way back down. I didn't stop until my head was hanging upside down opposite of the counter where my legs were hanging over. It was said that a blood rush to your head like this could improve clarity to your mind. But all it did was confuse me more. Marriage with him, really? Never. And the other part. About the raising kids. I never even planned on having kids. Never. Never was one to play with dolls as a kid. Never one to pretend playhouse. I played store or logical games. A family just seemed to get in the way. And hurt if that could not be proven by my mother's slow death. The door opened again. But I stayed put, my eyes shut tightly. If I just stayed that way, ignored the problem, it would go away. Right. Footsteps. A duo pair stopped in the kitchen, and I opened my eyes to see Tristan's sneakers on the ground. Wrong again. But beside his were a pair of pink Vans. Get up, Sam. You're going to destroy your brain laying like that. Tristan sighed. And I groaned but struggled to sit upright again with a heavy head. What I groaned. And held my head. I was going to get a headache from that now. But I had to admit my mind was a tad clearer. A girl stood next to Tristan's side, her hand clutching a brown mini backpack that had a tiny red cross on it. She looked to be my age, if not a tad younger. Her hazel hair hung about shoulder length and was highlighted, but more like mine. It was natural and blended seamlessly with her darker toned hair color. She wasn't looking at my face, but her gaze was rather on my bleeding leg, which was just starting to leak onto the floor. Oh, I need to get a paper towel for that. I yelped, looking down, and tried to get down off the counter. But a firm hand from Tristan kept me in place, and he held me back as the girl went over to the sink and wet a paper towel. Sam. This is Chelsea. She is basically our medic in training. Tristan introduced the friendly-looking brunette who was shaking off the extra water from the paper towel. causing the 2 silver bracelets on her arm to jingle. Yeah. Well, medic in training is far off. I'm only 16. Beta. She said formally, but there was a sarcastic lilt to her voice. Outside of the family, it seemed like the pack treated the heads with respect, using formal titles. But Chelsea seemed a tad more at ease here at the pack house. Let's see what we got here, she murmured as she knelt down to my knee level. Tristan started heading out. I've got to make some calls. Chelsea, make sure she is taken care of, he ordered. And she nodded with a casual eye roll. Like I wouldn't, she muttered. So it looks like the cut isn't all that deep. I mean, I can't see bone, which is a definite good sign. But I have to tightly bandage your leg, which means that it isn't going to be the most comfortable thing in the world, she said towards me, dabbing the cut with the towel, soaking in some of the blood. It felt good, the cool moistness against my cut. Well, that's good. Will it need any stitches? I asked, looking down. But my position made that practically impossible. I sighed but leaned back, throwing my head back so I could gaze at the light on the ceiling. She chuckled. No. Not that I know of. But then again, you aren't a werewolf, so you won't heal as fast as us. But I think that I got my conversion from our healing time to yours, correct? Then she opened up the brown backpack, pulling out a roll of wound wrapping and a pad to stick around the initial wound. So you are the human, she said curiously. And I chuckled. I knew it was too good to be true. She, like any other werewolf in the pack, was curious about my status with the pack family. Yeah, I guess. But at points like these, I don't feel much like one anymore, I said, looking at her. Her eyes were light silver. First time I noticed that silver could have different shades, but hers were a light open kind, making Tristan's look darker with a stormier accent. Of course, she said. When I have to go to school, it's almost like being normal. I can see how hanging around with us can make you seem abnormal. She nodded understandingly. Yeah, but I didn't say much more. The front door opened again. And it wasn't just 2 sets of footsteps this time, more like a dozen, and murmuring deep timbres of voices. Men, by the sounds of their deep voices, as they talked quietly, and their heavy-placed footsteps as they came so close to walking into the kitchen before walking down the hall towards the office rooms. What's going on? I asked as the doorway back there closed. Chelsea was staring off in the direction of the office, towards where they went. But at the sound of my voice, she snapped out of it. Meeting. Tristan was talking about needing an urgent pack meeting as soon as possible. I noted that she spoke his name when around me. I didn't mind, even if it wasn't my name. It seemed much more natural than the stiff greeting of Beta. That reminded me. I had to relay the message. And there was no way Ian would be listening in now. Can the bandage wait for a minute? I asked urgently as she started unraveling everything. She paused. Not really. Why? I need to give Tristan a message. It's urgent, I said swiftly, wanting to just hop down. But I didn't want the lined wound to start bleeding again when it had just started to clot. I'm sorry, but I don't want this busting open. Plus, I bet anything can wait until the end of the meeting. No female pack members are allowed in those except alpha and beta females, she said, like recited a rule book, ingrained in her mind. I briefly wondered if Mrs. Everdeen was still considered alpha female even though she wasn't in power anymore, but I pushed that thought to the side for now. Well, it's a good thing I'm not a pack member. She quickly finished wrapping my leg up and secured it, and I hopped down, hissing slightly when my feet hit the wood floor. But I took off down the hall, barefooted with a manila-colored bandage wrapped around my leg and my pants rolled up about thigh-high. I knew exactly which room they were all in. There was a large commotion coming from that room. An uproar of voices, momentarily that caused me to freeze my inner instincts, screaming at me to turn back. But I stepped forward again and latched my hand on the handle to the door, taking a deep breath. I dared and opened the door wide, revealing the fight with only words erupting from the room, Tristan included. It seemed everyone was yelling, but when Tristan said something contradicting it, hushed that slight part of the argument. It was obvious he had a big part to the swing of things, but not quite enough. The moment I stepped in, it was like pressing a mute button. Everyone hushed, and their gazes snapped over to me. Tristan's size was not foreign to the men of the pack around here, averaging over 6 foot all around. I don't know how regular-sized women could stand up tall around here. Even I felt small at 5'10", which was tall for a woman of my age. Stone-cold gazes all turned on me, and I heard a growl rip from some body's throat but was strangled back as they tried to control themselves from outright outbursting my intrusion. "What is she doing in here?" Beta Tristan, one of the younger-looking men, demanded. He looked young, but in comparison, Tristan looked like a kid standing among men. It was obvious, usually someone of his stature was much older. But he stood tall, a defiant. Looking over at the man, "I'm not sure, Ronson." "Samantha." Tristan addressed me formally. "Do you mind saying why you intruded?" I stood frozen, but the stares from the men made me bristle. It was like women's rights class all over again, straightening my stance into a more confident one and clearing my throat. "I have a very important message to relay." "Try Beta," I corrected mid-sentence. My hands clasped behind my back so no one could see how tightly they were bound together. In fear and some other feeling that I couldn't place. "No. This is an outrage. No female should be allowed in pack meetings," the same man Ronson bursted out, his lips tilting in a snarl. Another couple of the male pack members followed, and there was a menacing undertone in the room. "Now, Ronson." "I think this can be," Tristan started, but I cleared my throat again. Ronson looked me straight in the eye, and I wanted to flinch. That's what all my nerves were screaming as I stood my ground. Instead of flinching, I looked him dead in the eye and gave him a monotone look. "Actually, in all technicalities." "Ronson, is it?" I asked, and he growled a response. And I smirked. Only female pack members aren't allowed. I'm not part of the pack. And nor a werewolf in any right. Murmurs spread across the room like wildfire, and I noticed that my calculation had been misinterpreted. There were easily 24 men in here. No doubt all the men in the pack. I recognized Wes. From the day he and Tristan got in that fight. Leaning in the corner. Just observing. I felt as if he was judging to see what I'd do. And I wanted to prove him that I wasn't one to back down. No human should be allowed in here either. Another equally menacing guy took Ronson's place on the brunt attack against me. But unfortunately for them, they didn't know that if it was a war of words, I was the champion. Being the daughter of a lawyer, I learned a few things, and loopholes were my specialty. Well, that rule hasn't been passed. Now allow me to address the beta. This is a very important message. I just wanted to get it done with. And quick. The more I was around this group of men, the more I wanted to slap one of them across the face. I would just have to deal with only being verbally on advantage. Fine. Let her. It should only be a simple message. Sam, Tristan said, beckoning for me to come over. This was a larger room than Rain's initial office, and there was a large oval table that reminded me of the White House. Close to none seats were full. Most men were stood in outrage at my mere presence. But even they couldn't go against a beta's orders. I stepped across the room, acutely aware that my bare feet patted across the rug with a dull thud with each step. And my bandage stood out like a sore thumb. A liability that could be used against me somehow. I was close enough to Tristan that I could only hear him. And I looked up into his eyes. They shone with beta authority. The same authority that I could see he was struggling with having me kicked out of the room. Same wants as the other 20 or so men in the room. But also there was a tinge of worry in those silver eyes, and that's what made me stronger still. Ian. He was out there in the woods. I wasn't just telling you randomly because I felt like it, I murmured lowly. I'm so sure that not even werewolf ears would be able to pick up the tones. Only for Tristan's. He stiffened and looked down at me more, his eyes increasing in that worry for a second. He growled, and his hands clenched before unclenching. And I nodded mutely. He wanted me to relay a message to you. I'm not sure all of what it was about. But he said that you had something that his pack wanted, and they weren't going to stop until they had it. Even if it meant that he'd destroy this pack. Everything froze. I had spoken a tad too loud, and the other men picked it up. Silence for a good 10 seconds. Before total and utter uproar and chaos. So much so that now was the time that I'd be fearing for my life the most. a breaking point and shattering of any patience left in this group of people. Apparently, they knew the part of Ian's message that I didn't, and they weren't all that happy about it. In that second that everything imploded on itself. Tristan shifted suddenly, and I was protected by his form from all the other figures, a shield of muscle. But that made me worse in the situation. Wanting to break away from this, I didn't need to be protected by him. Standing my own was something I'd done for a long time. This was no different, but the door burst open and Rain stood there. His hair matted down with water. A mess of dirty blonde curls on top of his head and water dripping down his face, obviously having just gotten out of the shower. He was still fierce-looking, deadly serious to the bone, and his whole aura screamed, "Alpha position." "Silence," he snarled at the whole room, and slowly it settled into quiet. It had been bad. Even the Alpha's command couldn't make this crowd immediately hush. Tristan was rolling with tension, and heat was radiating a foot from his body, escalating from a personal heater to a personal furnace. But I shivered despite of the heat. This was too much power in one room. Too much testosterone to be contained in such a small area. I need to get out of here. "Alpha," Tristan said through gritted teeth. And Rain acknowledged his beta for a moment before nodding solidly. My wrist was then tightly encased in Tristan's hand and I was pulled out of the room. The door slamming shut, closing off the cluster of packmen from my view. But the tugging didn't stop there. I was pulled towards the stairs, catching a glance at a wide-eyed Chelsea in the kitchen. "Where do you think you are taking me?" I snarled, trying to pry his hand away from my wrist. But it was pointless. The hall was dim, and the lights were still dull orbs floating in the air. Even in the daylight, they needed more windows in this hall, or any for that matter. Suddenly we halted and I was pinned against the wall roughly. Hands on either side of my head. "Let go." I squirmed, trying to get away. Tristan's eyes were on fire, molten pools that seemed to have turned from silver to gold. But the lighting was playing tricks on me. "What in the world do you think you were doing?" he growled, his voice dark and low. So scary, and yet it sent a different kind of shiver up my spine. I needed to say that. It couldn't wait. I defended myself, but I was losing it. His warm breath across my face. I swore in my mind. Why was he my weakness? Because some things were just cruel. You could have gotten yourself killed in there. That's exactly what they wanted to do in there. He snarled, his voice rising louder, and I actually flinched this time. "I'm not going to say I'm sorry. That would be pointless. I was supposed to relay the message. And there. I did my job," I said, pulling with another hopeless attempt to free myself from his constraints. "You are so clueless sometimes," he said softer. His voice deepens, the edge disappearing. Then his lips were on mine, and he kissed me. Instantly I fell into the kiss, cursing my weaknesses again in my head. I wanted to tangle my hands through his hair, but they were pinned next to my head. Luckily, his hold was slipping as his hands sought to wrap around my waist. And when they did, my own hands went to his hair and pulled him closer. I was pressed between the wall and him, a secure hold on everything, a steady rock that I more than needed. Sometimes even a weakness like this could be strength. Vaguely, I remembered kissing Kyle. How we would kiss so frequently at parties, when I was wilder and when everyone went pier jumping during the summer and everything had been perfect. I had thought that was the best summer and time of my life, with Kyle by my side. A steady rock in my life. But that rock had eventually crumbled. When Tristan's mouth left mine, it didn't stop there. Instead, he was kissing my neck. Deep growls coming from his throat. My eyes were closed and I concentrated on every feeling, every movement. I could feel the sharp pang as something slid against my neck. It felt like canines, elongated on both the top and bottom of Tristan's jaw as he kissed my neck. For a moment, I had let myself forget he was really a werewolf, a creature that was something other than me. But then again, nothing human could feel this good. Another pang as his jaw closed down on my neck lightly. Teasing. I had been wrong about that summer. It hadn't been the best time of my life. Nor had I really been in love or anything. Whether I was in love now, I didn't really know. But it felt closer than anything I had ever felt before this. This was the best time of my life. Meeting this jerk and falling slowly for his personality, rude. Cocky and sarcastic. Typical player classic. But for some reason it fit. It just did. And I let myself get lost in it all. There was no difference between having my eyes closed or open either way. It was still dark. That was the first thing I noticed when I woke up. The second would have had to be the cold, chilly air escaping from the cracked open window. The faint outline of the curtain fluttering in the breeze. But surprisingly, I was warm despite the air in the room. And that led to the third discovery. Tristan was sleeping soundly beside me, arm around my waist as we both slept on our sides. My eyes went from that drowsy stage to wide awake in a millisecond's time after that last realization. I was pulled tight against him, my bare back pressed against his chest. What had I done? My mind flitted back to the last time I was conscious, and it came up like a blur. Fragments of my memory coming back to me. The kissing. My hands tangled in his hair. And falling back against the bed. Oh God. What had I done? A soft snore escaped his lips. Right into my ear, making me stay still and silent. Trying to control my increasingly rapid breath. I couldn't have done something like this. Could I? And with Tristan no less. But the way his arm was draped over me sent chills up my spine. And I couldn't even feel the breeze at this point. But this, even though as comfortable as it was, had my mind freaking out, and I carefully slipped out from under his grasp on my waist. Maybe being away for a minute would clear my mind. And I glanced at his sleeping form. Black hair covering his eyes. Oh. Yes, it would most definitely help. I tiptoed to the bathroom and flicked on the light after shutting the door soundly. The mirror blared back at me. The reflection of a girl whose hair was disarrayed and messed up as if she'd been messing around all night. I still had a tank top on. Thank goodness. But a reddened spot attracted my attention. My hair was just long enough to cover the inflamed spot on my neck, and I gently brushed my hair away from it. Fearing what lay beneath, I gasped audibly. So loud that I had to cover my mouth with my other hand. There on my neck was the perfect imprint of a set of teeth. Bitten into my skin softly. But enough that it would definitely be permanent. Tristan had bit me. The mere thought of it was kind of incredulous, really. But as I brushed my fingers across it, there wasn't a ridge in my skin. As if it was still smooth and unmarked. As if it had always been there. I took a deep, shuddering breath and let my hair fall back as I leaned against the counter, using my hands for support to keep me from going headfirst into the sink. There was a clock in the corner of the bathroom, and it silently blinked that it was just past 1. What time had we come home I couldn't remember. And just trying to give me a headache that sent my head throbbing. Trying to remember what happened wasn't a good idea, but not knowing what time it was then gave me no grasp on how long we'd been up here doing God knows what. I glanced to the bottom of the door, seeing that it was still dark in the room. And if I listened hard enough, I would probably be able to hear Tristan's soft snore. No sounds came from downstairs. As if the world was silent to let me stand there in its silence. I groaned and dropped my head. The reddish brunette hair of mine flopping over my face like a curtain. There was no point in overthinking this at the moment. It was late and I was still tired, judging by the way I yawned a couple times without knowing it. So forcing myself by pure willpower and need to get back to sleep. I flicked the bathroom light off and opened the door slowly. The room was still dark, and the breeze actually felt surprisingly good. Was it slightly warmer than I remembered? I couldn't tell, as I ran a hand through my hair before shuffling over to the window. About to close the window a bit more than it was, I paused at the sound of a howl piercing through the night. It was followed by a series of other calls coming from around the whole woods. As if around everywhere, coming from every place. The moon shone brightly as I slid aside the black curtains from the window. Its surface only about a day's worth of hours away from being full, raising my head to the cool light. I shut my eyes momentarily, letting the sound of the howls and pounding footsteps of wolves outside calm me. A few months ago I would have hid and cowered in my room at the sound of the wolves so close to the house. But now it was different. I glanced back at Tristan, who was still in the same sleeping position as I'd left him in. His arms draped over an empty space of mattress. I felt safer here than I'd ever felt in the large confines of my own empty home, with his presence alone. And I knew so much more about the wolf's nature than I'd ever imagined before. I made my way back to the bed, leaving the window and curtains ajar, so I could pad back over to it using the light the moon gave off. Making sure I was as far away from Tristan as possible, I pulled the covers tight around me and hugged the pillow to my face. Another yawn escaped my mouth as I started to fall back asleep. There was a bit of shifting on the other side of the bed, and I felt Tristan's arm wrap back around my waist. Even subconsciously, he couldn't just leave me alone, could he? I sighed but relaxed into his hold. There was no use to resist this. Plus, I felt so much safer. My eyes fluttered open to the sunlight, reminding me of those cheesy romance stories where the person woke up in a field of flowers or other nonsense. But a blaring headache ruined that little thought, and I buried my face into the pillow that was over my arm and under my head. The covers were kicked off my legs, which were surprisingly not hanging off the end of the bed like they usually were. But then again, I wasn't in my own bed. Groaning, I sat up, figuring it was probably late enough in the morning. I didn't need me falling back asleep. Sitting up didn't make the throbbing in my head lessen any. In fact, it made a sharp pang of pain flash through my head as I steadied myself. Migraines. I didn't get them frequently, but when I did, they were crippling. Glancing over to the other side of the bed, I saw that it was messed up. But Tristan was not in the indentation where he had slept peacefully all night long. Small commotion was coming from downstairs. Low voices that my ears perked up at the sound. Blinking away the tenseness in my head did not even help. If sitting up had been bad, getting on my feet was worse. But I managed and shuffled over to the dresser and used that to lean on as I pulled my jeans on, as they were pooled on the floor next to my sweater that I had been wearing yesterday. I didn't have much of anything else here to wear. I'd have to go home today and get some more clothes. No, I had to go home and stay there. I shook my head. Staying here was ridiculous. I bet when Tristan woke up, he freaked just like I had early this morning, when it had still been dark. The moment I started to slide on my socks is when I noticed that the sweater was way too hot to wear in a house that had the heat turned up as high as it was in here. I rolled up the sleeves of the blue material, as far as they could go, which was about mid-upper arm. But even then, it felt as if there was still too much material on my arms. "Sam," a voice said downstairs, and I looked up, but the tone went on as normal, as if someone had just said my name in the midst of a conversation. Was I hearing things? Shaking my head. I got back up again, refusing to acknowledge the headache that was rattling inside my head, along with the now ponderings of my sanity. Passing the clock in the hallway, it said it was only 10 inches the morning, an acceptable time to be up. And I took the stairs slowly as I made my way downstairs. A smell of food wafted up the hallway. Like always, I bet that Mrs. Everdeen was saving a special plate just for me. 'Cause she was nice like that. Yes. I know that they aren't going to meet anywhere else. But I want them away from here. Got that, Tristan growled from the kitchen. It sounded like he was talking into a phone by the sound of a more muffled voice. Just the sound of his voice made my face heat up in embarrassment. Or was it something more? I didn't want to walk into the kitchen at the moment. But Mrs. Everdeen peeked out from around the corner and caught my gaze. "Come in, dear. I saved a plate for you." Slowly edging my way out to the kitchen, I placed my hair perfectly so I could pass by Tristan, who was on the other side of the doorway. Without him seeing my face, I stepped onto the tile and he froze, his arms in the air in the middle of a gesticulation, trying to make a point to a person who wasn't even in the room. "Air?" "Yeah. But make sure it's not here," he continued, and left the same way I had come in, taking the portable phone with him. The plate of waffles sat lonely on the counter, accompanied by a glass of orange juice. Mrs. Grade accosted. Everdeen was sitting at the table with a Sudoku book, and Rain had the newspaper open and was reading the way I saw fathers in black and white movies do. I wouldn't be all that surprised if he lowered the paper and he had a pipe in his mouth. No one looked up at me as I sat down in the chair across from Rain. But realization hit me. Oh God, this was even worse. They had the werewolf hearing that could pick up things. They had heard everything. My face turned a red that I was sure that it looked about to explode apart from itself. Not only had I messed up, but I bet everyone here knew about it too. I silently stabbed the waffle with my fork, careful not to scrape the plate and be noisy about it. The other room was filled with a quiet argument between Tristan and the person on the other end of the call. I could hear every other word. not even straining to hear the argument, which was strange. Usually I couldn't even hear myself think. Okay, that wasn't the truth. But I didn't exactly have the best hearing of anyone, especially in a house full of werewolves. Farther back in the house, a television played, and I heard the mute words as a talk show host announced the next contestants or patients. I couldn't tell. Jerry Springer sounded so much alike to the Wheel of Fortune from this far away that maybe they had combined for all I knew. Lifting the forkful of waffle to my mouth, all of a sudden the smell of the syrup hit me like a bomb. And it smelled way too sweet. Almost sour. And the bread of the waffle was tinged with ice crystals from being defrosted. I set the fork back down and rested my head on my hands. As I pushed the plate away, Mrs. Everdeen finally looked up. At the absence of me eating, her face looking concerned. "Are you all right, dear? Aren't you hungry?" I shook my head, finding myself not all that hungry in the first place. Not really. "Do you have any headache pain relievers in the house?" She was about to say yes when she thought it over again. "Well, we do. But honey, that stuff might be a lot stronger than you need. It's built for a werewolf's immune system. It would overpower yours. I'm afraid we don't. I could run to the store and check to see if they have any for you," she offered, but I just shook my head. "No. I'll just go home and get some. There's no need for you to attend to me. I've done it for years." I looked up to give her a faint smile. I have to attend to stuff there anyway. I've been away for 2 whole days. My house is sure to be looking not too good. She gives me a concerned look, but nods. "I guess so, dear. I hope you feel better." I nod back and get up from the table. Rain finally looks up from the top of his paper. Only his mop of blonde hair and silver eyes visible above the headline about the bank robbery a couple towns over. "Thank you. I'll come back after I get better," I say, reaching for my jacket, which was resting on the island counter next to the doorway. "Oh. Don't forget to say goodbye to Tristan, dear. He wouldn't be all that happy if you left without telling him," she said with a grin. But I blinked and she was already looking back down at her Sudoku book, a pencil tapping at one of the empty boxes left. I turned around, my face still red. Yeah, they had most definitely heard. Walking back down the hall, I contemplated just leaving and saving myself the embarrassment of seeing Tristan. But I went towards one of the side offices instead, knocking bravely on the door. A pause in the conversation. "Come in." Tristan's voice rang out and I opened the closet like doors. He was standing in front of the window, the warm sun peeking in from the outside and glittering across his black hair, making the subtle blonde specks that normally weren't visible appear. He glanced at me and turned around once more. "I have to go, Johnson." A pause and muttering on the other end of the line. "Yes, I do realize this is a pressing matter, but it's really important. Thank you. I'll speak with you later." He hung up the phone and stayed facing the window for a few moments, probably having the same dilemma as me, not wanting to dare have to look at the other. But he quietly set the phone down, obviously much braver than I was, and turned around to face me. Memories of last night drifted past my mind, but I stayed focused on the now and not then. I would be much too distracted if I let my mind wander to what had happened. "Yes," he asked, sitting on the desk, more like leaning, and his arms crossed across his chest. "I just came to say I was leaving. I'm not feeling 100%. Plus I have stuff I need to do at home." My voice trailed off as I focused in on my hands, which were holding a piece of paper that I had found in my coat pocket. "Oh." That's all he said. And there was that awkward silence that I hated having to deal with every time it happened. A silence that seemed to be so loud and in your face that it made you squirm as you're uncomfortably set in. "Yeah. So I'm going to be leaving," I said, clearing my throat and reaching back towards the door. He sighed. "Wait. Sam." His voice fell apart. I froze and slowly turned back, not wanting to seem too eager at his words. He was looking me in the eye once I turned fully to face him. Those silver eyes that caused me so much frustration and irritation, now they just were there. I had seen them in a different light, and calmness surrounded his features. "Yeah, about last night," he started to say. uncrossing his arms and pushing off from the desk so he was walking towards me slowly. I sighed internally. Why did he have to bring that up? Can't he see I was just trying to forget it? Look, we don't need to go over the details about last night. I remember them just fine. Liar. I just think that it's something we both need to put behind us. Right. Silence, and Tristan looked a little stunned. But not enough that it seemed totally unnatural for him. What I wanted was for him to push the subject further. Prove that he actually cared for a second, but instead he just nodded. Okay. Then I guess you can go. I guess I can, I said stiffly, and opened the door, pausing once before closing it behind me. It wasn't until I reached outside, my eyes brimmed with a thin layer of tears, that I realized that I hadn't driven here. Rain and Tristan had brought me here. That just made things worse. And a tear slipped out from my eye. Tristan, why in the world did you have to have so much power over me? You were just some stupid idiot who ruined my life. Hey, someone said from behind me, and I was quick to wipe away the stray tear from my eye. Rain stood behind me, and I felt his hand rest on my shoulder. Need a ride home? He asked softly. It took me a moment, but I nodded. Yeah, that would be great. I kept my voice normal, fighting the crack that would have happened if I let myself cry. Taking a gulp, I swallowed my tears and smiled weakly at him. He helped me into the truck before getting in himself, and starting to drive me out of the pack lands. Silence was welcome this time. I'd rather not have to explain and talk to Rain about this particular problem. And apparently he understood that, as he turned on the music station I had on the first time I came into the truck. As if it were any normal day. Maybe to him it was. So you all right? I mean, you didn't even eat breakfast. Rain joked, and I laughed a little, shaking my head. I don't know. I've got a killer headache and a super sensitivity to hearing. Like a super clarity. You know, I said. And he nodded slowly. That's what happens with migraines, they hurt like hell. Exactly, I murmured, and I reached to turn the air conditioning on. But Rain's hand halted me. What are you doing? Turning on the air conditioning. I said slowly. It's hot in here, and I can't stand it. He regarded me curiously. Are you sure you're all right? Why? Well, it's the middle of winter. Cold, of which you hate severely. And you want to turn the air conditioning on? He said, his brow furrowing. Granted, that did sound a bit strange for me. But I couldn't help it. I could feel a trickle of sweat dripping down my scalp. I'm fine, I started to say, but was interrupted as we pulled in front of my house. And Rain placed the back of his hand against my forehead. You're burning up. And that's in comparison to my temperature. Sam. Now he sounded really concerned. I felt fine. Except for the headache. So I shook my head. I just need some pain reliever medicine. Rain. I think I'm going to have to stay with here, but he was interrupted by a quick phone call with a determined voice on the other end. He hung up after the 30-second argument and sighed, glancing between the steering wheel and me. Fine. I'm coming back, though. You stay here at the house, you hear? I nodded with a roll of my eyes. Yeah, loud and clear. Alpha. Where would I go anyway? He muttered something but indicated for me to be quick and get out, which I obliged. He waited until I was in the house and had the door shut before peeling out of the driveway like a maniac and rushing down the street. My face was pressed against the cool glass as I watched him leave. But it wasn't until he was gone that I pushed away. That moment, another lance of pain traveled through my head. Sharp spike in my hearing, and I could hear everything. From the fridge's ridiculously high pitch to the furnace running downstairs. It wasn't until then that everything seemed to go black. In all of the years I had feared stuff. Like heights and the sight of blood, or the countless times I'd come down with a flu that was sure as fact, wanting to drive me to delirium and fry my mind out with a fever. I'd never passed out before. Not really. I mean, sure. People pass out on the couch. But that's different. More like you fell asleep before you hit the pillow, that kind of thing. But this was different. It was like my vision clouded out all of a sudden, and I felt dully that my knees failed me as I collapsed to the wood floor. Then it was normal, as if you're asleep, not knowing how much time is really passing. but for some reason my mind flitted back to a moment in time that was on my mind even if I didn't know it. Something that bubbled up from my memories. I told you we should have headed over to the kickball fields instead. Sammy, Quinn said, exasperated. Not much differently than she spoke now, actually. I rolled my eyes as I glared at the full seats on the swing set. But we waited patiently in line, waiting for our turn on the swings. I don't even like swinging all that much, she muttered, crossing her arms. I smirked at her. Says the girl who described it as falling through space when she closes her eyes as she's swinging. You're just upset as I am that the swings seem to be all taken today. She gave a harumph noise, but relaxed her crossed arms slightly. She wasn't really mad at me. More so mad with me. Kids were running around madly, playing kickball, soccer, or other various sports that involved being able to either run away from someone or be able to beam someone with a ball. But I never liked those sports. It was too aggressive for me. I preferred sitting on the swing and being able to fly through the air, with only cables and a seat keeping you from flying away, the closest I ever wanted to come to the sky, without being able to fly in reality, next in line. But even there, that could take forever. And both I and Quinn knew it as we kicked stones idly in front of the swings, patiently waiting in the small yet boisterous line. Even sixth graders apparently loved the swings like us, but most of which was because they wanted to sit in the chair and twist the chain up until you couldn't grip the handles of the swing anymore without having your hands cramp up at the touch. The others would probably just sit there on the swings, motionless, laughing the whole time, which was what half the population on the swings was doing at the moment. Come on. We don't even have that many minutes left in recess, Sam. Can't we just go do something else? This is what we do every day. What's the harm in breaking this little schedule? I can even see someone starting a basketball. Everyone knows that you'd be there if they didn't have swings. Quinn begged, tugging on my arm. But I gave a glance at her, staying put. You can go if you want, but I want to at least get one opportunity to swing before we leave school for the weekend. I stayed stubborn. Come back during the weekend. Anything. Seriously, Sam. This is ridiculous. I'm leaving. But don't come crying to me when you spent your whole time in line only to have to go inside without being able to do anything. Quinn huffed and gave a pausing glance my way before leaving. My guess was she was hoping I'd give in and leave with her. But I wanted to swing. There was just something about being in the air and yet being able to be steady and not fear falling off. I would never know. It was just a goody two-shoe like me's version of a high. Then I spotted a group of girls that were wearing multicolored jean skirts decide they wanted to get off. 2 in all. They flitted off the stone area where the swings were and I stepped up and onto. Guess I'd show Quinn that she was wrong about the waiting thing. I gave a glance in the direction she had disappeared, seeing she had already melded into the group playing kickball. The stones crunched beneath my feet as I walked over to the swing. But before I'd even made it halfway, I felt someone catch onto my shoulder, and the next thing I knew I was falling backwards onto the gravel. My voice gave a shrill shout of surprise as I fell, and my hands shot out behind me to try and protect me however I could. But at the risk of my hands, I felt the stones indent their way into the palms of my hands. A stinging that happened instantly as the dirt and dust kicked up from the pea gravel. My ponytail was given a rough tug as I looked up to see quite possibly the meanest kids on the playground, Grant and Ryan. Twin brothers that had the looks and keen thoughts of cobras, that managed to get them out of a lot of trouble with the teachers. But when it came to other kids on the playground, you might as well be fighting against a sword. While blind, my eyes narrowed as I scowled up at them. It was our turn to get on the swings. Shorty, Grant sneered. The one who had pushed me most likely. Ryan gave another rough tug on my ponytail for emphasis. I tried swatting away at his hand, but he was quicker and had already pivoted around me so that he was standing by his brother. 2 identical snakes, with their level-headed cool stares, green eyes that gleamed with mischief. No, it was mine. Jerks, I said, angry. Wanting to get up, but they'd probably just shove me down again and I didn't need the embarrassment a second time. The sun was behind their heads and gleamed on their brunette heads. Cut in a longer version of a buzz cut, not by our rule book. Now get back in line like the goody two-shoes you are. Ryan piped in. The change in voices was practically nothing between the two of them. And you could have recorded it over and played it back. I could feel the stinging sensation in my eyes that meant I was most likely going to cry. The tears welling up on the rims. This was going to get bad and fast if I didn't do what I was told. So I started getting up, but sure enough I had probably waited too long and was shoved down again. This time via Ryan. A chain of laughter came from the line, falling into the crowd that'd just cheer the bully on so they wouldn't be the next target. At least I knew that much. I wasn't usually picked on much. People tended to stay away from me. I never did anything wrong. Always quiet. Polite and all around easy to get along with. But that had stopped being blend-enable the moment I entered the grades that qualified for middle school. This year had been the worst in that aspect. And I had attracted that awful attention of the Gravely brothers. I don't need this. I growled this time, and instead of trying to get up again, I went against my better judgment. Yeah. Using my leg to sweep Ryan balance out from under him probably wasn't the best idea in hindsight. He fell just like I had. Backwards on his backside, hitting the gravel hard. My mouth opened in surprise at myself, and there was a small intake of breath from the small crowd that was the swing line. Silence. Grant looked down at me. Just as shocked as the rest of us were. But he recovered better. A snarl leaving his lips, he lunged for me, and I braced myself for the onslaught of an attack. But I heard the sound of a fist cracking into someone else before I felt any pain anywhere on my body. In fact, I didn't feel any pain, even moments after. In the time it had taken me to blink, I saw Grant on the ground and another kid. A boy I recognized as a 7th grader standing over the two brothers who getting up from their places on the ground. How had I managed to start a fight with only wanting a chance on the swing? The new entry into the scenario was tall. Taller than the other two of them. His black hair was cut down to his ears, just slightly able to curl at the ends. A haircut a mother would have approved of for a middle school boy. Not only was he tall, though. He was thin. Not thin enough that he seemed pointless to try and get into a fight, but more of the type of thin that indicated that he was probably one of the good soccer players. A fit type of thin, as much could not be said about Grant and Ryan, who fit the part more of a wrestler, which was much better for this type of fight. The two boys were trying to get up when the taller kid took a menacing step towards the two of them. That caused them both to fall back down in surprise at the sudden and jerky action. The tall kid then gave a sneer. "It's not really polite to go after a girl. Don't you think?" he said. That had me more taken back than anything else. Much. Usually bullying around here did not only consist of gender against same gender. In fact, it was more common that a guy would get picked on older girls, and a girl picked on by same-age guys. You were pretty lucky if you fit into the neutral area where you weren't deemed a threat enough to get picked on at all. She started it. Grant was already trying to pin the responsibility on someone else, his charm trying to snake its way out again. But it was pretty pointless at this point. It was obvious that the older guy had seen most, if not all, of the conversation. Sure. But how about you tell the teachers that? With your black eye? I'm sure they'll believe a little 6th-grade girl did that to you. That silenced Grant, and they both took a defensive stance, but walked stiffly towards the doors inside. They were seriously still trying to see if they would be able to get this all shoved under closed doors. The tall kid turned around towards me, his piercing silver eyes looking down at me. No wonder the other two boys had been intimidated by the way he had glared down at them. This neutral glance was even harsh and critical. He held a hand out to me, though, and I hesitated before taking it. He helped me up to my feet, and I found out he was even taller than I had realized on the ground. I gulped nervously. "Thanks," I said, trying to keep the shaky tone out of my voice. "No problem," he muttered, and then he started walking away, hands in his pockets towards the soccer fields. I stood there dumbstruck, my eyes wide, but shuffled towards the empty swings. Most of the line had disappeared from the fight, not wanting to get entangled with it anymore. The swing stood motionless, absent from the fight, still standing there as if nothing had happened and everything was back to being good in the world. It felt odd to sit in it now, but I did, my feet dangling down a few centimeters from the ground, not quite tall enough to be able to touch. Quinn's group of people had gone on with their game, untouched by the disturbance over the expanse of the schoolyard. The kid from the fight was talking with an even taller blonde guy. They looked the same at this distance except for that. And the blonde one looked mad, if anything. The bell rang. And I sat there, not even having the chance to really be swinging. Students started filing back into the school building, collecting balls and rounding up jackets of theirs that were strewn around the soccer fields. I guess Quinn was right. I didn't get to do anything this recess. But then again I had. The dark-haired boy with the blonde one didn't go inside. Instead, I saw the blonde one grab the soccer ball he had been practicing making goals with and walk towards the opposite side of the fields. Heading away from school, I didn't see either of the two of them for a while. But I can honestly say that my first encounter with Tristan and his brother wasn't bad. Groaning, I shifted on the wood floor. My head was killing me as it throbbed from the combination of the headache and collapsing onto the floor. I'm sure my head must have collided with the wood someone. A bump already forming on the beneath my hair. The house was silent. As I shifted from the ground, my eyes picking up the specks of color from the dark room, I could see the back porch and the moonlight shining off the snow and wood that was exposed from it. This was all too clear to be real. As if I had put on glasses after my vision being so blurry my whole life that I couldn't see the palm of my hand being held in front of my face. My breathing was deep and heavy, my hands digging into the sleeves of my clothes tightly as I cautiously got up and walked over to the sliding glass doors. My feet were silent on the soft padding of the carpet when I stepped on it. Every nerve in my body alive and on fire as I was hyper-alert to every sound around me. But even though my body was past any reasonable point of intensity, my mind was clouded as my decisions seemed to be made for me instead of using my own free will. "You want to do this?" A voice that was not my own spoke in my thoughts towards me. Seductive. Sweet and tantalizing, it worked at my muscles, moving me until I was pressed up against the ice-cold glass. "Why?" I murmured. My hands splayed out against the glass, the ice burning against the heat of my palms. "You need this." It tried its hand at seducing me into opening the door once again. Looking up, I saw the moon. So big it loomed over all the trees in the forest and provided a glow over the whole yard. Bright enough for me to make out every single detail. I licked my parched lips, my tongue brushing against canines that had dropped down from my upper jaw and were raising from the lower. My hand snaked down, without my permission, and grasped at the brass handle. A moment's pause before it turned the handle and releasing the compression of air between the wall and door. I heard the air hiss inside, the coolness like heaven against my skin. Burning like wildfire, I wasn't even wearing shoes as I stepped out onto the snow. I wouldn't have been surprised if the snow melted underneath my footfalls, though. My body had a purpose as I walked away from the house. The door be left wide open in my wake. I gripped my arms, crossing them in front of my chest in order to keep control. But that was slowly slipping away from me. "You want to do this?" "You need this," it repeated. And I deduced that it sounded like me. Yet not. It sounded darker, more feral, wilder side of my mind. Far from what I'd ever pictured myself as. Whatever and whoever this other side it was putting up as much of a fight as I was to take total and utter control. "No. What do I want?" I growled, biting my lip harshly as I reached the edge of the trees. "You want a release, Sam. That's all you need to do, is let go." "No," I snarled into the air, but the wind whipped my voice away. Snowflakes were tossed up from the ground, spiraling around the evergreens and up into the sky. The reverse of how it would have been. Falling. Yes. And with that, I took the step further into the woods. My house and its flickering light on the porch disappearing behind me. I must have peeled away my jacket before I had walked into the house, because the only thing I was wearing was the blue shirt and blue jeans. As I padded along over snow and needles that had fallen off their perches, the forest seemed too silent to be alive as it usually was. Winter had silenced it. Or was it something more dangerous and threatening that had sent even the winter creatures into their homes? The voice went silent for a while, but still took my feet forward with a driving force, taking every ounce of willpower to not give in to its main want. I bit my lip, dug my nails into my arms, and my whole body was as tense as a board. It felt like hours had passed when we finally reached the opposite side of the woods. The night still young and powerful as the moon beamed down on me. I noticed where I was immediately. The cliff that Tristan had jumped off with me that day so long ago. It couldn't have been all that long, though, since my mind could still grab onto the memory, Time didn't mean anything at the moment, but my energy had drained significantly. And I shook not from the cold, but because I was losing a battle. Let go. Let go and you can be free, the voice murmured. From inside my head, but it sounded as if right next to me. Whispering in my ear, "You know you want to." I don't. My voice shook uncontrollably as I talked to myself in the night, my feet curling into the snow. Not if it means giving up. Only for tonight. You can go back to being normal the moment the sun repossesses the sky. And your body can once again be yours. Samantha. R1. How can I trust you? I asked with chattering teeth. Because I'm you. Not our escape plays it and. You can't be me, but my voice was cut off as a sudden force leaped at me. I had been caught by surprise, and I felt the last grasps of my free will be stripped away from my hands. And I let go with a guttural scream. "Hey, isn't that the kid that left in the middle of 7th grade?" someone said from behind me in line. I was picking out my lunch on the first day of school. The high school seeming so much bigger than the middle school. I had even been stripped away from my swings, which were left back at the park. I looked around and saw a kid walking into the cafeteria holding a lunch in a paper bag, gripping it loosely. Nowhere near as nervous as I was around here. My hold on the salad tongs slipped and I felt it fall back into the lettuce bowl. Great, I didn't want to dig through the whole bowl to ruin someone else's lunch. If they were as careful as me about someone putting their hands all over my food. Instead, I just put the empty plate back and grabbed a tray and headed towards the hot lunch line. The guy passed right by me, heading towards a table in the back. A taller and older version of him right behind him, only differentiating by his blonde hair. Yeah, I think that's Tristan and his older brother Rain. I heard Tristan got held back and Rain skipped 2 grades. He's a senior now. The girls who passed by me in line giggled. I remembered the 2 of them vaguely from the playground incident 3 years ago. I had forgotten they had ever come to the school district. Things changed. But glancing back at them now, I don't know why I ever had forgotten. Their features were striking. Bright silver eyes and hair that curled in all the right places, only the way to explain the style was perfectly messed up. "Hey," someone said from right beside me and I jerked, whipping my head around to see Kyle standing beside me in line and holding a tray for me. I blinked, realizing I had forgotten to take the right one. "Thanks," I stuttered out. And he smiled. "No problem. You look a bit shaken up." "You all right?" he asked. And I nodded. "Yeah, it's fine. I just thought I recognized someone. Turns out I don't." He laughed. "Yeah. I've been thinking that same thing all day. Everyone looks so different from last year, though." "Yeah," I said, a little uncomfortable. My face glowing, a dull red. I had met Kyle last year, when me and Quinn had hosted the first annual fall party, and the whole 8th grade had shown up in attendance. That had introduced us to the 2 new people to our group, Rebecca and Kyle. Rebecca was shy like us, always with her head buried in her book. But Kyle was like the opposite, a total party addict. I'm surprised he hadn't done something really shocking at the party. Kyle kept on talking, but I was looking at the back table, where Rain and Tristan were sitting silently, outsiders at the lunch. But they seemed perfectly content to be that way, just eating and occasionally looking out the window. Who would have thought I would have forgotten them again after that? After releasing the inner tension, I felt something snap in my lower back, followed by a series of cracks and snaps throughout my whole spine. Not only was it loud to my sensitive ears, but I felt every sharp pang of pain as it did so. My fingers compacting together until I closed my eyes tightly so I couldn't have to witness the way my body was deforming on itself. "Just let go," the words were an echo as I tried to block out the sudden rush in my head. The words made mockery of my pain as I tried to tie it back down again. But it was pointless. I had lost. I heard a howl in the distance, and my eyes snapped open. The moon filled my gaze as I tried to focus in on the direction the call had come from. Was it a call, or had it been a howl like I had first diagnosed it as? The lines between the 2 of them blurred as my mind did. I did realize, though, what was happening. I knew it in my subconscious. But my sarcastic voice kept on mocking me. "And what was your first clue?" The puzzle pieces fell into place as I noticed why my head had been throbbing. The extensive body heat. All of the symptoms fell into the way I sometimes saw in Tristan. Tristan. I wanted him here now. For him to stop all of this. Stop the voices. The pain. Everything. I screamed again as another major bone in my body snapped into a different placing. My body was not made to switch like this. What had caused all of this? When he bit you, the voice said, sounding more and more reasonable by the second. More like what I usually sounded like. It was because I was turning into what had sounded foreign before. Now that sounded normal. What would normal seem like? Of course it was the bite. I had remembered back when I had studied mythology back in middle school. The fairy tale stories of werewolves and a bite from one would change you. But none of the other pack members that I remember had changed like this. That's because you're human. Samantha. After my voice had pitched in its support, I remembered Tristan's words from months ago. No human has ever known about us. Sure, there were myths and legends, but no one really knew. So if no one knew, that meant that there was no opportunity for one to be changed into a werewolf like this, even after all the time I had spent around werewolves. This all still seemed surreal. Then the pain subsided and I opened my eyes again, not realizing I had closed them. Everything was bright, as if it was day. The moon seemed not to be making the difference, but my eyes picked up everything. I was on all fours, paws feeling into the snow that was beneath them. Pinpricks from the cold not reaching past my ankles before being deteriorated by my body heat. I saw the fur on my legs and it matched the way my hair had been when I was human. A dark brown that was more than hinted with deep amber that glinted in the moonlight. Being able to have all these senses was overwhelming, but I could smell the direction of the wind. Coming from the north, bringing a brisk cold with it. The winter wasn't ending anytime soon. Even the warm, pulsing veins of a nearby family of rabbits appealed to my senses. My mind rewired so that the smell didn't repulse me as it usually did. This is the true form of all wolves. A human shroud is not needed out here. Why did I change Tin? I asked. My voice talking to the other inside my mind. But she was cut off as another round of pain whipped around my body. I yelped and collapsed to the ground. Far away it seemed I heard someone calling my name. A mesh between the padding of paws and the heavy step of footfalls. Mate. Tristan. I croaked, as I felt my lips form back. But only momentarily before I relapsed, and the canines in my mouth dropped down yet again. Another shuffle through the confines of the woods. But I didn't listen to it anymore. I just couldn't. My mind was shutting down from me. I was becoming separated from my body. If it was my body even at all anymore, I couldn't tell anymore. That voice was slowly growing more powerful, overcoming my senses. But as my mind was going away, I sensed my wolf body getting off the ground. On all four paws. "What are you doing?" I snarled. "Get back down on the ground. You are not doing anything that I'm not permitting you to." "Don't you see, Sam, you allowed this. You gave in. Now deal with what you've done. You can have your body back as soon as the sun rises over the horizon. But for now it's mine, still the sound of my voice, altered darkly and toned to be more feral. It sounded so foreign, yet so familiar. Like an old best friend who picked up a unique accent while they were away. I growled inside my head. Suppressing a weakness was not something I was accustomed to. "Sam," a voice called out from the woods again. This time closer and clearer. My head snapped in the direction of it. I could tell it was Tristan. His tone sounded warped too. Like my voice's. Deeper. Smoother. More appealing. Oh, definitely more appealing. I found myself drop down into a crouch. And my lips rose in a growl. "What are you doing?" I asked, outraged. "He might be our mate. But that doesn't mean he has anyone with him that could be of danger," she said. A growl hinting in her own voice. "Mate, wait. What roll this crazy train back here?" "What in the world do you mean, mate?" I asked frantically. More footsteps in our direction. And the lower we fell into a defensive position. Silent and deadly. "I'm not even a real werewolf." "Yes, you are, now," she muttered regretfully. "That click between you two. The passion. The heat. You're his. Just as he's yours. I know the danger wall con to the paste with a constant to Ephirian. I don't even really like him." I defended myself with, But my inside, my head voice lilted with the edge of a question. Gosh. I didn't know what kind of girl I was anymore. The lines that used to define me had blurred so much it was like it had smeared the ink on the page. But just then Tristan stepped out in front of us, in the same clothes I had last seen him in when we were in the office. Despite the cold, he wasn't wearing a jacket, which was probably to be expected. But I still felt like yelling at him for it, biting my metaphorical lip. I waited for my wolf's response. A low growl escaped from our lips. A warning not to take a step closer. He froze for a second, his steely gray eyes analyzing the situation carefully. He wasn't stupid. If so, then I probably would have not been troubled with my other side biting his head off, but since he wasn't, I knew he wouldn't get into a stupid situation. I didn't know what my wolf side had on its mind, even if it were really just my own. His eyes held mine, and I felt calmer being caught in their gaze. Maybe he was my mate. I mean, I didn't believe in all that stuff that had to do with falling instantly with another person, but seriously, I had grown to like him a lot more than I did when I met him. Or when he shoved me into the pool at the fall party. Maybe it was even possible that there seems to be no one with him. 7 in the... Of course not. He'd be looking for me. I sighed. Sam. Tristan just said my name. I couldn't tell if it was a question, or a statement, or anything really. He just said the name. But instead of taking a hesitant step forward, my body snarled at him, and took a more menacing step than I wanted. But my wolf was more predator-like and territorial than me, and refused to listen to any number of protests I had. And soon enough, her thoughts were leaking into my own, and I couldn't even tell the difference between them at some points. His eyes turned hard and glassy-eyed. The same way I'd seen him he went into beta mode. I wasn't a human girl that had gone through something horrible anymore. I was a wolf that was out of line. And I was crossing more than allowed, and I knew it. Right before my eyes. The Tristan in human form vanished, and a wolf as dark as night stood before us. If I could have, I would have gulped in fear. Now that we were in a level ground, his wolf form was even more unnerving than when I had seen him when I was human. But he stood taller than me. Wasn't much of a surprise there since he towered over me when human, and his black fur cast a glow that didn't show up to vague eyes. His eyes. They weren't careful and diagnostic anymore. They were in control. Back down. Sam, he voice said in my mind, joining the party between me and my wolf form. His voice had taken up that same tone as my wolf. Vicious, feral, and anything but human. All these new wolf senses were overwhelming, and I snarled in discontent at both them and Tristan's demands. No, it wasn't only my wolf that had snarled rebelliously at Tristan, but I had joined in. My voice spiraling into my wolves. I seemed to be able to resist Tristan's words, but I could feel the utter power behind them. He was beta of this territory, and now I was a werewolf in that territory, so his words should have full effect on me. Maybe he was going easy on me, I growled and took another step forward, making sure my presence was known and that I wasn't going to back down just yet. But he wasn't taking any of that, and he snarled back, making me flinch slightly. His teeth were bared as his low growl was emitted from his chest. I said back down. His voice even rumbled and echoed in my mind, if it hadn't been as seeable before. Now he radiated with power of a beta. I refused to submit. But his words were like stone slabs on my back, trying to force me to collapse on the ground. Do it. I told my wolf self, as demanding as he was. I wasn't going to let this get too far. I didn't want anything too brash to happen. I felt my legs tremble. A spark of actual feeling I had. Like I was gaining ground on control somewhat. Tristan's words echoed back at me, with all the gale force as when they were first spoken, and I knew then it was hopeless. My legs collapsed in under me and I fell to the ground at his feet. Complete and utter submission was not something I enjoyed having to be with someone. But it was better than suffering the aggravation of a very powerful person that controlled what my life would be like in the near and far future. But my wolf wasn't good with all of that, and I felt myself slipping away into darkness. Passing out again in front of him, losing myself totally to my wolf. I told you that she wouldn't be waking up soon. Things like this don't just take a few hours sleep to pass over. I heard someone sigh in annoyance, The slight muted sound made it seem like they were probably out in the hall. I groaned and shifted the position I had been sleeping in, gripping the pillow tighter to my head. Were they talking about me? But it's been days. Something must be wrong. Rain, Tristan said, outraged. His voice a growl. Yeah, something is wrong. She's a werewolf. Tristan, you imprinted with her. And now she's a wolf. And most of us have no idea how this will end up. Rain said quieter. And Tristan fell silent. I pulled the other pillow over my head. Why did people's conversations have to be so loud? Vaguely, I recalled being a wolf, but I just wanted to fall back asleep and forget about it again. I never meant to, Tristan whispered. His voice seemed to be filled with more sorrow than I could have thought, as if something utterly terrible had happened. My eyes cracked open, light still filtering through the part of the pillowcase that was over my eyes. But all I saw was the black material of it. Tristan moaned, and the conversation came to a halt outside the door. I was positive now that I was back in Tristan's bedroom. The smell of him filled my nose as I breathed in the scent of his pillow. The door opened, and I raised the pillow above my eyes so I could see. Tristan walked into the room, Rain closely behind him, just as I had remembered from that memory of the playground. Rain still seemed to be an inch or two taller than Tristan. I smiled faintly at the thought and memory, and Tristan breathed in a hitched sigh. "You're up," he said. "Well, obviously." I muttered and started to sit up in the bed, but Rain gave me a look that said I shouldn't. "Relax, I'm just trying to get in a better sitting position." I leaned against the headboard, kicking off the pesteous covers that covered my skin that still seemed hot to the touch. Tristan looked at me blankly, all earlier concern gone. What, just because I gave one sarcastic remark back after all this time? "Well, so what exactly happened last night?" I asked, rubbing my head, which felt like a truck slammed into it, but better than what it had felt the other day. Rain was sitting on the edge of the bed, near my feet, and Tristan settled in the chair next to the bed. "Well, that was days ago. 5 exactly," Rain said slowly, and I blinked in response. "Wow. Longer than though, I guess," I said with a slight nervous laugh. Running a hand through my hair, I glanced at Tristan, who looked tired and worn than the last time I had seen him. In the woods, I was reminded of the pure power his voice had had over my free will and choice, how it had made me literally fall to my knees. He could have had much more control of me than what he had. So why didn't he take advantage of that? Why did it all happen? Why'd I even turn into a wolf? "I'm not a werewolf like you." "Am I?" This time Tristan answered. "No. You're not like us. But you are a werewolf." My eyebrows scrunched together. "Oh yeah. And how is that possible? What is there different kinds of freaking werewolves?" I asked, aggravated at his utter vagueness, as if he'd ever be my mate. He was too infuriating to stand. Well, Rain started to say. But there was a knock on the door and a girl stepped into the room. I remembered her from the day I had seen Ian. She was the girl who had fixed up my leg. "Sorry to interrupt, but I have to check her vitals," she said, slipping the door shut again. In her hand was the same backpack she'd had the other day, reminding me of someone much too young to be the pack doctor. "No problem." "Chelsea," Rain said smoothly, and got up from the bed. "We'll leave you to that," he said, and looked pointedly at Tristan, who was watching Chelsea as she unzipped her bag and took out the contents of it. He sighed heavily and gave one last glance at me before following him out the door, leaving me alone with the young doctor. "So, do you feel all right?" she asked, shining a light into my eyes. The bright light didn't even blind me, and I could still make out the outline of her face. "Yeah, I guess so. Considering apparently I haven't eaten in 5 days," I said with a sigh. "I feel as if I have a fever, though. My skin is burning up." "Don't worry. That's totally normal. We all have that. You'll get used to it, I think," she said, sounding pretty unsure about that part. She looked at my face, which probably still held a hint of a question on it, and she sighed, before sitting down in the spot where Rain had been. "To tell the truth, the only thing I have to go by is a myth of what could be happening to you." "A myth," I said, with a sarcastic chuckle. "Honey, This all seems like one big one, don't you think? She smiled and lifted the rest of the covers off my leg. I re-noticed the bandage on my leg that had somehow stayed in place through the transformation that had happened when I turned wolf. Yeah. But this is even a myth among werewolves. See, we haven't really had a human among us in a few hundred years. It's unheard of. And, more importantly, forbidden. Yeah, but what does that have to do with anything, I asked. Well, if we've never had a human among us, then there can't very well be a human-turned-werewolf among us. She pointed out, and I nodded mutely. Well, it was said that being a werewolf was originally a disease that people attained during the early 14th century, probably sometime around the time of the Black Plague. That killed off thousands. And the werewolf disease infected a lot of the rest. But as the regular human population came back into play, we had to mix with them somehow. There weren't enough of us to keep a whole species alive. When the discovery of turning humans into werewolves was discovered, it spread like wildfire, leading to an epidemic of missing persons and an increase in the wild wolf population. The humans that got turned were different from the werewolves, though. They had a harder time shifting between their two personalities, and most of the time lost all control of their animalistic tendencies. It was like something else would take over, and overrule all there, though. I sat still listening. Even Chelsea had paused from removing the bandage on my leg to speak. The multiple personality thing sounded very close to what my wolf side had appeared. Seductive and sweet. Until the point where it convinced me to cave in and I lost all control. Not only that, but they seemed to only be able to change on full moons. And not because of their choice. It was something that happened like clockwork. It couldn't be stopped. That's what made the fears of werewolves so prominent back then. Because it could never be predicted what a changed human could do when under their wolf selves' influence. But all these things weren't the real reason the leaders of the strongest packs in the world started banning the relationships between humans and werewolves. It was something worse. Most of the people who had been bitten, their bodies couldn't handle the change, and sometime between their first and second full moon after being bitten, their bodies would fail them. I looked at her sharply there. You mean, most of them died, she said softly, unwrapping the last part of the bandage. The words sunk into my mind. For some reason, even since this was only a myth, I knew it was true. There was a great possibility that my body couldn't handle the presence of the wolf genes. Chelsea couldn't even look at me anymore in the eye. So she removed the bandage, revealing my leg, which was totally healed from the cut, not even showing a sign that it had ever happened. Was this all because Tristan bit me? I asked hollowly. She didn't speak for a few moments, and I already knew I'd probably be dreading the answer. Yes, it's because he marked you. He imprinted with you. Samantha, I nodded, acting like I agreed with her. But I was just still reeling over the fact that I might die, not to worry about having a mate. Another knock came on the door and Tristan walked in. He looked less tired now that it seemed he had gone to take a shower. His hair towel dried, but nowhere near totally dry. Chelsea looked up, flustered. She looks like she's going to be fine for now, but I'd get her something to eat. She hasn't eaten in 5 days. Trist, she said before gathering all her belongings back into the backpack. I'll check up on you later, she said to me quietly, giving me a small smile before walking back out the door, leaving me with a ton more on my shoulders than when she had came. I looked at Tristan expectantly, and he smiled and produced a plate in his hands, filled with lasagna of some sort. My eyes widened at the sight. My stomach growled in response, which caused him to laugh, a little bit of the tension easing out of my shoulders. It's your favorite, he said, handing me over the plate, which wasn't hot enough to burn my hands since I was probably running a temperature almost equal in comparison. Thanks, Dade, I said with a genuine smile. Sure enough, it was my favorite. 5-cheese lasagna, what my dad made me every time he came home from work, nudging it with the fork that was on the plate. I thought of him for a moment. I don't think you're going to die, you know, he said suddenly, and I looked up surprised. Well, gee. Thanks. But it's not really your thinking that my body will go by, Tristan, I retorted, probably a little too harshly. But I was a sulking type of person. What I meant is I know you are strong enough to go through this. You aren't the one to leave me here alone, with no one to torture me nonstop. I'm too annoying for that. And so are you, he grinned widely, showing me a mouthful of his white teeth. I rolled my eyes by, took a bite of the lasagna, which was as good as it smelled. Any good, he said. And I turned to see he was kneeling beside me, his arms resting on the mattress, looking at me eating with interest. Didn't you have any? I asked, taking another cheesy bite. Nope. Mom made it especially for you. Per my request, he said, looking at my fork coil around another biteful of the delicious combination of the noodles, sauce and cheese. Lots of cheese. I stuck the bite in my mouth and ate it slowly, analyzing his face. The way his hair would fall over his eyes perfectly. Something I noticed so many times, but always seemed to be worthy of jealousy, and the smell that radiated off him only seemed stronger than days ago. I managed to get through the rest of my plate of lasagna without pausing too much to admire his looks. But by the end, I was feeling tired again, slumping in the bed. You should get some sleep, he said, taking the plate. I don't need it. I just slept for 5 freaking days, I muttered, but I was already grasping the pillow again. Sleep too hard to ignore. Just go to sleep, Sam. You're no fun to tease when you have to energy. Your comebacks are awful, he said. I snorted at the remark. His lips pressed warmly against my forehead. Everything is going to be fine, he murmured against my skin. If only I knew his words would always be true. My finger retraced the outline of the heart that had been drawn on the window 100 times. It left a smudged and jagged heart. From my awkward angle, I was sitting next to the window on the bench like Syl, as my breath was blown back across the window from my warm exhale. It disappeared in a cloud of fog, and left only a subtle outline where I'd have to trace it yet again. This, staring out the window all day, was my life for the past 2 days. Maybe more if I bothered to remember back that far. The window seat had become my home. Settled in the darkness of Tristan's room, which I'm sure he wanted back by now. I didn't care. All I wanted was to be left here to sulk. Learning that you're going to possibly die wasn't something you could just shake off. At least if you had my personality. I never realized how truly happy I had felt. Even when discouraged or angry or depressed about my life before all this, but now it crashed down on me as it was all swept away. To be shoved under a rug. Downstairs there was always a constant source of sound, whether it be conversation or someone rummaging through the seemingly never-ending kitchen. It was always present. Not even late into the night anymore. I tried so hard to block out the television that was in the living room in a slanted direction below me. But the sound of any comedian's voice that Rain loved to watch grated my patience. Not only that, but the pack seemingly had practically moved into the pack house, more people coming in than leaving. Meeting after meeting had been held in the Alpha office. The voices only dull and monotone. The room had been made soundproof, so someone even with my hearing couldn't hear their conversations clearly. But the endless way that there were outbursts and angry fights being held downstairs made me certain that I had something to do with it all. The snow fell in a constant blanket, covering the ground by 3 inches at least. I had cracked the window open, but didn't dare go outside to cool down my raging temperature. Snow still was awful, even if it didn't feel as cold anymore. The blanket that someone had put over my shoulders last night when I fell asleep was puddle on the floor besides the seat I was in. Beads of sweat had formed and fell down my neck over the night with that thing on. At least I was sitting at the bench by the window. The day before I had moved over, all I had done was lay in the bed. But laying down with the heater beside the bed had become altogether too uncomfortable. My guess is it was Tristan's or Rain's idea to flush me out of the room and get me up and out of there. But I just moved to the window, and they wouldn't dare step close enough to me to reach over and shut it. I heard another outburst from the office downstairs, and something slam, like fisted hands against a table. Things were getting pretty heated in this argument. My face twisted into a growl, and I saw my fist flash before my eyes and hit the glass window with a sharp thud. My knuckles had met the glass and rested there, motionless. But a thin sliver of a spiderweb line spiraled off from the connection my fist had made. I scowled at the window, reminding myself my strength was definitely greater than before. There was a faint buzz against my hip, and I reached instinctively down to my pants pocket. Surprisingly, my cell phone was still planted in the pocket. Running out of battery. Sure, but it was still there. I slid it open, and there was a bold announcement that said I had one voicemail. My eyebrows scrunched together. No one left me voicemails except Quinn and my dad. And the number was very different from both of them. Sighing, I recalled the voicemail. "You have one unread message," a monotone woman said. The operator. She announced the date, which had been a day earlier. "Hey, Sammy." It was definitely Quinn. Her voice was overly chirpy and happy, that it made me flinch in my depressing attitude. "Sorry I couldn't call you earlier, but I left my phone on my bed before we headed to the airport. I'm calling you from a payphone in Cabo, San Lucas. Having an awesome time, by the way. I really wish you could have left your schoolwork long enough to come up here with us. But I totally understand. I had totally forgotten about the vacation her parents took us on each year for winter break. They weren't big family Christmas people, and preferred to spend it in warmer climates than here in the bitter cold. Oops. My time's running out. Stupid operator took up most of it. Gotta go anyway. Talk to you next week when we get back at school. Love ya," she said. And there was a click, and the line went dead. "You have 0 unread messages," the woman said again before the voicemail hung up on me. The phone just collapsed from my hand, hitting the edge of the bench before clattering onto the wood floor. Tears pricked at my eyes, but I blinked them away. I couldn't speak how much I wished I could just call Quinn back and tell her everything, have her take a first-class speed trip back here just to convince to me that everything would be okay. I didn't even dare think about calling my father. If I did, there was no chance at this point that I'd be able to not spill my whole secret. It was most definitely my secret now, too. I was more than just a person who knew about it. I was it. My heart felt 1,000 times heavier now, more than just heartbreak. It was much, much worse. The phone gave another gasping beep, before I heard it click off, dying on me. Well, there would go any chance of being able to call them. That made feel slightly better. As if I didn't trust myself. And the source of the problem had been removed from the equation. My stomach rumbled with hunger, and my tongue suddenly felt dry and my mouth stale. It was like the phone call had woken me up. The sound of a familiar voice that wasn't in this world waking me up. If only it could all be a dream. I'd give anything for that. Tentatively, I moved away from the window, the coolness disappearing off my skin immediately. My joints creaked and popped with each slow movement. From disuse, wincing from the sound, I gently brought myself into a sitting position facing the room. It seemed so dark now when I looked directly at the room, already made to be dark with the black walls and dark stained wood floors. But the absence of the lights on or a lamp made it bleak. Just because you're a creature of darkness doesn't mean you have to live in it. I froze at the sound, that feral and intimidating voice that I seemed to know all too well. "Aren't you supposed to disappear? I'm not about to give in. It's not even a full moon." I growled, but it ended up coming up like a croak due to the dryness that my throat had become. A low chuckle echoed in my head. "Dear, I never leave, but I'm not always as demanding as when the full moon comes. Just note me as a mentor of sorts," I groaned, the new voice in my head giving me a headache. "Fine. Whatever." I dismissed it submissively. My toes touched the cool wood planks of the floor, and that further encouraged me to step down from the bench. There was probably my permanent impression on the cushion. It was a wonder that there wasn't an outline on the window just from my warm breath. Of my face. Legs tingling, I stood up and stumbled over to the bathroom, using my hand on the walls to keep me supported, and not collapsing from my double condition of my legs falling asleep. Flicking on the bathroom light, I blinked away the spots in my vision but stepped onto the tile defiantly. My gaze was caught on the mirror. A sharp intake of breath. This was worse than when I had woken up with the mark. That day that seemed so long ago, when in reality it was probably only a week. My face looked gaunt but flushed. A deep rose that drifted up from my cheeks up to my ears, which were tinted a red that ran up the ridges of my ear. Lips that were pale pink, but more obvious than before. The mark on my neck had faded from the inflamed red, but had drifted into the blotchy red that looked like I had a major hickey. that surrounded a moon crescent incision of teeth that seemingly was a perfect half circle, pushing away the bangs that hung over my eyes slightly. I tucked my hair behind my ear, glad that my hair color was still the same, if not slightly richer. But my eyes were a different story. The amber color gone from them in total. It was like they weren't my eyes, a deep hazel that was tinged green. But they are your eyes, it's my presence that changes them. So technically, they're our eyes, she murmured, and I shook my head. I never asked for her to be in my head and change every aspect of the way I looked. It was a scary change. So instead of dreading my appearance in front of the mirror, I quickly stripped and turned the shower onto a furious fountain of cool water. It felt good being in an endless stream of the ice-cold water, and I could slowly feel the heat dissipating from my skin. A relief that was more than welcome. Quickly, I toweled myself off and wrapped it tightly around me before running out of the bathroom, so I wouldn't be tempted to glance at my reflection again. Snatching up a shirt and pair of pants from Tristan's dresser, I pulled them on, way baggy around the waist and long in the legs. But nothing, a little rolling up and tying in the back couldn't help. For the first time, I caught a glance at the clock. It was only 11 in the morning. My days must have melded so close together that I could have sworn it was later. Slipping out into the hallway, I ran immediately into someone coming down the hall away from the stairs. I had a weird feeling of déjà vu from when I ran into Tristan coming down the hall that first time I stayed over, but looking up I saw a totally different person in my way, with a totally different set of emotions that were tagged along with my memory of them, to go with them. It was the man from the meeting last week, the one who had argued animatedly against me being there. As a woman, I found my lip wanting to quirk up into a snarl, but I forced myself to stay calm and my face blank. Luckily, he snarled for me. "Excuse me," I asked politely, sidestepping around him, to go towards the stairs. There was my peaceful example of walking away, but he wasn't that type of person, obviously. Stepping in front of me purposefully, he growled underneath his breath. "Do you realize all that you've done just by taking that wrong step?" "I have no idea what in the world you are talking about." I lied. I knew exactly what he was talking about. True, it was my fault that I stumbled upon this pack's secret. But that had nothing to do with him not allowing me to walk down the stairs. Ronson. That was his name. He was the younger-looking guy in the group of older guys in the meetings. Most likely he had some power beneath his seating, or else he wouldn't have dared spoken up to Tristan at the meeting the way he did. "Now let me through," I said, my voice leaning in a more gruff direction. He chuckled darkly. "You'd be best just to get out of here while you can, or there will be harsher consequences for your actions." "Samantha." I froze, my muscles tensing up. Before, I never would have had this kind of reaction to such words. I would have just nodded and moved on meekly. But now I could feel my muscles coiling, coming fully alive from their sedative state of sitting up in the room alone. "Did you just threaten me?" I snarled, my hands closing into fists. "Well, it wasn't a friendly welcome," he remarked sarcastically, before stepping past me and managing to set me off my feet as his shoulder knocked me into the wall. Before I knew it, I whipped back and shoved him in the back with enough force to cause him to stumble a couple footfalls. He turned around quickly, his eyes glinting darkly. "I wouldn't mess with me. You are still a human in comparison to us. A mark and one change doesn't instantly make you one of us. In fact, I can't see you being a threat." He leaned in further, his face inches from mine, and I could feel his breath coinciding with mine. It took all my willpower not to smash a hardened fist into the side of his face. "I quite frankly can't see you making it past the first month." And with that, he was already walking down the hall, at a faster pace, as if he knew that I had about a fingertip's worth of patience left with him, and unlike him, I wasn't afraid to lay more than a couple punches into his pretty little face. "Everything all right?" another voice asked from behind me. By the stairs, I glanced over my shoulder to see Tristan, just coming up the stairs, one foot on the landing. It looked like he hadn't seen the encounter, but no doubt had heard it. Smart of him not to go after Ronson. At this point, I would have snapped at him for trying to take away any independence I had. Who knew being a wolf came with such a possessive and self-right trait? Mood swings had been a constant. "Yeah, I'm fine," I murmured and turned around fully to head down the stairs with him. "At least you're up." Sleeping Beauty, he remarked sarcastically. Took you long enough to let yourself down from that dark cave of a tower of yours? I'm really wanting my room back. You can have it. I laughed. As we reached the bottom. It reeks of your clothes anyway. He rolled his eyes but didn't comment back. Mrs. Everdeen was cooking up a storm in the kitchen. Cleaning up from breakfast and already starting lunch. The amounts looked like enough to feed an army, made me wonder how many people were really staying in this house at the point in time. She looked up at us coming in the doorway. Her hair misplaced out of her normally semi-neat bun. A piece of it hanging in front of her face. She blew it away. Before smiling widely at us. Samantha. Darling. I'm sure you're starving. She didn't mention a bit about me being up in Tristan's room for so long. And for that I was appreciative. My stomach rumbled in its own response. Sure. Thanks, I said, giving a weak smile. Still not really over the hallway scuffle. Just trying to relax the amount of adrenaline in my blood. No problem. I'll get to yours first. All these men in the house can wait a few extra minutes for their second meal of the day. They'd probably eat each other if I wasn't here in the kitchen working nonstop. She said, pulling out sandwich ingredients. How many people are staying here? I asked Tristan in a soft voice as I was walking right behind him towards the table. Oh, not that many. Only a couple, he said, and I could tell there was a tinge of a lie in his voice. But I decided not to push against it. Every one of us had their reasons for not spilling their whole minds onto the table. A sandwich was produced before my face just as Rain entered the room. A newspaper in hand as he yawned. Oh. Hey, Sam, he said casually, not sounding the least bit uncomfortable around me. At least the thought of me dying wasn't affecting everyone terribly. And surprisingly, I was happy for that. Maybe I could forget it myself. Well, it's not up to you, though. So, too bad. My inner wolf taunted in my mind as if we were quibbling over a piece of candy and the owner of it. Not my life. I glanced around the table, no one looking at me directly. At least no one else could hear the crazy voices inside my head. It's not up to you either. Now shut up. I growled inside my head before turning my full attention towards my sandwich, which was looking better and better by the second. And it tasted as good as it looked. But it was gone before I knew it, and thankfully a second. And closely after that, a third sandwich was given to me. Only when I was satisfied that I wasn't going to pass out from hunger. I allowed myself to actually breathe or look up at the other table occupants. Another 2 guys had waltzed into the kitchen and were picking up plates of sandwiches and chips from the counter, which had been set out for them, waiting to be picked up. Someone nudged my arm, making me look over at them. Tristan was getting up from the table. Come on. We're leaving, he said matter-of-factly. I raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah. And where to? I'm not exactly in the condition to up and waltz out to do something random. Too bad. You too, Blondie, Tristan said, indicating to Rain, who sighed in an over-exaggerated manner, but got up from the table also. Tristan pulled me up to my feet and tugged me away from the kitchen. Mrs. Everdeen smiling in an almost sad tone as we left. No, seriously. I don't want to go anywhere, I protested, trying to pull my arm from Tristan's grip, but instead I was rewarded with Rain grabbing my other arm and being picked up off my feet. My feet dangled in the air as both boys carried me towards the door. I grumbled all the way, feeling very off balance, not being able to cross my arms in defiance or plant my feet into the ground to try and provide friction against the unwelcome movement. I'm not kidding in any sense. Tristan, I'm not in the mood to do anything. Shoes were put on my feet, as if I was a little kid. Which was pretty accurate since I was throwing a temper tantrum like one. Come on, Sammy. Put some effort into this protesting. You're getting so boring lately. Rain yoked. Something I expected Tristan to say. But I guess they were finally wearing off on one another. I growled, and attempted to kick Tristan in the shin. But he just shifted his hold on my arm and my leg swatted at the empty air in front of where his leg would be stepping in the next second. Being stuck in the middle of them in the truck before I knew it. I finally was able to cross my arms, but my anger had slightly dissipated, leaving me wondering what in the world they were planning on doing to me, this absurd guy. who was supposedly my mate. He is, and his brother. Must have been out of their minds. Couldn't they see or hear exactly that I didn't have all that much time left if what Chelsea had said was accurate? I didn't speak to either of them during the car trip, trying to prove a useless point that I wasn't okay with this. And I'd probably be better off back lounging in Tristan's room, sifting through my mind and memories than here. And I would be if I had the strength to fight them off. What was werewolf strength good for if I still didn't have a chance when up against Tristan, as usual? Most of anything that was interesting was at least a half-hour away from town, and by then my arms were still crossed across my chest, but slack and loose. We pulled into a parking lot that I didn't recognize until I read the sign in front of the large building, "Go-karting," I asked incredulously. My mouth dropped open. Of course. Tristan shrugs. I'd shoot him daggers with my eyes if I had the nerve to look at him without tearing his own eyes out. Rain smiles and shakes his head as if he knows this seems totally out of character, but gets out and down from the truck anyway. It's obvious now that Tristan has no regard for how I am feeling. Mood swings again. Inner wolf chirps in and I want to slug her too. Come on. I bet I can beat you. Tristan says, getting down from the cab and offering me a hand to help me down. I stare at his hand for a few moments, my mind trying to decide between going with him or just staying here like the stubborn person I am. It would do you good. He has your best interests at heart. Sam, you've been thinking and sitting around for the past who knows how really long. Go with him. On normal circumstances, I would have loved to prove her or anyone else wrong with that statement, but it sounded a bit good at the moment. And despite most of my thoughts, I grasped his hand. The lines were all too long, and the laser tag was crowded beyond belief. It was a wonder why people came to places like this. It was utter chaos to the extreme. A group of screaming kids ran past us as we walked in the door, heading towards the laser tag room. Guns held high in the air like weapons of war. My wide eyes followed them across our path. Now, seriously, we can turn back any time. I offered them, half-heartedly. But of course I was shot down by both brothers, probably excited to get on the go-karts. It was all indoors. The whole thing. The track that the go-karts were placed on was a huge and winding road that traveled throughout the whole room, only leaving space for people to cross to the other building where I could see the flashing lights of an arcade. Only the Everdeen brothers would think to bring a depressed person here. I was tugged into the line for them, sandwiched in between Rain and Tristan, feeling quite insignificant between two people, a good half-foot taller. They were watching the cars with a sort of childlike amazement. You two look like nerds. You can drive real cars. I don't see the point in wanting to drive a miniature version, I said with a casual eye roll. Tristan's arm went around my shoulder. The heat difference between us not so drastic anymore. I felt like a furnace in here. His head dropped down to beside my ear, whispering, "Come on, Sam. Have a little fun. It's not that bad." Then he kissed my cheek. Yep. Definitely not the same Tristan I knew. But my face lit up like a Christmas tree anyway. A bright red of embarrassment. Especially the one heated spot where his lips had been. The line slowly moved forward, another group of children messing around and going underneath all the ropes that marked the lines for the karting, only to be told that they need to leave the area or go to the back of line. Finally, we were the ones let through to the lane where you boarded the cars. Rain took the one up front, looking smug at us as he did so. Then there was the threesome of teenagers who all took their own carts, and the lady with her 6-year-old son taking the double-seater. The little boy bouncing in his seat excitedly. "I'll just go on the next ride." I started to make an excuse and walk out of the area. But Tristan grinned and caught my wrist before I could take a step back. "Nope. Quite frankly, I don't trust you. Get in," he said. And I looked down at the last double-seater. Sighing, I scrambled into the passenger's side of the little cart, sliding my legs underneath the hood of the car. Tristan sat down beside me, the compartment all of a sudden becoming very snug. He reached over to strap the seatbelt over both of us. I looked at him, at his face, which was hinted with a smile, but otherwise thoughtful and in-depth as always. The guy in charge of the track came around in front of us, checking all the seatbelts to make sure they were secure. "Why'd you bring me here?" "Tristan," I asked, looking up at him very seriously. You can't have seriously forgotten what Chelsea said. He turned his head slightly, looking me in the eye, his silver ones holding my own, reflecting off to where I could see the unnatural hazel tint to them. The answer seemed to take a lifetime to get out of him, and the person came over the speaker announcing the long list of rules and regulations to us. Sam, this isn't the end. And I know it, he said in all seriousness, equally matching mine. All the childlike playfulness gone in the excitement of the place. His black hair hung over his forehead, as loose, curled, and bouncy as ever. Made me want to run my hands through it again, but they stayed clasped in my lap, winding over one another. You can't possibly know that, I said, my voice cracking. I do, there's no reason I can't. Whatever happened between us, I'm glad it did. I know that it's meant to be. Samantha, you are my. But his voice was cut off by the sound of the starting horn, and the cars started, and whatever he had planned on saying was drowned out by all the other cars. But before he could place his foot on the gas, I leaned in and kissed him on the lips. It was one of those rare times when I caught him surprised, instead of the other way around, and I smiled against his lips. Short and sweet. It was over, and he smiled before starting after everyone else. I told you I'd beat you, Rain said as we exited the place, discussing how he cut us off in the track, using very animate movements with his hands. I rolled my eyes but grinned and shoved him a bit. That's only because you totally cheated and rammed into our car bumper. He opened his mouth, appalled. I could not dare to do such a thing, Samantha. How dare you accuse me of such? Tristan rolled his eyes and shoved Rain from the other side. Come on. You yelled, take that, suckers, when you rammed into the back of the little lady with her kid. You're evil on the track. Rain eventually just grinned easily. After the ride, I had actually gotten into it, and had been the one demanding to go laser tagging, but it had been just our luck that the place was overfilled with a family party of 30. A 30-kid party seemed a bit much. Don't you think? But apparently birthday parties weren't like they used to be, where you had your best friend and the other friend who tagged along with you all the time. Now you invited your whole grade. What about swimming, I offered, throwing out something to do. Both Rain and Tristan looked at me like I was crazy, and I just shrugged. What? You do realize that it's easily 10 degrees out. The lake is probably frozen, and you, the person who hates cold more than anyone on the face of the planet, want to go swimming, Rain said, a hand on my shoulder, looking me in the eye seriously. Shaking him off, I stepped ahead of them, walking towards the car. I'm being serious. I feel like I'm running a temperature of 108. It's like I'm burning from the inside out, I said, even taking off the light jacket they had forced on me. But all too quickly Rain's hands were there, putting the jacket up. No, you don't. I growled, but he zipped up the zipper quickly. Even if you were running a so-called temperature of a 108, you still could get pneumonia. With emphasis, he pulled the hood over my head, taking away my vision. Roughly, I tugged the hood off, scowling at both of their faces. So what's your guys' brilliant ideas? They looked at each other, and then back at me. Ice cream, Rain offered. That was something I could deal with. The ice cream place was only a few miles down the road, and we drove in the truck once again to get there. It took a lot of fighting about me wanting Tristan to have to sit in the back of the truck with the wind and all, but as always, I ended up smooshed in the middle. But at least I had the upside of knowing I would be getting something out of it. So you think this will cool me down some, I asked, trying to turn on the air conditioning, but my hand was swatted away. How are you guys not going crazy in the warmth of this cab, I asked, throwing my hands in the air. Tristan looked at me curiously, and all of a sudden his hand was on my forehead, in a desperate attempt to get him away from me so I didn't go totally insane in his presence. I tried to grab his wrist and twist it away from me, but instead my hand met empty air, his hand already back at his side, with a smug grin on his face. Well, usually werewolves don't run as high of a temperature as you are now. We are much cooler, only slightly above normal human temperature, he pointed out. And I did recall the slight coolness of when his hand met my head. So, it's the full moon thing, I asked, trying to stay cool in my mind. It would come back to this eventually, so I couldn't let myself go all depressive whenever it was brought up. Tristan nodded and reached across me, switching the radio station. Ah. Tristan, you know I hate country, Rain complained, his hand flashing away from the steering wheel to change the station again. But Tristan stopped him. No, you don't. You might hate country, but I hate this pop crap you have on. Who the heck is this? He asked, incredulous at the person saying basically the same note over and over again in the song. Lady Gaga. Get some culture. Trist. Rain said, a casual roll of the eye, attempting to change the station once again. This is culture. Been around much longer than this, lady, whoever has been. Tristan growled, annoyed. I had never known Tristan liked country. The only things I had ever seen or heard him listening to was classical and the occasional jazz. But country never pegged him for the type. Really, this is my truck, Rain said, just as annoyed. And just my luck to have to be caught in the middle of this. They were practically clawing at the dashboard, Rain's second hand almost leaving the steering wheel. Okay, I said, pushing both of their hands away from the poor radio. Wouldn't be surprised if there was a button missing in the scramble. I set Rain's hand back on the steering wheel. You drive. And I put Tristan's hand and threw it towards him, not wanting to really set it on his lap. You. Just stop. It's not that big of a deal. Look, we're already here. Both guys' attention snapped towards the place with a giant ice cream cone on top. How original. Pulling into the parking space. No one wanted to get out of the car more than me. Practically crawling over Tristan to reach cool air, giving me a pointed look that said that if I did that, he would have some great sarcastic remark to go with it. And probably never live me down. Always something he'd be able to throw back at me in a moment's notice. So I stayed put grumpily until he had gotten out. It felt as good outside as I could have wanted. And taking a few deep breaths of the frigid air, I started to feel better. The heat was something closed in if being contained for too long. I had learned that much in the past 72 hours. If only that doctor of the pack, Chelsea, would have had something that could have kept this fever at bay. But like she said, something like this hasn't happened in a very long time. Learn from history, or it will repeat itself. Suddenly I hated that saying. Of course it wasn't me that should have learned from my ancestors' mistakes. I stole a quick glare at Tristan. But unfortunately his back was turned to me, not receiving the full brunt of it. But even I would have felt daggers in my back like that. Hurry up, Sam, or I'm not paying for your ice cream and you'll have to fend for yourself, Rain called back. Almost to the parlor shop, like door to the ice cream place. Even though it was most likely warmer in there than out here, I came to the decision. He had the money. I couldn't stay out here forever. Plus, it couldn't be that warm in there, could it? That place sold only ice cream, can't have it melt. But I was wrong. Stepping in, there was not as bad as a sauna. But it might as well have been. A heater blowing on my face the first step I made into the place. But neither brother seemed to notice that. Walking straight to the counter. Picking out their ice cream. I just want a soft serve. Vanilla, I said to Tristan, who nodded, still looking over the hard scoop flavors. The seat in the corner of the room seemed to be the one most out of the way of the heaters. And I slid into the booth, my head resting in my hands. Even with my fever-induced hands, my head felt warm. I was one of those people who hated feeling sick. Not that anybody loved it, but I hated it almost as much as I hated the cold well previous to this. How much I hated the cold. It made me feel vulnerable and susceptible to other things that would be thrown in my direction. At least I wasn't shaking the usual way I would when I got fevers. Here, and a bowl of vanilla ice cream appeared before me. The size of Mount Everest. A cone resting precariously on the top. My eyes widened. But I nodded my thanks to Tristan, who sat on the other side of the table from me. His own personal flavor sitting in front of him, I would have thanked him using words. But I was already too busy taking a scoop of the ice cream into my mouth by the plastic spoon speared into the mound of ice cream. The taste of vanilla exploded in my mouth, with a welcoming chill that spread down my throat as I swallowed, not even bothering to wait for it to melt in my mouth. What flavor did you get? I asked. Now as Rain sat down beside me, a cone of chocolate chip mint already 15 licks into it. Tristan looked up, pointing a finger at him, and I nodded, eating another spoonful. I don't know what to call it, really. I just asked the lady for a scoop of every flavor. He shrugged, and my nose wrinkled up in mild disgust. That sounds appetizing, I said, my voice strained by the lie. And Rain chuckled. He always does that. He can never decide which flavor he really wants. Maybe I like a taste of everything. It doesn't necessarily mean that I can't choose. It's that I don't want to, Tristan said, pointing a spoon in Rain's direction. Despite my immediate reaction to the large portion of ice cream that had originally been placed before me, it disappeared rather quickly. The place was empty, except for the person behind the counter, looking especially bored while reading a magazine. Her mouth busily chomping down on a piece of gum. I couldn't blame people. Not many are willing to have an ice cream cone in the middle of December unless it comes with a hot chocolate beside it. Wait, the middle of December? It wasn't the middle of December. My mind told me that much. Did I sleep through Christmas? I asked suddenly, causing both guys' heads to jerk up. Rain said uneasily. Oh God, I had slept through Christmas. My dad's most important holiday since the beginning of time. Well, I was more sort of in a mini coma than asleep. But that wasn't the point. How had I not gotten any messages from him? What day is it? I asked. The 28th? I had just missed it. The thought of my dad sitting home alone in the large apartment of his, waiting for me to come, was sickening. My phone must have been dead when he tried to call me, but then I wouldn't have been able to get Quinn's message. Maybe he called the wrong number. While my mind frantically panicked, my stomach went crazy with the sudden stress, doing somersaults. Before I knew it, I was making a beeline for the bathroom, a hand covering my mouth as I pushed open the women's door, as like the main room. The women's bathroom was deserted, and I felt the whole contents of the ice cream come back up into the porcelain toilet as I fell to my knees. This was the other part of being sick that I hated. Food didn't taste as good coming back up, heaving until there was nothing left in my stomach. A whole lot of ice cream. I still felt sick, if not in my stomach, but in my head. My only family, and they didn't know where in the world I was or my state and condition. That was awful enough. But the fever came raging back as the effects of the cold desert wore off as they were flushed down the toilet. I can probably guarantee you that he knows that you're safe. Fatherly instinct. I groaned at the sound. But the words did make me feel a tad better. My father wasn't stupid. But I still muttered. Shut up. In the empty bathroom, there was a knock on the door and I vaguely heard it push open, and felt someone kneel down beside me, a cool hand on my back, and I knew it was either Tristan or Rain. I couldn't see him doing something like this. No matter how nice he was, well, much nicer than Tristan. I still couldn't see him being the one to come check on me. Go away, I muttered into the bowl, trying to push myself up. The hand immediately left my back, instead helping me try to stand up. Won't do for the moment. I'm not leaving you here right now. You might tell someone the secret. It confirmed that it was Tristan. My recognition flickered at the mention of the secret, causing me to snort at the thought. No thoughts about me spilling now. I walked over to the sink, shaking off Tristan's hand as I did so. The water from the faucet didn't look all that good to be drinking, since it was tinged yellow. But I dipped my head under the water and swished the taste of the ice cream out of my mouth, finally looking up. I stared in the mirror. Why, it seemed like I was looking more different and more awful every time I did so. You don't look awful, Tristan said. Had I just said that last sentence out loud? I don't, I asked, hopeful, smiling a little. Yeah. You look beautiful like winter. I started to smile wider, until he continued. Cold, depressing and lifeless. Any questions, he said, and my mouth dropped. Smirking, he patted my back and left the bathroom, leaving me in shock. Nice Tristan always managed to leave once his presence was becoming known. Old habits must die hard. Jerk. I splashed water on my face once more, trying to get some color in my cheeks. I didn't look that lifeless, did I? Ending up leaving the bathroom feeling only slightly better than when I went in. I walked straight to the table, First thing was throwing the rest of the ice cream into the trash can directly next to the booth. Rain wasn't surprised. And his and Tristan's desserts were already gone. Second, I sat down slowly, feeling very bitter about Tristan's sarcasm, but at least the after effects of throwing up in the bathroom was that now I felt better the more time I spent at the table. Rain's phone rang, and I vaguely heard him answer it. I was already sitting down with my head in my arms that were folded across the white tabletop. Rain murmured into his phone, and I felt the vibration as he got up from the table. Tristan stayed put, silent for once. There was a clink against the table, and my head shifted so I could see what had happened. The lady from the counter, still popping her gum noisily, was setting a glass of water with a paper-covered straw on the table. Tristan smiled at her, and I saw her wink at him. Not even my glare at him could stop his chuckling. "Did you get this for me?" I asked, unwrapping the straw when he nudged the glass towards me. "No. Rain did," he said, taking out his own phone and pressing a button, making the screen light up. At times like this, I wondered if I liked Rain much more than Tristan. But then again, there wasn't much about Tristan that was lovable when you first started to get to know him. Now, I knew a little more. But it still felt abrasive with his sarcasm and utter not caring. The water tasted good, the ice clinking in the silence of the ice cream store. The glass was sweating by the time Rain came back in from outside. I thought he was going to sit down next to us, but instead, he just handed over the truck keys to Tristan. That was Ronson. There was another meeting called suddenly by reference of new information. "He's coming to pick me up." I stiffened at the young guy werewolf's name, but stayed silent. Sipping on my water, Tristan started to get up, but Rain placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "I need to be there too." "Rain, I'm the beta if you haven't forgotten," Tristan protested, but his older brother just shook his head slightly. "Yeah, I haven't forgotten. But you don't need to be there for this. Just keep Sam out of the house today. It'll do both of you some good." And with that and a wink, he walked away towards the door. The second time Rain had left the two of us in a restaurant, this was becoming his exit line lately. Sitting there now, with Tristan, had suddenly become very uncomfortable. But saying something about leaving would mean we would have to get into the car. And I was positive that would be even more so uncomfortable. He glanced at me, those silver eyes catching mine for a moment, before I looked down, embarrassed. After all we had been through, I was still embarrassed when I had to look him in the eye. Nothing, not even being marked and going through a first change alone, had even hampered that. He cleared his throat. "Well, we can't go back. So, I repeated hollowly. "So, where do you want to go?" he asked. And I immediately thought of going back for laser tagging. But it had only been half an hour. The kid party was probably still there, crowding up the whole place. Other than that, no other place really came to mind. Besides leaving out of the area and going up to the city to see my dad. But that could possibly be the worst option I could have thought of. I loved him and everything. And right now I was afraid I wouldn't be able to keep such a big secret from him at the moment. It was all too much, and not being able to trust myself around my own father kept me at bay from traveling all that way. Though it would have been nice to introduce him to Tristan, who, comparing through Mom's old stories of my dad, sounded just like him at that age. They would get along amazingly. I just realized that Tristan was still waiting for an answer. "I don't know. Anywhere, I guess. I don't get out much," I uttered, embarrassed again. But of course that could just be my temperature heating up my cheeks. "That's obvious," he replied with an eye roll. "I guess we can just head to the park. The snow isn't that bad down there. And I'd really like to see the river," he said. And I nodded in agreement. At the mention of the river, I knew it was a different park he was talking about. Not the one that was near our houses, well, closer to mine than his. We both got up and out of the booth, and I waved to the girl behind the counter, glazed into her magazine again, too far to notice. Another annoying pop of gum later, and we were out the door, already into the blissful cold. Not a word I would have thought to describe the winter season. But things change. My jacket had been shed. Without Rain's constant vigilance to make sure I had it on, I stuck to my hoodie, hands stuffed into the adjoining pocket. Another piece of clothing that had been found in the car, that I'd left in there last time I went to the pier with them. And I was happy to have it back, despite wanting to get back at him. I think mentioning Rain leaving for the meeting a sore subject that would most likely put him in a worse mood than he was now. So I simmered, arms stuffed into pockets, glancing occasionally at him who seemed to be just as closed off. "So why do you want to see the river exactly?" I said, reluctantly getting up into the truck, which seemed empty without Rain's laughter and jokes. Tristan shrugged while turning on the car. Key in the ignition. Great. Two stubborn people in the same confines. Just have to get out of town for a while. Don't need to have the impulse to go back to the meeting. Guess I didn't need to be the one to mention the Rain disappearance. That's reasonable, I said slowly, and glanced over to see that. Like I expected. He was giving me that one eyebrow raise of curiosity. Maybe both of us didn't have to be all that stubborn. Maybe. Yeah. It is, he said. And then there was silence as we drove once more. Not so much of an awkward silence as it should have been. But it was nice to be able to finally have a window seat. My mind constantly drifted back to my father. Alone in that big apartment waiting for me to come in the door like I had done on Thanksgiving. Was he all right? Did he think I was all right? Nerve-wracking thoughts like these were enough to bring back my old nail-biting habit. But I restrained my hands in my lap. If only I had my cell phone, I could call him and say everything was all right. You know, I called him. I looked back up at Tristan, who was still staring down the road. Driving. Called who? Your dad. About you not coming for Christmas. I said I was worried about the weather conditions on the road and didn't think it was safe for you to be driving on them. He shrugged nonchalantly. No big deal. Really, who'd you say you were? Just a friend. You know, Tristan could be a complete jerk, and yet still have a totally different side of him that could be thoughtful enough to call my dad. It warmed my heart a bit. Just enough for me to be able to tease him. You do like me, I squealed, poking him in the shoulder. Admit it, you like me. I crooned, grinning goofily. He rolled his eyes. I just called him for his sake. Don't overproportionate. Samantha. He sighed. But I could tell he was smiling a little bit too. That was enough for me. But you like me, I said softly. That earned me a glare that kick-fired my grin. I scooted over to his side of the bench seat, back into my normal truck seat. Leaning my head against his shoulder, I closed my eyes, taking in a deep breath. His smell, no scent. So potent to my sensitive senses. Woods and mint. On his breath from every time he exhaled. The sound of his beating heart in my ears that were close to his neck. Cheek pressed against his cool skin. You know I can't drive with you being this close. Tristan grumbled. Half-heartedly, but he shifted slightly, and my face rested more comfortably against his shoulder. Don't care, I mumbled, and he sighed again. Letting me be so close. Maybe that's all I could ever ask for. But for the moment, it was enough. I love parks. Have I ever said that? I asked. Trampling on the snow. Being random. No. Tristan replied simply, walking ahead of me towards the river that was beyond another set of trees. But waiting long enough for me to amble next to him. You never answered why you wanted to come here. I brought up my previous question yet again, earning myself another sigh. He slid his hand over mine. My warmth meeting his cool skin again. It was me and my dad's favorite fishing spot. The churning water of the river seemed far from a good fishing spot. But I could picture it in the summer, the sun shining down on the glittering water and a man and his son fishing on the beach. Me and my dad used to fish too. Hated gutting them. I shivered in fake disgust, but it brought a slight smile on his face. But that was my favorite part, he said sarcastically, making both of us laugh. A bough of the tree above us drooped with snow, dropping chunks into the water. It melted as the water washed it away. A swirl of blue and white. Wrong territory. Everdeen, a voice said in the silence after our laughter. One heartbeat, one frantic and heavily thudded heartbeat was all it took for my blood to chill at the voice that I recognized. Ian, wrong territory. Everdeen. My skin grew goosebumps despite my temperature. And I found myself amazed that one voice could pack enough punch to knock your breath out of your lungs, without having the person even touch you, and most definitely not in a good way. I stood there, dumbstruck, glancing over at an equally as frozen in place Tristan. His chest didn't even move up and down with breath, and the hammering of my heart in my ears drowned out the sounds of the forest around us. The falling snow that trailed down was only a blur in the corner of my eye now, my vision fading the farther it got away from my object of focus. Tristan's face was hardened into a mask of steel, and his fists clenched. He turned around swifter than I could have broken out of my trance-like state, almost like even though he had been caught off guard. He knew something like this was going to happen. You do know you are on Redwood territory, don't you? Tristan, I mean, come on. What kind of beta would that make you? Ian taunted. And as I turned, half shielded by Tristan's broad back, got a good look at him leaning against a tree. His arms were crossed over his chest, and his shoulder was rested nonchalantly on the frost-bitten bark of the tree, a smirk covering his face, shielded none by his recently cut hair. The curly queues of brown locks that had covered his forehead the last time we met, cut sharply into a neat yet messy buzz cut. I knew you were incompetent. But seriously, Ian scoffed, shaking his head slightly and knocking some of the flakes of snow from his hair. A mute growl came from Tristan. I could only tell his irritation from the deep tremors that erupted from his back, my arm grazing the warmth of his shirt so close to his skin. His muscles relaxed, though, mildly, but still alert as he looked quizzically at Ian. It isn't much good for an alpha to confront a minor problem such as a trespassal instead of sending someone else. Like an omega. He shot back coolly. My eyes widened at the scene being laid out in front of me. Ian. I had sort of realized that he had been a part of the Redwood pack. I had found that out during one of the many listen-ins that I had spent upstairs in my, well, Tristan's room. Two of the muted words that I had managed to pick out, but him being the alpha of that pack, that was a shock. And from the tension that was practically visible in the air between the two males, something was not well between the two packs, so much to be found out and taken in a matter of seconds before the banter seemed to continue. No. Quite truly, I take this matter quite personally. See, I don't take in my rivals' members, especially the decisive ones, Ian said, mouth turning up in distaste. I let out a deep breath that I had been holding. Safe behind Tristan, like watching from the seats of a theater. Almost too surreal to comprehend. My stalker and my jerk in the same place. Two separate worlds that had nothing to do with one another. And yet everything. We have nothing of yours. Ian, you know that our side of the pack broke off because of the feud that had been going on as long as our forefathers can remember. The decision was final. And yet you still keep bringing the tension back up in all of our faces. Craftily. With his arm, he pushed his weight off from the tree, taking a near silent step towards us, before pausing once again. His head was tilted slightly to one side, almost as if curiosity, mouth tilting down a bit. His eyes were a hard crystal silver, the same shade as Tristan's and any other shifters I had seen thus far besides me. But I doubt I really even counted. I slid a bit out from behind Tristan, asserting my presence more. But Tristan shifted and blocked me partly from view again. A human shield. My jaw clenched. But I stayed put. Now, that's where you are so very wrong. You do have something of mine, and I'm not stopping until I get it. Ian's words sounded so determined and absolute. It caused shivers to go up my spine. Another step closer, and this time from Tristan. The absence of his warmth against my arm, leaving me inches behind him. And a clearer view. But Tristan's intent wasn't about my visibility. My hand shot out to grasp his forearm and keep him from going any further. His muscles clenched underneath my fingers, but he stayed back in place there. It seemed that was the first time Ian really noticed I was there. His center of attention capturing on Tristan. The bigger threat, most likely. But I could see the subtle change of his facial features as he looked at me. Softening almost. His eyes widened slightly. Probably at the slight physical changes like my eyes. And the stiffness of my clenched jaw. teeth grounding together slowly. I stood firm in my place, my back straight and chin slightly lifted. Whatever he was playing at here, I would not be seen as a weak link. But despite my firm stance against this fight that was probably coming, I had resolved in my mind to stay silent. My mouth had other ideas. Leave us be. Ian. My voice was steely and sounded so very foreign in a scene like this. I had suddenly been inserted into an exchange that had not needed me. All because I couldn't press my lips tightly enough together. Instead of having any real influence, though, the most I seemed to do was allow Ian to raise an eyebrow. Amused with my protest, my eyes narrowed and I almost released Tristan's arm to step forward myself. But instead I just dug my fingers into his skin a bit more, which didn't bother him much. You heard her. Let us go, and we'll be on our way. I only came for answers. And there seems to be no way we can resolve them in a peaceful manner. So there should be no reason we should stay, Tristan said, in a low, quiet voice, the growl hidden underneath layers of his deep baritone words. The water churned behind us, an endless torrent that was asserting itself nearby. My fear from earlier was subsiding more into an extreme caution, so my beating heart allowed me to hear the ice-cold water spiraling in spouts from the little drop-off. Ian's eyes analyzed us in a calm and eerie manner. Face as still as a statue and as expressionless as one, despite being within 10 feet of a supposed enemy that had separated his pack and reins for decades. Even possibly centuries if the problem delved deep enough. But even though his presence packed so much fear into my blood, his appearance still looked so average to me. The day I had met him in the restaurant seemed ages away. And he had looked just as normal as anyone else there. Except for the alluring silver eyes that threw only the knowing off of their true persona. Let me talk to her. And I'll let you go without any persecution for the time, Ian said suddenly, causing me to jolt a bit. Coming out of thought, Tristan's arms stiffened. What I glanced up at him and his eyes were only on Ian. As mine turned back on, let me talk to Samantha, and I'll let you leave, he said. Slower this time, enunciating it carefully with a slight smirk. No. We can just. Tristan started, but I stepped out a bit from his arm. Not all too hesitantly. I'll talk to him. Tristan turned to me. Eyes full of alarm, even thought his face showed nothing but growing fury towards his enemy. I gave him a steady look back. This needed to be taken care of once and for all. Ian had me here. He could have taken me, killed me or whatever, and all he wanted to do was talk. This needed to end, and I had the power to do so. I can talk to him. It's simple, and then we can leave. There is no need to get into a fight over this. My voice wavered a bit, but I cleared my throat to cover it up. He wasn't buying it. No. His grip was now fiercely pinning my arm. He has been after you for months now. I can't just leave you alone with him, and I know him personally. He's not one to just talk and move on. He wants something from you. Tristan growled under his breath, giving fierce glances in Ian's direction, who was just watching our hushed conversation in the same amused manner. Let go. I pulled my arm, actually managing to get it free from his grip. A surprise for us both. Only a few moments. I'm not as much of a pushover as you might think, and you can hang only a few feet away. I am going to speak to him. Not that I really wanted to, but what was the price of freedom from all of this? He was about to protest against me once more. But I glared him down. Put in an unusual position where he actually didn't want to be the one causing trouble, he sighed irritably. Low enough that Ian couldn't hear his clear annoyance of the fact of his opposition. He probably wanted to start flying fists at Ian right now, which I couldn't say I blamed him much. I wanted to too, but we were on their territory and I already knew enough that this wasn't allowed. Fine. But I am only going to be a few trees away and can intervene at any point. This is going to be quick and clean. And then we are getting out of here, he demanded. I was about to protest, saying he was the one who got us into all this mess in the first place. So he was in no position to be making demands. But I just nodded firmly after a moment's hesitation. He glared swiftly at Ian before stepping away, passing him just short of roughly bumping shoulders. Ian glanced back at him, as he reluctantly traipsed away towards the trees a bit farther away. Safely away from most hearing range, now Ian's eyes returned to mine. As I stood there, trying to feel tall, but for some reason I felt oh so very short in his presence. After all those years of looking down on girls and guys alike, I had managed to find an assortment of people who towered over me, including the person standing before me. He was at least a few inches taller than Tristan even, and just as coiled in muscles that were relatively relaxed on his arms as he took a slow step towards me. Samantha. I blinked. If that's all he really wanted to say, I could have just walked away from it all, but I stood and waited for his sentence to finish. You don't know why I want to talk to you, do you? For a moment I didn't respond, thinking over it carefully, but eventually just shook my head. No, I don't, I said evenly, arms crossing in front of my chest. Silence. For someone who had wanted this conversation in the first place, he wasn't saying a whole lot. I can just leave now. Ian. I don't need to go through all of this anymore, I said, taking a step away. But his hand shot out and grasped my wrist before I could do anything, roughly yanking my hand away from his hot grip. I stumbled back. No. I need to convince you. I can't go on like this anymore, he said, his voice barely a whisper. The only thing that kept me from walking away was the hint of pain in his eyes. And my overwhelming sympathy for people kept me halted in place. I gave a quick glance back at Tristan, who had moved from his perch against the tree. But I slightly shook my head for him to stay in place. Fine. But you don't have much time. I doubt my mind can be changed from what I really think of you at this point. I sighed as I turned back to Ian, who had taken a step closer, bringing us back to the distance that we were before I had started away. I haven't been stalking you just for the sake of it. That would probably put me in the category of the clinically insane. He smirked wryly, but I wasn't moved much. In my mind, he probably was insane for even just stalking me for whatever reasoning he had behind it in his twisted mind. Oh yeah. Then why have you? Just to attempt to scare me into submission. Huh, I said, eyes narrowing with the growl in my voice. He flinched at my tone, but only slightly. So rough with the word, Sammy, he murmured under his breath, and my hands clenched at my sides at his use of my father's nickname for me. He couldn't have possibly known that's what my dad called me. Could have. I want you to come back with me to my pack, he stated finally. A release of breath from his lips, like he had finally broken the ice on something that had been burning inside of him to be let free. My eyebrows immediately rose. What? Why would I want to go back there? So you could use me as a pawn. For whatever reason that I'm still alive, I started ranting, my voice rising. But he held a hand in the air, silencing me despite what I wanted to say more. No. I want you to come back to my pack and be my mate. Even the rants inside my head fell silent in surprise, my mouth gaping to form words that weren't even there. Like a dying fish. Before you say anything, I need you to consider all of this. You could have all the power you wanted. Being alpha female of a pack stronger than this Moon Creek pack. A position higher than the one you have your sights on with Tristan. He sneered in his direction, and I heard a clearly audible snarl from his direction. He might have not been able to hear the conversation, but visual insults weren't going well with him. When my mind kicked back into gear, the first thought that I thought I would have had in this situation, even though I had never even imagined one quite like this, disappeared to make way for the one that escaped my mouth. Why? He took another step closer. Because you remind me of her, he murmured. Low enough that I shouldn't have heard it, but it was quite possible he had forgotten my change. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath. You still smell of human. And so much like her, he moaned. And my eyebrow furrowed in confusion. Who it seemed the only questions I had really even been asking were the simpler ones. Opening his eyes once again, I was engulfed in their warm silver pools. Nothing like Tristan's. The ones I had grown to love, but none less the mesmerizing this close. My real mate. She was just like you. What? She was tall, 'cause believe me, there are probably plenty of tall girls in the pack I bet you could be mates with, I said half sarcastically, half trying to convince him to back away from whatever fixation he had on me. He chuckled. No. She was human. Well, at least you were human. But I could have saved her, and she could have been like you, he said, his voice dying off and the laughter draining away like someone had just rained on his parade. But you could come with me now. And we could be the alphas of a very influential pack. His eyes sparkled a bit more at the sound of the proposition he was giving me. In my mind, there wasn't even a flicker of curiosity of whether or not I wanted to take him up on it. In fact, it disgusted me a bit. The mere thought of being with anyone other Tristan. Though our time together had been short, my ties to him were stronger than any other, and I couldn't separate the fact of us together. But my inner wolf was edging on betrayal, leaping at the sound of more power to me. Of course, wolves wanted to be at the top of the pack. The sheer power they had over every other member. My nose wrinkled slightly in disgust at myself. If I hadn't ever been changed, then I wouldn't be having these thoughts. I can't do that, I murmured. It was his turn to look at me with surprise. In his eyes, it seemed that it had been a sure thing. What he said. His normal low voice, going up half an octave. On normal circumstances, I probably would have smirked. But I stayed solemn and utterly serious. You can't be serious. I'm offering you. He laid both of his hands lightly on my shoulders. We were slightly out of view from Tristan, and I wished we weren't. Somehow, we had worked our way behind a bigger tree. Probably him edging forward and me edging back in minuscule amounts. A place of power, and you are daring to decline. Why else in the world would you mess into the politics of all of this if you didn't want power? He cried, exasperated. He really didn't get it, did he? My mind knew the answer crystal clear. I love Tristan, I said. Plain and simple. I'm sorry that I'm not your mate that you want back. But the truth is, I'm a mate to someone else, and that will never change. I lifted the canopy of hair that was around my neck and revealed the mark that was stark black against my pale skin. His eyes beelined towards it, and his mouth twisted into a snarl. No, he growled. But before I could pull myself away from his hands that were digging almost painfully into my shoulders, he came close. Desperation and fury filled his expression, and I was frozen in place for the length of a second. Squirming wildly, I tried to get out of his hold, but he gripped me tightly to him. My arm broke free, and I cocked it back before bringing it forward to punch Ian across the jaw. Hard. Not hard enough that he was knocked over. But he did stumble back a few feet, and the most important thing. He broke away from me. He spat into the ground a mouthful of blood. I'm not going to have this thrown back in my face. And he came after me, and I managed to trip over a root and fall flat on my butt. Hands scraping very close to the river water. But before he could reach me, Tristan came out of the darkness of the woods and attacked him in the side. Like a football player sacking another to the ground, me sitting here on the ground, watching helplessly as they started getting fierce with the punches and attacks. It was like déjà vu from the first time I saw any of this. Neither of them were in their wolf form this time, though. Something was stopping them from doing so. But that didn't keep them from attempting to bash each other's brains in. Tristan had a split lip and Ian had several teeth marks in his arms. But it was becoming apparent Ian was getting the upper hand against Tristan. Last time I had stood there, helpless and weak. This time, I didn't need to be that way. Scrambling up from the forest floor, my eyes snapped back and forth between the exchanges between the two of them, trying to prepare an interception. There wasn't time to get an analyzed decision on this. I leaped into the middle of them. A risky attempt. Tristan. Stop, I yelled, trying to push him away from Ian. But he shoved me away from the two of them. Back off, Sam. I don't want you hurt, he snarled, his attention already diverting back to Ian, who was wiping blood away from his mouth again with the back of his hand. No, we're going. I gave a firm and desperate shove to Tristan's chest, pushing him back towards the direction of the truck. Surprisingly, he budged, and getting him away from the circle of the fight cleared his thoughts a bit. He looked down at me, and I was confirmed that no matter how mesmerizing Ian's could be, Tristan's would always be home to me. Please, let's just go, I pleaded, his arm wrapped around me, pulling me away from it, trying to get me out of the way. But I wouldn't let go of his arm. I'm not leaving unless you do too. This is not a fight you can win. Not right now. I tried reasoning with his sensible side, if he had any. I wasn't all too sure. He groaned, divided by side, but followed me, leaving Ian behind by the river as we ran back. I glanced back, to see him spitting another mouthful of blood into the snow. This isn't over, Samantha. You'll be mine. You see, I'm not stopping until you are. His voice rang through the nearly empty forest as we reached the car. Ian was probably right. He wouldn't rest until I was his. I saw it in his eyes, the desperation mixed with determination that clouded his every feature. This wasn't going to end. We didn't stop until we were both in the car, full heat on despite my temperature rising back again. But that was the least of my worries at this point. This time I wasn't worried what he'd think, how he'd react, or anything similar to that. I leaned into Tristan, burying my face in his warm shoulder. He was driving, muscles tense as we sped back towards the pack camp. This day had gone from bad to good, to even worse than before. You'll be mine. You see, I'm not stopping until you are. Oh, how one voice could painfully knock the breath from your lungs. He was muttering under his breath the whole time we traveled back to the pack, not daring to speak a word to me over the previous matter. I could pick out quite a few aggressive tones in his voice as he did so, but I stayed separate from them as well as I could, but my face still stayed buried in his shoulder. Eyes shut tightly so that I could see the colored starbursts of light beneath my eyelids. Things changed so quickly before me in the past months. My mind was still trying to grasp the first things that had cut through my normality. Why I moaned, meaning for it to be inside my head. But my thoughts were running rampant. Tristan's ranting paused, and I just squeezed my eyes shut tighter, threatening to allow the blue dots in the darkness to take over. I shouldn't really have spoken out loud, but my mouth was being quite deceptive today. Today should just end, and I could wake up tomorrow with a clean slate. And to think this morning I had woken up depressed I was going to die. He's not going to get you. You know I'm not going to let him. Tristan rumbled, and I tightened my hold on his arm. What I had told Ian was true, even if I didn't totally know it at the time I spoke it. I did love Tristan, however unfortunate that might be. It wasn't a lie. And despite the way he acted towards me, that undeniably irritating personality, when he said stuff like that, I felt safe around him, but I wasn't about to admit that, and managed to tear my face and arms away from him to slink back into my own seat again. Eyes opened, I looked directly out the window, trying to blink away the dots that I had recently admired in my sight. Feeling Tristan's eyes on me, I huffed. I don't need you to protect me. I can perfectly handle myself, I said simply, and could practically hear his hands tighten on the steering wheel. I had managed to take care of myself before I met him. Why did now knowing him automatically make me a hopeless mess? Not under my watch was I going to turn into one of those girls that fell to their knees from a threat, or hide behind a guy when greeted with such a threat. And how do you propose being able to do that? He said lowly, keeping his temper in check. I was positive that he would go back there and hunt down Ian if I wasn't here to make him have to drag me with my heels in the dirt the whole way. How was I planning on doing that? I just shook my head. I don't need to explain myself to you. It's pointless. Just don't bother trying and protecting me. I can do it myself. Oh yeah, well, you don't have much background in any of this. You practically know nothing about this kind of threat. Sam, he scoffed. There was a crack in my finger as my newly clenched fist pressed against the door. At his words, I whipped around, facing him fully, my tone furious. And you're lucky I saved your sorry butt from that fight. If it would have escalated into an actual fight, you would have lost. His eyes left the road. But I wasn't exactly worried about that at this point. Even if he couldn't have won that fight, he still could drive blindfolded down these familiar country roads. I had surprised him with that last sentence. His mouth dropped in shock. I couldn't help but have a gone unnoticed smirk in my head, just for surprising him. But on the outside I flinched at my own words. But just like so-called love for him, this was true too, just as quickly as shock had come over his features. All of a sudden his mouth closed into a hard, firm line and his muscles tensed further on the wheel, eyes turning into narrowed slits of steel. I could have handled it. He growled, You didn't need to barge in and about, get your own self killed in the process. Oh, great. Now I'd wounded his pride. But I was too furious to even acknowledge the thought. I was just trying to save you from being pounded to a pulp. I'm not an idiot. And I've known about this werewolf stuff for a while. I sneered at the sound of werewolf like it had gone back to being a scary fairy tale in novels. Not reality. But even I know that he was a alpha. And you are only a beta. You had no chance. My voice was low and dark. I'm sure if I could have seen myself, my eyes would have gone darker than normal with anger. Don't talk like you have any idea what you are talking about, he snarled. The utter roughness of his normally smooth voice made me want to flinch back into the seat. But I stayed put, glaring him down. You just a stupid human that got mixed up in all of this because of your idiotic curiosities. The car stopped, and I looked up from his flaming eyes to see we were back in front of the pack house. Shooting my daggers back at him. My lip lifted in distaste. Well, maybe I never wanted to walk in on two morons trying to tear the skin off each other. I snarled, opening the door of the truck and having it whip back against its own hinge being pulled so wide open. Well, you shouldn't have, he shouted at me, his face turning a dull red from the fight. You're right, I shouldn't have. I wouldn't have to deal with any of this mess. Or have had to meet you, I screamed back, getting out of the vehicle and slamming the door behind me in one smooth motion. Stomping, I made my way up the porch stairs. I heard the driver's side of the truck slam shut too. My blood was boiling. In a totally different way than the transformation wolf, whatever crap more like it, was fighting for control of my body so I could slug him in the face just like I did with Ian. Maybe harder. How in the world could one person make me feel a whole scale full of emotion in only one day and only half a year? Once inside, I ran past everyone, earning a concerned look from Mrs. Everdeen, but I brushed past them all up the stairs. I swear, if I had to run into that guy from earlier, I wouldn't be able to take a single word from him before I would smack him into next week. Luckily for him and I didn't really need more bruising on my hand. He wasn't out in the hallways this time, and I made it to my room quickly. Once it was shut, and the sound seemed to cut off mostly. I managed to grab the nearest soft thing and screamed into it, letting a load of anguish out in a single release of voice. But somehow there was still more in my mind, though I wasn't seeing in different shades of red anymore, which was a step to being better. After letting out the huge amount of air, I had to take in a strong intake of breath, the scent of mild cologne, and the woods filled my nose, stinging my senses in an almost pleasant manner. But the person that the scent belonged to made me thrust the material away from my face, throwing it across the room. Out of all the things, I had to pick up a shirt that he had been wearing yesterday. Still fresh with his mouth-watering scent, I snarled into the air. I needed to get out of here. The only safe haven I could have found in this huge house, and it was his room. This house was just too confining. And one of had to leave, or we would end up being in a fight worse than the possible outcome of the one with Ian. Scanning the room quickly, I made sure that I had all the things from here. I didn't want to have to come back. A small backpack that looked a lot like the one I had had at home sat near the bathroom. Had it been there when I woke up this morning? I didn't think so. But it was mine after closer inspection. Rain must have brought it over during my mini-comatose depression. I was far from that now. The door slammed open, and I whipped around to a Tristan, eyes glowing dangerously. Anything to get the last word, sliding the backpack onto my back. Don't worry, I'm leaving, I said bitterly. Good. I don't think you should be here. It'd be best for you to leave, he said, just as full of distaste and disgust as if he couldn't stand my presence anymore. My teeth ground together sharply as I noticed that my cell phone lay alone by the windowsill, and quickly made my way to pick that up. The last thing I wanted to do was leave him with my possessions. That's good to know, I muttered. He still stood stationary at the door frame, blocking all exits. The window was a plausible way to get out, but that should only be used for last resorts. At least for now. 5 long strides and I was across the room in front of his face. Another nerve struck at him, having that power over me just by being taller, so the top of my head would have easily rested underneath his chin. I had to glare upwards at him, causing much less of a threat than someone of his own height. Not that normally I would have wished to be a threat. You can let me leave now, I told him flatly. That only resulted in his eyes narrowing into a pair of silver slits again. something traveling through his mind and causing the wheels to turn. But at this point, I didn't really care if he was now reconsidering my point of this argument. I just wanted out. The warmth radiated from our bodies so close to each other, my heartbeat increasing in speed involuntarily at the proximity. I could feel the twin holes burning into my eyes from his glare. Why was it that every time I got angry with him, I always seemed to notice the way he was so perfectly gorgeous? The tendency only made my ball my fists tighter. Look, I know you don't like having me here, so why don't we just make this easier on both of us? Can leave right now and you won't have to see me again. No checking up on me anymore. No having to watch over me. We just let this slide back to normality. You already know that I can't slip a word of this to anyone. It's now my secret to bear too. And I don't want it exposed any more than you do. We can both go back to the lives we had before any of this happened. Then my idiotic human tendencies won't hold you behind any longer. "Kay," I said, my voice cold and distant. But I didn't wait for him to reply. Instead, using all my force to push past his blocking form and out into the hallway. The simple connection between our skin as I had pushed away had me wanting to crumble my resolve and turn back to say I was sorry. But I just tightened my clench of my gritted teeth and walked away. "Fine." I heard him murmur behind me, and I let out a small dark chuckle. So stubborn. Just had to have the last word. Tristan did. The stairs seemed to take a lot more time to go down than it had when I went up. Forever to get out of the suffocating air in here. The clock ticked on like normal. The first thing I had seen walking down the stairs that first night I had come here. Still a steady rock in the house. A pair of silver eyes looked up the stairs worriedly at my frantic escape. Everdeen was wringing a green towel tightly in her hands. The sight of her normally happy face twisted in worry had me soften just a bit when I reached the bottom. I wrapped both arms tightly around her smaller frame. "Thank you." For everything, I murmured in her ear and pulled back before the waterworks showed up. She wasn't having as much luck. Probably having heard every word from upstairs. "Darn werewolf hearing. We'll get this sorted out," she said, pushing a stray hair behind my ear. I forced a smile and pulled away before I could lose my resolve and just stay there, ignoring Tristan that way. And before Rain would show up and offer me a ride, I hurried out into the snow. The instant cold sizzling my anger, but my steps were still heavy, leaving deep tracks as I walked back up the long driveway, hoping I could remember the way home from here. My mind drifted as the anger slowly seeped away from me the farther I got away from the pack house. Farther away from the whole pack itself, but one thing was sure. I knew that my decision, however rough it had been, was probably a level-headed one. Two people who always needed it to be their way or the highway couldn't find any peace when together, especially when the points were against each other. The mere thought of Tristan always caused my muscles to tense, my view to solidify more, and my walls to go up. He was always the person to pick your problems out of the great dumpster of your mind and use sarcasm and just being a jerk to saw your last nerves away. And he was so tightly wound in himself that nothing escaped his cool and collected eyes. So the only forms of attack were from him, and on you. Sighing, I finally noticed how much strength I'd lost through all of today's events. This had to be one of the most eventful days in a long time. I just needed to get home and collapse in bed. It turned out to not be terribly hard to find my way back to home. The path well-traveled and practically ingrained in my mind without my knowledge of it being done. The house exactly like I had left it sat silent in my wake. But now, my ears picked up things that I hadn't heard before. The creaks of the boards below my feet. The uneven stream of water traveling through the pipes around me. The hum of the appliances that I had left on. Most likely by accident. The true age of the house was starting to show. But I estimated that a person without hearing like this would have to concentrate really hard to be able to notice such things. It still had many years before it became too apparent. My bed was welcoming to my fatigued form, and after tossing my bag into the corner, I was asleep the moment I hit the pillow. I hadn't slept quite so deep in a long time. The familiar smell of my shampoo from all the nights I had gone to bed with recently washed hair in my pillow, lulling me into a dreamless state. I was glad my mind had given me a lapse of time to calm all the thoughts that I had let run wild. The phone rang shrilly, waking me up from my restful sleep. Blinking hazily, I glanced at the clock. It glowed red in the dark of the room. I had managed to sleep the rest of the day away. And it was already 11 at night. Who would be calling at this time, Tristan? The thought popped back up again, reminding me of the big fight all over again. Part of me longed for that to be him, calling to apologize for his rash words. And another, more sane part, wished it wasn't him. Knew that if it was him, he would probably only be calling so he could get some other point into the fight that he hadn't had the chance to state during the initial part of it. But since, like some parts of our house, the phone was practically ancient. It had no caller ID, and I couldn't risk it if it was someone else. "Hello," I said, picking up the phone against my better judgment. My voice croaked a bit from just waking up. "Sammy," I breathed a silent sigh of relief to hear the warmth of my father's voice. It seemed like an eternity since I had last heard it. "Are you all right? Why haven't you been answering your cell?" he asked desperately. A similar relief in his own voice. "Yeah. I'm fine, Dad. My cell just died over this week and I couldn't find the charger." "Why didn't you come up for Christmas?" he asked, his voice calming down a bit from before. I didn't want to put him into hysterics now. All alone in that big apartment. He could have a heart attack and no one would be there to get to him. Oh, so Tristan hadn't called my dad. Like he said that he did. Anger boiled back in me again. A flame rekindling. There was some bad weather down here, and I didn't want to risk the drive. I lied, my tone sounding false to my ears. Guilt mixed in with my anger. My dad must have been climbing up the walls with worry this past week. But then couldn't he have come down here? That could have not been a possibility. I had no idea how far he was tied into these cases right now. What with murderers on trial and all. He was in charge of their lives and how the rest of it was spent. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a minute. I almost asked if he was there when he finally spoke up. "Oh. Yeah. Your friend called to tell me that," he said, remembering the call. I relaxed more. At least Tristan had managed to be telling the truth on that. "You never knew with him." "Yeah, my friend," I said, uncomfortable. "Well, the weather is better now, right?" I said yes. Knowing that it had never been bad in the first place. There were so many flaws in this plan. He could have just decided to check the weather station, like a normal person would have. But he hadn't. He could have decided to brace through any weather just to come down and check on me. But he hadn't. Me and Tristan both were so lucky that he hadn't. Not a very well thought out excuse on his part. That oblivious beta, then I think I'm just going to come back down for a while. Spend a few weeks with you. I just got a break in my cases. And as long as there's no emergencies, I should be able to be there. I don't want you alone for so long. Normally I would have protested, saying I was old enough to be able to handle myself alone down here. I'd done it for years. But instead I sighed with a genuine smile on my face, realizing how much I actually needed him here with me. I missed my dad. Oh, so much. I would love that. "Dad," I murmured into the receiver. He chuckled. And we spoke over the arrangements a little longer, discussing how he'd come down tomorrow afternoon. But then he said he had some final things to take care of. And he'd talk to me later. Right before he'd leave. "I love you. Sammy Bear," he said. I closed my eyes for a second. The sound of his voice, so rich and calm to my ears, was like a soothing agent to my soul. But the thought of the fact that I was now transforming into a potentially fatal creature, my life on the line, had tears rimming my eyelids. Not hearing that voice. Not being able to tell him this last month of what was happening. It broke a little something inside. "I love you too, Dad." We said goodbye, and I set the phone back down. The semi-silence of the house enveloped me once more. Creaking pipes and humming machines. I couldn't tell my dad. I made that statement clear in my mind. This was between me and, well, not Tristan anymore, me and myself. That sentence hurt my chest a bit. Another wave of tears coming up behind my eyes. Excluding Tristan from my life. That was going to be a big change. But I could do it. Right, the proof that it wouldn't be easy was heavy in my heart. I still loved him. No matter how much I hated it, it'd be so much easier if we'd never met. Just like he had said, why hadn't I just stayed away that day? Just dismissed the noise as a regular snitch in the forest and moved on? My life would be so much different. I wouldn't be laying here on my bed in the darkness of an empty house. I'd probably be in my dad's apartment discussing a random topic of what we'd witnessed at the grocery store while fighting the old woman for the last honey-glazed ham. My worries would be lifted off my shoulders and I wouldn't be burdened with a life-changing secret. How could I still love a person who had inflicted so much on my life? It was like loving an enemy. Oh, to love a loathed enemy, my Shakespearean nerdiness kicked in for that line. But how true it was. You want some hot chocolate? Sammy, I looked up from the television. Seeing my dad in the doorway to the kitchen, another one of those crazy aprons was tied around his waist. In a very floral fashion. Refraining from rolling my eyes at his appearance. I shook my head mutely. Heat and sugar were some of the last things I needed. You sure? It's awfully cold in here, he said, tugging down the sleeve of his equally as embarrassing Christmas sweater. The big Rudolph nose sticking out in the center of it. I'm sure. Thank you, though, I said. Quietly. He just shrugged and made it back into the warm confines of the kitchen. My eyes trailed back to the television. But I wasn't really watching it. The sound put on low. It was more of a background noise and something to keep my hyperness in check. I hadn't realized all the things that my dad would have noticed that were different about me. I had made sure to keep the thermostat cold. Because with the blasting heat that my father usually had on, I would have gone mad with fever. The moment he arrived home, he had commented on how chilly it was. And I had immediately put out my quickened response. I'd told him the thermostat was broken and that I had called the people who would fix it and they weren't going to be able to come until school started again. By that time, I hoped I'd be out of the house enough that I wouldn't be bothered at him having it however high he wanted. Another thing was my different colored eyes. Much different from how he remembered them. A whole shade lighter. That was an easier fix. I just always stayed in the darkened living room and didn't look him in the eye much. And used my hair to skillfully cover both the peripheral vision of my eyes and the scar on my neck. That and I couldn't touch him much. That first hug had almost convinced him that I had a really high fever and needed to go to the hospital. But I managed to brush that off and pretend I was totally fine. Here we are in Times Square. This crowd's pumped up to watch the ball drop us into the new year. The announcer stated into the microphone. Yes. It was also New Year's. Probably one of the calmest I've gone through for a long time. The last 3 years I had gone with Quinn and her family to their vacation destination and partied there. And usually those could get pretty out of hand. But always fun. But before that I spent them either here with Quinn or when I still had her, my mom. And my dad. My arms were wrapped around my knees, that were pulled up to my chest as I stared blankly at the television from the floor. Back leaned against the front of the couch, I tried not to let another wave of hyperness overtake me. It had come in cycles since my dad came. Just 3 days ago. First was the uneasiness. As if I was forgetting something. My dad had given me worried looks as I went through the house several times. Flipping furniture and going through the pile of homework. Of course, it was already all finished. That had been done before I had even remembered that it was Christmas vacation. Making that uneasiness that more unbearable. Furniture overturned and magazines everywhere. I had then begun my task of realigning all of them as if I had forgotten to mess up the house just so I could clean it up again. Checking cupboards for expiring foods and the fridge for anything that was close to going bad. Basically, there had been nothing. And that sent me to the store to go shopping. The second wave had come as I had been unpacking the groceries. All of a sudden, I was hyper beyond belief. Having to put back all the food supplies, and then because I was so on edge that I had to take them out and put them all back again just for my hands to stop spazzing out. An adrenaline shot of coffee had been jolted through my system, and I couldn't manage to sit still for any moment of time. That thought of forgetting something had increased along with it. And the thought had me practically crawling up the walls. I wasn't good with forgetting things in the first place. But to this intensity, it was impossible. That stage usually lasted a few hours. Which the first day had included me having to break out of the house to go for an hour-long run. Just to burn off steam. But after that, it was like I was drained of all energy, and I could collapse onto the floor and sleep for days. And it repeated itself day after day, an endless cycle that already had me going mad after 3 days of it. And had my father thinking I had turned into some weird hermit lunatic with him away. It didn't help that every day was increasingly worse than the one before. Now I sat here, while hot cocoa was being heated on a kettle on the stove. Moments away from starting to whistle. The television switched to a commercial as the newscasters disappeared off the screen. Sighing, I let my head collapse onto my knees, wanting the jittery quality of my fingertips thrumming on my legs to disappear. Maybe all of this had to do with the changeover. That was a very viable answer to the problem. I had never had to deal with anything like this before. But if I had to go through all of this every month before I changed, I would certainly go mad. If I managed to get past this month, of course, I couldn't let myself think like that. But it seemed impossible to get the thoughts out of my mind when I seemingly had 1,000 minutes ahead of me when it was this hyped up on adrenaline. Dad walked into the living room, his hands huddling closely around his mug of cocoa like it was the source for all warmth. I smiled softly as he sat down on the couch, carefully not to jostle me or his drink. "What's on?" he asked, taking a sip, before retracting quickly. "Stupid hot cocoa, being hot and all," he muttered. "Dad, it's hot cocoa. It doesn't need a warning label to tell you that it's going to be hot," I said with a smirk on my face before he stuck his tongue out at me childishly. It looked very much kid-like with his ridiculous sweater added in. "Anyway, the New Year's ball dropping is on." He nodded, his eyes widening as if this was the first he'd heard of New Year's being tonight. I wasn't surprised. I had only remembered about 20 minutes ago when I had passed this channel during a war with the remote control. "I better break out the champagne then," he said, getting back up from the couch with a sigh. The doorbell rang just as he stepped to the threshold. I was already up and headed towards the door before the rang ceased to reverberate. "I got it," I yelled back at him, all too eager. Even when I didn't know who it was, whoever was at the door. They clearly didn't wait for anyone to get to the door before they flung it open. I had thought I had locked it, but when I saw who it was, I guess I shouldn't have really been surprised at the grand entrance. All smiles, highlighted brown hair, and skin burnt red like a lobster. Quinn stood proud before me, brandishing a gold key in her hand. "Quinn?" I asked, quite taken back. My greeting obviously wasn't up to her standard, she pouted. "Well, hello to you too," she said, but was already back to her toothy smile before she could finish the sentence. "Weren't you supposed to be in Cabo?" I asked a moment before she lunged at me, encasing me in a python-worthy hug. Always with the bone-crushing hugs. Yep, there was a storm on its way towards San Lucas. So we caught an early flight before our original departure so we wouldn't be caught back there when the storm hit, she said, handing over the key in her hand, placing it in mine. "That would be your spare key. I didn't want to spend any more minutes out there in the cold." She shivered. "I haven't adjusted to this horrid weather yet." I was truly speechless for the moment. And luckily my father came back in the room at that moment. "Who's at the door?" "Oh, Quinn." A smile spread across his face. He had always liked Quinn. I mean, not many people didn't love her charming personality. But mostly he liked her because she had been my one and only friend for so long, and he was glad she had brought me out of the depression I had been in with my mother. Anytime she could come over, she was welcome. This was her second home just as much as hers was mine. But right now, I didn't feel much like a good friend. Harboring a secret so huge that it could affect our friendship and most definitely my life. It seemed so weird after her knowing every single detail about my life, from my favorite color to the place I put money when I wanted to save it in this old house to retrieve the day I moved out. She knew my quirks, my fears, my addictions, and my tendencies. But she didn't know this. It was as if all those secrets I'd told her didn't matter when compared with something this big. It practically swallowed me whole. Yet here she stood, acting as if everything was perfect. Besides for her having sunburn, she had her best friend at her side for another New Year's. What else really mattered? I averted my eyes very carefully, while my dad and her hugged a hello. The television had been muted, and there was a guy with freaky glasses that glowed in the dark and in the shape of the new year to come. The person with the mic laughed at what they said, and the countdown on the bottom of the screen stood at 20 minutes until the ball dropped. "I brought presents, though," Quinn said, her voice going up a half octave with excitement as she dug into the rather large bag I hadn't noticed around her arm. A hand disappeared into the black bag with a funny-looking palm tree that smiled with sunglasses, and came out with a baseball cap. It proudly stated, "Number has own, Dad," and Quinn promptly placed it on my dad's head. He looked up at the rim of the cap, not having caught what it said, I smiled widely at the sight. His flowery apron tied around his waist. Ridiculous Rudolph sweater pulled on. And now a bright neon pink baseball cap. Yeah. He was the world's best dad. Fitting. Don't you think, Quinn said, grinning like me? And I patted my dad on the back. Oh, yes, definitely. And she said, digging impossibly deeper into her bag, biting her lip in concentration as she felt around in there. We can't forget you, Missy. Of course. It had something to do with fashion. There was simply nothing that Quinn would get for me other, and as predicted, she pulled out a fabric. Oh, the surface, all silver and shimmery. I could almost hear the silk of it whisper as it brushed against itself. This is a sundress. She grinned, and let it fall in her hands so it was displayed dangling in the air. It seemed more of a formal dress than anything. But you didn't dare go against Quinn when she said something about clothing. The material was smooth and looked to come up just about the knees. Silver flowers adorning the bottom corner and the collar. Surprising even myself. I smiled a bit. I love it. I replied quite honestly. Her mouth was an open-o, but she managed to quickly recover, slapping a wide grin on her face. It will look amazing on you for this summer. Our summer before college. She squealed, not being able to stand herself and pulling me in for another hug, her being so short in comparison to me. She practically had to stand on her tippy toes to be able to wrap her arms around my neck. Just like she would have for most guys she dated. It used to bother me tremendously, but I had slowly gotten used to it when I grew out of that freakishly tall and gangly stage. Now it just felt semi-awkward. But she had enough jubilance to make up for it. I'll go put this away, I said with a grin on my face, already heading up the stairs before she could force me to talk more. I'd never get this thing put away if she continued with all of her adventures on her break. My room was dark in front of me, but the window was open, fluttering my drapes as the breeze carried in cool air, breathing in a deep sigh. I took in the coldness, letting it lower my temperature a bit. A few minutes in here and I might be able to stand being in the same room with my dad and Quinn too. Now that I could hear her complaining about the cold and my father starting up the fireplace. Downstairs would be a furnace room before the ball dropped. I sighed again as I flopped down on the bed, still holding the dress in my hands. Its smooth material sliding in my fingertips. Lifting it up, I looked at it more closely. Truly, it was a nice dress, and with enough persuasion and reason I might wear it sometime. But the color of it sent shivers down my spine. The silver as it reflected against the moon that was on its ascent to becoming full once again. It glimmered in the pale light, but no life was beneath its surface. Exactly like the last time I saw Tristan's eyes. A pang of pain spread through my chest for a moment, increasing the feeling of forgetting something. A flash of Tristan's eyes passed before mine, this time burning with life, with everything that made Tristan, the sarcasm, the laughter, the cruelty, but then the caringness, and when he was around his family, the love. I did not miss him. I had to yell at myself that he was not part of my life. I didn't want him in mine, and he equally didn't want me in his. How hard was it really to totally eject someone from your life? It shouldn't be that hard. Especially when they caused you so much pain. Just to ignore them, forget what they had caused you and move on, harder than I would want it. Turning over so my head was buried in my pillow. I took a few deep breaths. Calm yourself down. Sam. Just go back downstairs and enjoy the night. Sam. The ball's going to drop in 5 minutes. Hurry up, Dad called, with Quinn chirping in that they had the champagne out. I did as I told myself, and got up out of my bed, my pillow smelling still of shampoo and conditioner, clearing my head of the memory of how Tristan smelled. His arm wrapped around me. I shook my head, as if I could shake the memory out of me. Calmly, I hung the dress in my closet, looking at it for a second more. Head tilted to the side as I analyzed it, but still, the memory of him had embedded itself into the material practically, and I shoved it into the back rack, where hopefully I wouldn't be able to find it anytime soon. Hurry up, Samantha Quinn shrieked, and I rushed downstairs, plastering a fake smile onto my face. Enjoy this. Sam, you might not get it again. Geez. It doesn't take that long to hang up a freaking dress. Here. Quinn handed me my glass of champagne at the bottom of the stairs. The yellow liquid bubbled in the glass. Clearly freshly poured. 1 minute, we both hurried into the living room, where Dad was standing anxiously. Identical glass in hand. The television behold bold numbers as they counted down. People cheering in the streets of New York. Quinn hugged me yet again. Love ya, Sammy. She mumbled through the kazoo that had magically appeared in her mouth. I murmured back. Too transfixed with the flashing numbers on the screen. 5. It was like I was having a flashback. A speed-through of my relationship with Tristan. The day I met him. How I was so freaked about seeing two guys suddenly turn into wolves before my eyes and start to duke it out with teeth and claws. Then being sworn to secrecy on something I barely knew about. Only a wide-eyed nod as to not to disappear and never to be heard from again. 4. When I'd first met Ian. And how I wished that Tristan had been there to keep me from him. Wishing that he had been the one to trick me with those notes. Just to get under my skin. How I'd been so wrong with my presumptions. And ready to admit it if I could just change what had gone down. 3. That first kiss. The electric feeling between our lips. And the air gush out of my lungs as I turned to a pile of a jelly in those strong arms of his. Instant connection. It was as if then I'd known everything about him. But again, I had been wrong. But not so keen to say so. 2. The fight. Only a few days ago. Yet it seemed like years. All I had wanted was to keep him from killing himself like he almost did the first day. I had never wanted anyone to get mixed up in the mess I carried around. Even if he had caused it in the most part. But to have there fighting for me, I didn't need him to get seriously hurt because of what I had managed to get into. 1. Here's to wishing I never met you. Tristan Everdeen, I murmured before drinking the glass of champagne in whole. The bubbles tickling my nose and throat as it went down. Then I was surrounded by happiness as another year began. A year that I wasn't so innocent in. No. I'm fine, Dad. I don't really eat breakfast much anyway, I said, stuffing my backpack full of the books that I needed to tow back to my locker today. The bag was basically a carrier for lead. Or at least that's how it felt on my back as I slung it over my shoulders. Dad was here trying to stuff food down my throat as I had woken up late today. The first Monday back after Christmas break. You got to eat. You can't go through school on an empty stomach, he said, pushing a plate of French toast across the table. As good as it smelled. My stomach hadn't been in the mood to take much food in lately, so I promptly pushed it back, leaning across to peck him on the cheek. See you after school, I said and hurried out the front door before he could make another attempt to force me to eat. But I cut him off with the slamming of the front door as I stepped outside. My car had also been acting up along with my senses. So I decided that walking to school would be best for today. The cold air felt extremely good anyway. So it wasn't that bad. It has stopped snowing after New Year's. As if this year had the promise of being warmer, the sun had shone every day since, which had been a whole week into the new year that I was allowed no school. But now that time was over, and while I had been stir-crazy in the house alone with Dad and occasionally Quinn, I didn't like the idea of going back to listening to lectures from teachers. My hands hung free from being stuffed into my pockets of the coat I was forced to wear by none other than the one who was also trying to choke me with his plate full of food. I complied on that one. Not because it was chilly, but having to walk. It would most likely look very out of place to see a high schooler without a coat. Especially if they knew me. Trudging through the snow, I let my thoughts go wild. Now that I was alone. With a much less probability of blowing up at someone because of the trail my mind had taken. Luckily, after New Year's Eve, thoughts about Tristan were slim and far between, having stuffed them into the farthest corners of my mind. But every evening when the feelings like I'd crawl up the walls came around, it seemed like the only thing I could see were his silver eyes. I hated that lingering feeling that lasted up into the point that I felt ready to collapse onto my bed. Like he was always there watching. The trees rustled beside me, and I snapped my head in the direction. Nothing moved. Great, now I've gone crazy, I muttered. It was just a breeze. I was just too on edge that everything seemed to be after me in some way. It took all too long to get to school, and I ended up having to sprint up the stairs before the doors got closed on me and I would be locked outside. Inside was close to the same temperature as outside, Obviously, the janitors forgot to start the heaters a day before school restarted. But I was fine with that, and managed to drop off the load of books at my locker before the bell signaled being late for first hour. All the teachers would be tired and semi-generous with the late detentions, so I wasn't all that worried when I walked into class to be met by a half-full class of students. The rest most likely following me into the classroom. The hours passed much quicker than I remembered. The first phase of the day having not kicked in yet, but most likely would by the time lunch came around. "So, are you going to eat lunch again?" Quinn asked, knowing that I hadn't eaten much during break. My appetite flown out the window. I blinked at her blankly as we walked down to the cafeteria, contemplating telling her that I ate breakfast just I would be able to get her off my back about it. But then I might as well add another bad friend mark on the wall. I didn't need to be any worse than I had already been by lying. "I'm not really hungry. I got some sort of cold," I replied honestly. I did have some sort of sickness, but I was pretty sure it wasn't a bug going through my system. She sighed loudly, but cut off the subject when we witnessed Kyle and Rebecca coming down the hall to us. They weren't holding hands. That much I could see from here. And there was a bit of tension between them. They'd had a fight, by the looks of it. Oh boy, I could relate. "Hey, Sammy, haven't seen you all break." "What's been up with you?" Rebecca asked, wrapping me in her long arms, despite me being tall. Rebecca was taller. A picture-perfect blonde model straight from a magazine. It still felt weird to embrace someone with such perfect looks. And a taller girl. I'd have much preferred hugging the much shorter Quinn. "Nothing much," I mumbled in my normal low tone. The quiet one in the group. Then Kyle trailed in behind, waving a casual greeting, then quickly replacing his hand back in his pocket. His bright green eyes shone at me, just as safe and homey as always. "Oh my God, Kyle, you cut your hair," I announced, immediately stepping forward, seeing more closely that his dirty blonde honey locks had. "Yes. Been cut off into a crew cut." He smirked a bit. "Yeah. It was getting a bit too long," he said. I reached my hand up to run it through his shortened hair, feeling so weird beneath my fingertips now. I had been so used to the hair that went longer when I dragged it back across his head. It wasn't until I heard Rebecca clear her throat that I realized I was actually running my hands through his hair and quickly retracted. Kyle's face was a light red, and I smiled a bit. After all those times he had made me nearly keel over with those killer smiles, and now it was his turn to be blushing wildly at my touch. But even after we had broken up, I had still been so attracted to him. But now it was weird. I didn't feel that anymore. I almost wished that his hair was darker, and when I looked down into his eyes that the green would disappear into a sea of silver. I cleared my throat, equally as uncomfortable now. "It's nice." He just nodded a reply. Rebecca subtly glared at me for touching her boyfriend's head. I could see that this one fight that had gone between them was now dissipated, and she threaded her arm through his once again. I snorted. She needn't worry that I snatch him out of her grasp anymore. I hadn't been a real threat in the first place. He'd been the one to dump me. The cafeteria was just as hectic as I remembered it to be. Bustling students fighting over the lunch trays to get today's special Bosco sticks. Wasn't that the thing I had the first time I had sat with Tristan at lunch? Everything was against me today. Sitting down, far away from Kyle, just to be sure not to get on Rebecca's rough side. They started eating while I laid my head down on the table listening. The itching in the back of my head were starting. Phase 1 ready to be activated. I groaned internally, wishing that it could just stay inactivated. At this point, I just wanted to sleep. The first few hours managing to take what energy I had stored during the night. "Excuse me, but can I borrow Samantha here?" My eyes flashed open at the voice. "Oh no. He can't be here. Sure. I guess. Go ahead," Quinn said a little defensively. As I lifted my head to see my visitor, he smiled friendly, looking a little more tired than normal, the smile not totally reaching his eyes. "Hey." "Sam, hey." "Rain." I got out, really surprised that he had gotten into the school. Hadn't he graduated from here 3 years ago? Everyone was waiting for me to get up, as I sat there like an idiot, so I scrambled up from the chair that Rain generously helped me out of, saying a quick goodbye to the group who was watching the two of us curiously. We walked away towards the doors near the backside of the cafeteria. They leaded outside. And I immediately knew that Rain knew I was uncomfortable in the growing heat of the school building, and I smiled softly at how in tune he was to how I felt. Why hadn't I managed to fall in love with him? He opened the door gallantly for me, and we both slipped out unnoticed by most of the grade into the snow and the woods nearby. "It's nice to see you," he said politely. And I was way too over formalities at the moment and pulled him in for a hug that I desperately needed. I hadn't realized how much the humans smelled different than however weird and odd it seemed to say at my own kind. I could practically peel away the layers of werewolf scent on his clothes from him being surrounded by the pack. Slowly, after being caught by surprise, he hugged me back, and I didn't mind the warmth he radiated also. Also, maybe I was hugging him so tightly because of how similar he smelled to Tristan. That thought had me pulling away. And even though he looked a bit curious, Rain didn't say anything about it. There was a picnic table out here, where in the spring people could come outside to eat, safely away from wandering eyes in the cafeteria. I brushed the snow away from my seat before collapsing on the bench, my mind on an ever bigger frenzy after taking in another werewolf scent. "Why are you here?" I finally asked. He smiled, and I truly saw how tired he was. Bags were under his eyes, and I didn't see the usual humorous spark in them that I was so accustomed to. That was his defining quality, and not seeing that made me worried. The stress lines forming on his forehead made me scrunch up my eyebrows in concern. "I came to check up on you. Now that you are one of Pack, even if you are refusing being part of it, you are for now still under my charge." "Ah, I see that I wasn't Tristan's charge anymore. I guess that was expected." "Well, I'm fine," I said briskly. Looking down at my hands, he should just leave too, as relieving as his presence was. I could almost guess that the Ian issue was what was making him lose sleep. If he got rid of me, then he could go back to being himself. I didn't want anything less. "No, you aren't." He called my bluff, and I looked up, shocked for a second, but caught on his trickery. He hadn't known if I was okay or not. He was just seeing if I'd fall for it. And I was so detached at the moment that I was susceptible to every trick in the book. "I bet I wouldn't fallen for the look behind you one." "Okay, so maybe I'm not. But it doesn't have to do you with you guys. I'm just having house troubles." "Liar," he sighed. He knew me too well. "Would it make you feel any better if I told you that Tristan was as off the wall as you?" My eyebrows rose at that one. "What do you mean? I know that you are extremely impatient right now. Your hand is tapping in a very annoying manner at the moment." I looked down. "Oh, so it was." I concentrated on stopping that, but it didn't last very long. "Your body is extremely tense, and I can see that you haven't gotten very much sleep," he commented. "Well, you're one to speak on that matter," I retorted. He ignored that. "Tristan is rather irritable right now. Can't stay still and won't take no for an answer to anything. He's not being himself, and Mom knows exactly what is going on." He raised an eyebrow suggestively. And what is that? I truly had no idea what he was getting at. Was Tristan just annoyed that he didn't have anyone to boss and tease around anymore? "She knows about you two being mates." My cheeks lit a bright red at the words, and I sputtered a few times. Of course she knew. She knew from the day he marked me. "I knew that you guys all had heard us," I muttered, utterly embarrassed. He chuckled a bit. "Well, she says this is what happens when mates spend too long and far apart. It's an animal instinct to be able to protect the other." He shrugged. Animal instinct. That was an interesting way to put it. But it did explain why I always felt like I was forgetting something. Of course, I was just forgetting Tristan, even though I couldn't seem to get him out of my mind. "Is this something that will go away once we've been away from each other for enough time?" I asked. If this was going to last forever, I might go mad. He puzzled over that for a bit. "I'm not sure. I guess it has to happen. I mean, if a mate is killed off or something of that nature, the other is expected to go on. But you are both still living, so you might always have entangled souls. They might be inseparable." "Great. Just great. It'd be best if you just came back." "I'm not going back," I snapped at him, my nails digging into the wood. I was surprised at the ferocity of my words, I really did hate being around Tristan. Hot-headed, narrow-minded, uncaring. I could go on and on with that list and end up with a hatred so deep that I would want to hack his head off. Rain's shoulders sagged a bit at the sentence. Did he really expect I would just be chipper and all to come back? Was that what he was really here for? He probably thought I had gone mad with the frenzy and would be begging to come back against my reasons not to. I guess I couldn't be against his optimism. It would help a ton. And I'm sure he misses you. He pleaded. I froze. Tapping finger gone still. Has he said that? What has he actually said that he misses me? Has he said anything? Anything at all equivalent to wanting me back. Silence. And that was all the answer I really needed. My hand went back to tapping, and my crossed legs started bobbing as I grew more restless. He's too stubborn to ever admit to anything like that. Rain said, but I've known him my whole life. I know when something's eating him on the inside. And this definitely is. For a while when you were around. He was different. I pursed my lips a bit. How so he? It was if Dad had never died. Something replaced all that pent-up anger and hurt that he had. And for once in a long time he was himself again. I thought back to when we had gone down to the tackle and bait shop of his dad's, and had glimpsed for the first time that pain was even possible in his eyes. He really missed his dad. Just as much as I missed my mother. Regret that mirrored mine. If he could have anything. Even gave his life for his dad. He would have. That was one of the few positive qualities that I noted about him. I had caused him to admit that. Pain wasn't something he allowed through his facade. Did you miss your dad as much as he did, I asked. His head quirked to one side. Analyzing the answer. Very un-Rain-like. Yes. I could guess so, but in a different way than him. I let it all out when the funeral came. Tristan, he just boiled in it. He didn't even seem all that sad during the funeral and after days. He just would stand over in the corner, looking blankly on what lay ahead. He was much closer to our father than I was. He was the one I'm sure father would have chosen to be alpha if he had had the chance, I admit. Tristan would probably be a better leader than me. But he doesn't let much go. It takes someone really close and special to him to let anything through that shield of his. It's nearly impenetrable. I pondered this all. Me and Tristan were indeed mates. Whether just because of one night where we both got carried away, or that it was truly meant to be. I didn't believe in all that stuff that everybody had a soulmate waiting out there for them. Their other half to complete the puzzle of their life. Fate didn't play a big role in my belief either. That just seemed like a cruel deity that messed with people's minds and lives. But me and Tristan had certainly clicked from the very beginning. The moment I laid my eyes on his silver ones in woods. No, before then. When he had picked me up and defended me on the playground so many years ago, that scrawny boy from that brawl hadn't changed much. But I saw him so much differently. And I affected him too. That was clear from Rain's words. Whether it was good or not. We affected each other. Through all the hate that I felt towards his stubbornness, I still loved him. That first thing that I admitted. Because I didn't love his quirks. But I loved him as a whole. Oh gosh. How love screwed up everything. My mind fought with my heart. And reason fought with right. I sighed. Fine. My words even hurt my chest as I spoke them. You can take me back to the pack. Time could not go any slower as I watched the ticking clock of the last hour and 5th hour. 5 minutes until I would be let go. And I knew as soon as I would be, my feet would automatically race to Rain's truck. My mind yelling no. But my whole body screaming an overpowering yes. A low growl demanded to rip from my throat, but I pretended to go into a coughing fit. Which, despite the main reason for my aggravation in the first place, managed to get me out of class that last few minutes that remained before my school day was over, already having dealt with the wrath of Quinn from disappearing like that with a strange guy during lunch. When I had returned from my talk with Rain, I had managed to slant the truth, saying there was someone that I knew that wasn't feeling well. Technically, it hadn't been a lie. If it was true about this mates thing, then Tristan would be feeling every ounce of sickness that I would with this separation we had put ourselves into. It just made me feel worse when Quinn accepted the semi-lie and nodded at me not being able to walk home with her like we had planned. Despite the cold, we hadn't been as distant in the past week of winter break. But now that I was being pulled back into the pack, I could almost see her ties with me severing one by one. It stung and pulled at my heartstrings. My oldest and greatest friend was sifting through my fingers because of a stupid secret, and making another vow to stay close would just hurt all the more when I would have to break it. Because that would happen. I was living a different life now. Breaking out into the open. I struggled to walk normally as I searched for Rain's truck, not wanting to seem so out of place in the near-empty parking lot. The only inhabitants were the parked vehicles. Just the mere thought of seeing Tristan again had my heart and mind fluttering madly. Just like seeing a famous person for the first time. Or that crush you've had forever coming up to talk to you. Except it was more than just nervousness. I didn't have much of that, but more so a raw need that I needed to be by his side, and all the uneasiness would vanish. What I wouldn't give to just make this all go away, scouring the lot. My eyes didn't catch on the long familiar truck with its owner that should have been casually leaning on the side of. Rain had promised he would be back in time to pick me up. But the errands he was running were requiring him to be very sneaky about coming over to me. Assuming that since these were an undercover conversations with him, Tristan had no idea that I was coming. Which I still wasn't sure if that was good or not. No hum came from the distance that I had grown accustomed to. Maybe he had just forgotten all of this, and went back to the pack to try and reconcile things differently. For some reason, despite the fact that I was half loathing this operation, I couldn't help feeling deflated. I had been much more excited to see Tristan than I had allowed myself to realize. Or that could just be the mate hormones talking. I slumped down onto the sidewalk, determined to wait this out. Rain had me all worked up over this, and I wasn't giving up just yet. Landing in a dry patch, I leaned against the school's brick walls, the scratchy surface catching on my hair. Lately, I had been wearing it down more and more, but the elastic band remained around my wrist, ready to bind it back up again at any given moment, which is just what I did. Suddenly sick of the feel of my hair tickling the base of my neck, and keeping the heat in. I couldn't take off the coat, but I could most definitely put my hair into a high bun. Just as it snapped into place, the screeching of tires snapped my eyes up. A sleek black car slid into the parking lot. Dark tinted windows that were barely see-through, and a shine that shone brightly against the snow and sunlight that filtered through the clouds. It was wet with perspiration beaded on its surface. The window wipers flashing across once fleetingly before snapping back into place. It made its way around the lot, before stopping right in front of me. The purr of the engine was almost silent in the tussling wind that blew the snow across the cement. A blonde head popped out of the driver's seat. His head looked recently tousled, like he had gotten into a fight recently. But Rain didn't say much besides smile when he turned towards me. "You getting in?" he asked lightly. His tone relieved of a lot of stress from earlier today. Yeah, I guess," I said, confused in a flustered manner, before I could scramble up from the sidewalk quite clumsily. Rain's hand was already out in front of me, offering support. Laying my hand in his, he hefted me up from the cement. He was wickedly quick today. My door already open, revealing the equally as dark and mysterious interior. "Thanks," I mumbled, and slid into the leather-smelling car, feeling as if I'd stepped into the night from the day. And for unknown reasons, my body reacted, relaxing into the comfortable seating. He was in the driver's seat and revving the engine up, when I was just snapping my buckle into place. The parking lot disappeared before I knew it, and we were out onto the open road to the pack houses. I glanced around the car. All black and smooth. The soft blue glow emanated from the dashboards and the controls, illuminating our faces in the darkness. My fingers brushed the dash in front of me. The black wood panel smoothed to perfection. The car looked barely used. Even the seats had the sweet scent of brand new leather. Rain's face was perfectly placid as he drove, so I just had to ask. Controlling my curiosity had never been my strong suit. "You get a new car?" I asked, glancing in the rear-view mirror to see the identical black leather seats in the back. His eyes calm and still. "Never left the road." "No, I guess you can say we just took it out of storage. My truck finally kapooted. I have had it since I was 16. And even then it had been passed down its share of times." "Storage," I repeated. automatically picturing a huge garage filled with similarly identical cars lined in rows. Yeah, it's been previously owned. It doesn't look it. This thing looks like it was just rolled off the dealership lot, I commented, eyeing the silver handles to the doors. I guess it is, Rain said, finally taking a look around himself. Seeing the one out-of-place thing in the car, a multicolored feather hanging from the rearview mirror. As an pulling feeling started to grow in my stomach. He didn't use it much, he murmured. My mind searched through all the possibilities, trying to find out who the elusive he was. As I did, that feeling was making itself prominent in my body, growing to the point that my fingers started flickering again. I knew it was the same feelings that I had felt during my separation with Tristan, but it seemed stronger. It was like the closer I could sense us getting together, the stronger it got, seeping off my uneasiness and expanding it. Two magnets increasing in speed as they approached each other. The pull hard to turn away from. Finally, though, I connected things in my mind. This was your dad's car, I said, raising my hand to lift the feather a bit. Now finally knowing that it was a fishing lure. The man must have did love fishing. Rain sighed. Yeah. We got it for him on his last birthday. He didn't have much of a chance to use it. Then he chuckled, a wide smile growing on his lips. You should have seen the car he had burned dry before this. It was so overused that I wouldn't have been surprised if it had been held together by duct tape and Elmer's glue. Dad never liked to waste anything. I smiled a bit, glancing down at my impatient hands. I wish I could have met their father, and possibly get a glimpse of the people Rain and Tristan were before they lost him. How different would they be than they were now? The drive was much shorter than when we would be taking the truck or even Tristan's car, which was nice but held no penny to this car. I had only seen his own car a handful of times. When he had insisted being on constant watch with me. When we had both been at each other's necks for any simple thing. Kinda like now. Most things didn't change all that much. As the car rolled to a stop, my door was already open, the growing tumble of feelings burning in my chest about making me jump out of a moving car to get inside faster. I could pinpoint Tristan's very position in the house, using a map that had been constructed in my mind. His presence radiated from the office he had back in the formal rooms of the house, where most of the meetings were held, but I wouldn't know what could be happening back there. Not really wanting to repeat the last incidents when I had walked into a meeting. I glanced back at Rain, who was already out of the car too. Hands resting on the car's roof. Go ahead. We called off all meetings for today. Of course, he didn't know you were coming when we did. He's in the offices. He nodded, and I was already pulling the front door open. The house, like Rain had said, was empty of any people. The rooms upstairs creaking in silence. Even the kitchen was absent of any clanking of dishes. The only noise came from the back rooms. The offices like I had predicted. The shuffling of papers sounding so very loud in the quietness, forcing myself to walk at a normal pace. I walked down the long hall that grew ever longer with each step. What if he wouldn't accept me back? He was always stubborn with everything he did, and his mindset was something that couldn't easily be wavered. I knew that much. But wasn't there a chance that he liked me enough that he would take me back? At least just as much to get the nagging feelings of the mate bond to go away. It had to be bothering him. This feeling that had been eating away at my mind and heart, making me claw up the walls and ready to tear throats out, and yet he could tough through anything. Especially if it meant a better outcome than the start. The large oak door loomed in front of me, and my hand rested on the smooth surface. Practically feeling all the years that the tree who made its experience. I was weak. I knew that much. If I hadn't been, then I wouldn't have come crawling back to beg him to take me back. How low had I sunk? The sick melody of love had entranced me in its notes and pulled me down into a pit that I had no hope of escaping, making me into the weak-minded girl that stood at her lover's door just to be able to be wrapped in his arms once again. I could turn back now. Turn back and demand that I be taken home again. And just be as tough as Tristan and let us both have whatever lives we would have lived if we had never met. But of course, things weren't that easy. Finally ruling up the nerve. I pushed the door lightly open, as if checking a closet for monsters, eyes wide with fear or whatever was running in a rampage through my system. wrecking me enough to make my hands shake silently. A soft intake of breath was barely audible, and I had to decipher that it was from me. It had been loud enough to have been someone else. But of course the only other person around had his back turned to me and was stacking papers on his desk. My body relaxed. If only for a millisecond. By just seeing him there. Tristan. His back was ridged, and I knew that he knew I was standing there. Shutting the door as softly as possible behind me. The feeling was palpable in the air. Muscles tightened underneath the loose material of his t-shirt, and the shuffling of papers shifted slightly as he made them into a straight pile. It hurt inside my chest, and made it hard to breathe. My lungs constricting painfully. It was worse, despite the quick feeling of relief. And to be so close to him and not have the feeling of his warmth beneath my fingertips, surrounding me. How was it possible that his body wasn't screaming in the same way mine was? Could his end of this permanent bonding not be as strong? As receptive, Tristan, I choked out, gripping the door handle behind me, keeping me steady so I wouldn't lunge at him. There was silence, and the papers had fallen to the desk as my voice had caused his hands to jolt a bit, losing their hold on them. "You're back," he murmured. "Yeah," I said back, my voice quiet. "I thought you were leaving, and not returning," he said, turning around. And again I was lost in those eyes. From the very first day, the silver depths of his eyes seemed indefinite, capturing me from the first time and never letting me go. Would it ever be possible for me not to have this reaction from him, those eyes, the wild black hair, and the perfect face, and that seemed so utterly handsome even when strained with emotions that I couldn't percept from him? No, I probably never would get over him, especially now. There was no other option now. I was with him. Whether he liked it or not. Yeah. Well, I changed my mind. "I'm back," I said, my voice gaining piece by piece of strength, as my grip on the door handle threatened to deform the cool metal of it. "I have the right to do that, you know," I remarked. The feeling of trying to prove my presence was high. He snorted. A roll of his eyes, broken out of the trance that he had semi-been in. "Of course you do, Samantha. I've never said you didn't, but your rights get in the way. More than a good chunk of the time." I didn't allow myself to stiffen from the remark. They seem to do that a lot, don't they? But if you haven't noticed, they mostly get in the way because you are trying to make them disappear. "I never asked for you to make them present to me in the first place," he started to say. "And I never asked to get into any of this," I exclaimed, releasing the door as my hands clasped together behind my back. So not to fling into the air for emphasis. I never asked for you to save me from the playground. I never asked for you to not kill me after I found out your secret. I never asked for you to suddenly be involved of every aspect of my life. And I certainly never asked you to defend me against my own enemies." His mouth opened, obviously about to say something, but he bit his tongue and stayed silent. So I continued. "I came back. Was I really going to admit this to him? Surely he would do nothing other than chuck it back into my face and make sarcastic sentence after sentence on my weakness. I came back. Because I can't stand you," that raised his eyebrows. "I can't stand the way you have to remark on everything with that sarcastic tone. I can't stand the imposition you settle on me the moment you walk into a room. As if I have to be a perfect. Can't stand up for myself, sniveling little girl who needs you to check the closet for the big bad monsters. You infuriate me to no extent this time." I failed to keep my hands from shooting up into the air. "Oh yeah," he said, pushing off from the desk that he was leaning on, taking steps closer to me. "The thing is, you think you are perfect. Done no wrong. Have no problem. You twist every single thing and make it my fault. The fact that you never told me you were leaving for Thanksgiving. From keeping you from your father over Christmas. For just fighting off a guy that was willing to kill you. You are not invincible. Despite what you put up as a front, you wouldn't have gotten away from a fight that you burrowing yourself into without a scratch. I was only protecting you because you couldn't. Sure, maybe I would have gotten hurt. But you wouldn't have had a chance." "Me twisting everything to be your fault," I exclaimed, closing the distance between us another step. You blew up at me because I was worried for you getting your butt kicked by an alpha. As you went in, slinging fists blindly. If anyone's invincible, it's what you think you are. All I was doing was trying to save you from getting hurt because we were face to face. Our bodies so close that I could feel the heat radiating off his skin. The scent of him overfilled my senses and had me nearly high of the intoxication of it. My voice lost its fiery fury and softened. Because I can't stand to see you get killed. Without you, I don't know what I would do. Because to me, in so many ways you are invincible. I couldn't stand the days we spent apart. The way it seemed that every thought that flashed through my mind seemed to be about you. I came back because despite the fact that I can't stand everything about you, it's what keeps me coming back. Because along with that sarcastic attitude of yours comes that smile that melts my heart and makes me want to earn another smile. Even by doing something stupid to get you to tease me. Because secretly, in some ways it's nice to be protected for once instead of on my own against the world. Now that I'm back, there's no picture of my future that I can imagine without you. But before I could finish my big rant, he kissed me. Electric waves seemed to radiate from every pore of my body as the tension at his presence missing disappeared. All my anger and fear evaporated along with it. My body rejoiced as it finally got what it was asking for. Of him by my side, as his arms wrapped around my waist to hold me close, as our lips melded together until the point where I couldn't separate who was who. We were more like one person, the passion between us, a single current. I was right. There was no going back. There was an annoying sound buzzing in my ear. Its insistent beeping causing me to stir from my deep sleep. Luckily, the sound was extinguished before I could open my eyes. But unfortunately, I knew my alarm clock didn't turn off on its own, so it woke me up a bit more. A growing bit of worry bubbling up in me. Cracking open my eye. The clock flashed the time. Already 5:30 in the morning. But a hand rested on top of the thing, shutting off its yapping. Tristan's hand. Suddenly, I could feel the warmth that surrounded me, and Tristan's strong hold to keep me from going anywhere comforted me to no end. This time I could remember every single moment of last night and relished the experience in my mind. But relaxed now instead of getting up for school like I should. We could just stay home from school today. His breath tickled and warmed the back of my neck, causing me to smile faintly. That thought sounded extremely good right now, wrapped in his arms, which just tightened more now that he knew I was awake. That sounds good, I murmured, closing my eyes once more. He chuckled in my ear. Yes, it does. There were no lingering feelings of anger in either of our voices. The whole fight dissipated in a wave of a passion, leaving only that happy, tingling feeling in its wake. I snuggled deeper into his hold, amazed how, as being as tall as I was, that there was still someone that could make me feel as if I was the size of any other normal-sized girl. Small and dainty in his presence. Normally, I would have probably been repelled from feeling like a little girl. But when it came to Tristan, it felt perfectly normal. His chest was pressed tightly to my back. An mound of blankets covered both of us, canceling out the breeze that was coming through the once again open window. Except on my face, where it felt cool and inviting. I let out a deep breath that was caught in my throat by the moment and just relaxed more. My mind wandering. The sounds of the outside just drifted into the room, and for some reason the soft pitter-patter of rain distinctly rang in my ear. Rain. In January. But glancing through the slit, left in the curtains, my eyes caught on the trickle of rain coming from the darkened sky. Now that I noticed. The air did seem a little warmer than the day before, despite still feeling so good against my skin. It's raining, I said softly, a small part of astonishment in my voice. There was no answer from him, only the soft outlet of breath on my neck. Maybe he had fallen back asleep, letting my own eyes drift shut. I thought that he had his priorities straight. This was so much better than getting up for school. Well, since he was asleep, I guess there was no real urgency for me to have to get up. You love me, his deep timbre voice rumbled. Quiet enough that I probably shouldn't have heard it. But I instantly pricked up at the words. The tone of his voice was slightly teasing. So I knew that he wasn't just speaking to himself. I whipped my head around to face his. My eyebrows scrunched up defiantly. I never said that. His silver eyes sparked with a teasing manner, a smirk gracing his face. Oh, Yes, he chuckled. Yes, you did. My eyes narrowed. Yeah, when I demanded. I don't ever recall actually saying it to his face. I never would have. That's way too much leverage that he could knowingly use against me. And by the look in his eyes, I was all too sure that I had been right about him being able to do so. You don't need to know. All you need to know is that I know you said it. He grinned wickedly, flashing white teeth into the semi-dark. I might have said things that implied that I might care for you. I said, including air quotes. But I've never uttered those words to you, so therefore you have no proof. Go along believing what you will. I remarked snidely, sticking my tongue out, since it was the only way I seemed to think of as an appropriate response to his smugness. He sat up, the blanket falling off his chest as he leaned against the headboard. Arms crossed across him. That smile still stood proudly on his face. And it just made my tongue sizzle with another retort. He didn't. He wouldn't. But my mind took that back. He so would have. You listened in on me and Ian's conversation, I exclaimed, sitting up frantically also, managing to jab him in that sculpted chest of his, grin widening. He just sat still, not uttering a word. You are so frustrating. I groaned, leaning against the headboard too, but just far enough away so that he wasn't touching me, shooting him daggers with my eyes. You love me, he crooned smugly, reaching for my leg underneath the blankets. And I smacked it like a bug. With a growl. You love me, he made the love sound like loof in that utterly cheesy voice he had. Oh, shut up. I just said that to get him off my case. Tristan. I growled, refusing to look at him. Sure, this excuse wasn't going to work at all. Nope. I think you, not just like, but love me. I peeked a glance at him, to see he stuck his tongue out at me just like I had. Mental eye roll down. I went back to glaring at him. Okay. Sure. I've so got you wrapped around my finger. Because you are so in love with me. He sighed wistfully. His hands clasped overdramatically together as he practiced a soap opera look into the distance, that caused me to snort in an attempt to smuggle the laughter that bubbled up from it. Oh my, I snickered, unable to keep it from escaping, until I turned seriously towards him. Okay, let's say I did. What you gonna do about it, huh? Use it against you? In every way possible, he said darkly, his funny attitude all gone. It was almost convincing enough to make me stop talking right then and there. Sure, but you know that's a two-way street. Buddy, I said, leaning over him, our faces near each other, my head reaching over to rest on the other side of the bed of him. One, don't call me buddy, he sneered at the word. That made me smile a bit. I'm most definitely not your buddy. And two, I never said it. The smirk was back. He had me there. He had never made any inclination that he had those kind of feelings towards me. Despite the regular mate's chemistry, whatever nonsense. So you're saying that you don't feel the same way, I asked. My tone even. He didn't say anything. Just sat there. Looking almost uncomfortable. It was almost smile-worthy. That I was making him uncomfortable. Mr. Man of Steel. But it wasn't because what I knew was being proved with him not speaking. This was all just the pull of our marking for him. It would probably be nothing more. Why did it hurt my heart? When I had known this was as far as it got, the truth was harder taken than convinced. Yeah, I guess so. He finally said quietly, whatever. I sighed, leaning back to before, glaring back at the sun that was just rising in the distance. But here's the thing. I'm not that kind of person. And you know that. Samantha. I'm not going to say that I feel the same way just for the heck of it. I'm not trained that way. Let's just say it's hard. When I didn't respond, he sighed. And I could hear his hair rustle as he ran a hand through it. You must know, though, that I'd lay my life down for you. Just like any other member of my family. Despite all of your stubbornness, I do consider you more than family. And would do anything to keep you from trouble. Well, it wasn't a confession. But it was good enough for now. and I held back the smile. Man, this morning was a roller coaster. I looked back at him. How many times do I have to tell you that I don't need protecting, I said. The effect would have been better if I had my hands on my hips. But that's not really possible in the close proximity we were placed in. And that I was sitting down, he rolled his eyes. You need more protection than anyone. But more so. People need to be protected from you. You klutz, I gaped at him, before shoving him on the shoulder. Don't you dare call me a klutz. I will not be categorized as another Bella Swan that can't do squat but whine about the world after tripping on her own feet. Next thing I knew, I was on the floor, the sheets following me. I hit the wood floor with an oof, glancing back up to see Tristan's head peeking over the side of the bed. Told you. You were clumsy, he remarked. You're so dead. I growled, scrambling up from the floor to catch up with him, who I could hear had leapt up from the bed for a mad dash to the bathroom. My feet slipped against the water that had managed to come in through the open window, and I slid across the floor. Losing my balance just as my fingers brushed his back, I fell to the ground again, my chin colliding with a crack that made me wince, just as the door shut. But even though I was hurting a bit, a wide smile spread across my face, as I giggled hysterically. Why I found this so funny, I'd probably never know. When I gained my breath back, I rolled over to gaze at the ceiling fan whirring around. Are you just going to live to torture me for every day of the rest of our lives? I asked. To the empty room, Tristan's head came into view just above me, causing me to yelp as he leaned down to kiss me on the lips. That wicked grin was still on his face as the air was hard to catch for me again. Yep. Pretty much. It's just too much fun. Right before the bathroom door closed a second time, he chimed in again. Besides, you don't need me to torture yourself. You seem to do that pretty well yourself. He chuckled. I'm so freaking sick of having the weather around here being across the map. You'll see. The moment I get out of here and move to someplace warmer, you'll all be begging to stay with me. Quinn grumbled. As we looked out the windows of the hallways, the rain hitting the pavement harder than the day before, if it was even possible. First was the snow that had previously bugged me to no end. But now, when I actually needed it, it was raining. Pelleted. Mood puddling. Howling rain. It wasn't even all that cold. The weather skyrocketing up 20 degrees from the week before. Coming to rest at the middle 40s. Of course. I was the only one who thought this wasn't still cold. It just seemed steamy and muggy to me. The snow on the ground evaporated to make room for the giant puddles of mud and slush that cluttered everywhere, making it very difficult to walk home and being forced into the car for a drive home by either my father or Quinn. Through it all, I had barely seen Tristan, even though I knew he was here. In this school, lurking in the hallways, going from class to class. Every time we passed each other, we purposely had our hands brush, and it was like a breath of fresh air in the claustrophobic environment I had previously called torture. It was nothing compared to this. I just nodded now sympathetically, not really listening. It sounded so bad that I was wrapped in my own problems to not pay attention to the girl who had devoted half of her life's time to me. But I couldn't keep my mind from worrying nonstop over the upcoming days. The countdown was a shrinking number that glared at me every minute of every day of this last week. You have to promise you'll come see me. Sammy, Quinn begged, and I looked up, my mouth sandpaper dry. Sure. I tried not to croak out the words. It was partially because of the temperature of my skin that had me squirming in my chair of every class. The eyes of all the students seemed to be glued on me, but of course they weren't. And partially because here I was, the person who would likely smack a liar. Not only joining the club, but I practically am crowned president. Most definitely. She cocked her head to the side. Yeah, I hear that voice. You are going to be Ms. Big Shot off at college. Well, guess what? I'll steal you away from all that schoolwork if I have to. I smiled a bit at her misjudgment of my lie, but at least she knew me well enough to know that it was one. But her words reminded me of the manila folder that had shown up in the mail the other morning, that I managed to snatch away before my dad had a chance to steal a look at the official seal flashing itself on the front. It still lay completely unopened on the desk in my room, my laptop resting on top of it. It was much too thick to just be a rejection letter. And that thought made my stomach sick. How could it be that I wanted nothing more than to get out of this town for my whole life? And here I was wishing that my biggest accomplishment would be a failure so I'd have another reason to stay here. It's not like I could just up and leave for college now. No, now I had a person that was worthy, or at least almost worthy of me staying here. And I would be condemned into this sorry little town forever. Because it's none the likely that he would get up and move out of his pack just for me. I mean, come on, he's the beta for Pete's sake. I could just see all my education slipping down the drain in front of me. Only endless years of woods in my future, but at least I'd be with Tristan. Right, hello, Sammy, Quinn said, waving a hand in front of my face to get my attention. You were kind of spacing out there. With that I'm in pain look plastered on your face. She looked worried. But I just kept my eyes away, taking in all the rain pouring down. You all right? She asked softly. Everyone else was gone from the halls. Probably in the lunchroom because it was our lunch period. So it was only us sitting on the window benches. Only the occasional slam of a teacher's door from far down the hall. But I still felt like I was being looked at by a crowd. The power of Quinn's worried gaze was enough to make me want to crack right then and there. Come on. Man up, Williams. I pictured my old basketball coach yelling that to me when I was too nervous to go against a taller defender. Men up. You can tackle this problem just like anything else. Only this time it's through a lie. Yeah. I'm perfect. I smiled, hoping that it didn't look fake. You hungry? Because you do know we are sitting out here when we could be getting something to eat, I asked, hopping down from the bench and smoothly switching the direction of the conversation. I'm hungry. She tilted her head to the side, analyzing me carefully as if I was going to lunge at her face, pinpointing my exact attack. You are hungry, you never eat lunch, she said. Suspicious once again. Well, I'm hungry today, I said, not missing a beat. Now that wasn't a lie. I figured if I had a metaphorical week left that I should finally see what all those greasy but semi-good-looking foods in the lunch line actually tasted like. I mean, I'd been munching on salads and the occasional pasta and cheese sticks my whole 4 years here. It wouldn't seem too weird if I suddenly wanted to see what I was missing out on. Was it I didn't really care? Come on. The line's probably almost empty, and if we hurry, we can get there before the lunch ladies close the line. Now, Quinn didn't argue with my one time I actually agreed to eat lunch for once, and totally forgot about our earlier on edge questions. She even challenged me to a race, which she had no chance at, unless she played dirty. Which she did. Good old Quinn. Cheater. You dirty, dirty cheater. I growled as she knocked over a trash can in my way. The janitors would not be very happy guys when they saw all the trash and paper Quinn was scattering across the hallways. But I guess they'd have to get used to it. Senior pranks were sure to be starting soon, and trash tipping was the least of their worries, jumping high over a falling can. I hit the lockers with a jolt. She looked back to see me a bit dazed and stuck her tongue out. Cheaters never prosper, I called out to her, as her laughter reverberated off the lockers, and around the corner she went. Grumbling, I took a wrong step and promptly landed flat on my butt. The piece of paper that I'd slipped on was still stuck to my shoe. But gum, no doubt. You. Seriously fail, a voice said from behind me. But I had been around Tristan long enough to know his voice, so I just scoffed, peeling the nasty piece of paper from my foot. Great. Someone's algebra homework. I saw something in the corner of my eye, but didn't turn around to see. Instead, I crumpled the paper around the gum and tossed it into a can across the hall, surprisingly making it. At least I know when I fail, I started to say, but was startled when I saw Tristan's hand outstretched to help me up. Thanks. I placed my hand in his. That jolt I had gotten every time our skin came in contact since we had given up on our fight must have been a lingering sensation of being apart. Or it could be just him. Either way, I wasn't complaining. His hand closed around mine and pulled me solidly up to my feet. I didn't have a worry in my mind that he couldn't do it. There was a feeling of safety when I was around him. There goes the lovesick syndrome again, messing with my head. Plus, you're just naturally a klutz. He grinned devilishly, and my eyes narrowed as I released his hand like pulling back from a snake. Am not. I growled. setting the trash can upright again. Oh, yes, yes you are. He chuckled and I rolled my eyes. Come on. I'm hungry. That raised his eyebrows. You hungry? For lunch, I gave a loud, exasperated sigh. Is it so hard to believe that I want to eat lunch? Seriously. I need to eat too. Yeah. I know. You're a bottomless pit when it comes to my mom's pancakes or French toast. But lunch. At school, never less. You practically stay away from it like it's the plague. He said, raising his hands in the air innocently. Oh. But he was far from innocent. The coy jerk. Whatever. I'm going to lunch, I said, taking off down the hall, leaving Tristan behind to deal with his own sarcastic voice to listen too. Hey. You someone called. And I turned around about to snap. But my eyes widened at the teacher standing in her doorway, hand precariously on her hip. Do you have a hall pass? Really, never in the history that I've been here has an I teacher asked a student if they had a pass to be in the halls. And here I was in that exact predicament. No. I'm heading to lunch. I jabbed my thumb towards the lunchroom. Lunch started 15 minutes ago. She said, checking her watch. I didn't even know the woman, and here she was, smiling slightly for finally having caught a student in trouble. Yeah, I started when a hand rested down on my shoulder. She's with me, Mrs. Mitchell's. Tristan's deep voice rumbled. She Mrs. Mitchell's apparently looked him up and down, a plain on her face, thinking that what in the world would he, having been in the hall with me, get me out of trouble? But then looked back at me. Is that true? Yeah, totally. I stuttered out. Then all she did was nod and close the door behind her as she went back into the classroom. What was that? I asked Tristan, who still hadn't moved his hand from my shoulder. Nothing much, he muttered. I eyed him carefully, but didn't say anything more and just hurried to the lunchroom. The two of us split off from each other the moment other people were in sight, as if we barely knew one another. I don't know why we did. It just happened naturally, as if people would have a problem, and a dam of emotion would suddenly break the moment they saw us together. It had me on edge every time he talked to me when we weren't all alone. I sat down at my table with Quinn and the Love Dove couple. So, what is this supposed to be? I pointed to the food on my tray. No. I won't, I said stubbornly, crossing my arms over my chest defiantly. Tristan couldn't kick me out of the car to do this, could he? He sighed, running a hand through his hair. I was annoying him, I know, but it was only fair since he annoyed me almost every minute of every day. Just please. You need to be by the pack this weekend. You know that this is very crucial right now, this weekend. In fact, tomorrow was the night of the full moon, what I had been dreading for this whole week. I'd felt the heat underneath my skin increase steadily, and the wolf in my mind starting to make its presence known again. She wanted control, whispering how easy it'd be just to give in. I glared at the guy beside me in the car, the one who'd unleashed this person, this more feral me inside me, just by sinking his teeth into my skin. There were so many reasons to just stop now and not listen to another word he said. But unfortunately, at this moment he was right. I'm so freaking sick of lying to people. I guess it's crucial. But do I have to send my dad back to the city? Do you really think he'll let you go stay with a stranger for the weekend? My eyes narrowed at him, before I glanced up at my house that we currently stood idle in front of. I could make out my father sitting in the living room, a phone pressed to his ear in a very gesticular conversation with whoever else was talking. My dad. The guy with the frilly aprons. The one with the ridiculous Rudolph sweatshirt. The father who was the first guy I had turned to for so many years, and depended on him to keep me solid, him and Quinn. And now I was going into deeper lies with him too. But I loved him with all my heart. And Tristan knew that, and by kicking him out of the town for a week or so, would give them time to come up with a good cover story if anything were to go wrong. This weekend. Of course, that was the worst possible thing happening this weekend. But things could always go wrong somewhere. Fine. But you stay out here. I growled underneath my breath, and didn't even need to turn my head to see that there was a gloating smirk on Tristan's face. He sighed, and reached to turn the stereo up country again before leaning back in the driver's seat. Goodbye me. I don't want to get messed up in your crazy family problems anyway. I could have slugged him right then and there. But I forced myself to be the bigger person and get out of the car with only a steely glare in my departure. I needed to get this over as soon and quick as possible, convince Dad that he can leave. Tell him I'm visiting with Quinn for the night. And pack my stuff so I could get back out here and drive off to where reality seemed more like a twisted fantasy than actual reality. The horn beeped behind me and I turned to glare at the guy in his car, giving me a geeky thumbs up, waving my hands around me to make him see the urgency of my dad to not really notice he was out here. He just grinned wickedly, holding his hand precariously over the horn again. And he so wasn't kidding. Quickly I managed to whip the front door open and swing it shut fluidly behind me. But not before the first wail of another beep pealed across the front yard, letting itself into the house. The door closed with a slushy thump from the melting snow and rain, which had subsided for the moment, but was sure to be back before night. It was all cut off by the walls of the house, and I heard the soft crackling of a fire and my father halting in the middle of his conversation. "No. I cannot agree. I have other plans for now," he said, knocking his tone down an octave, trying to evade me from hearing what he said. If only he knew that I could hear if he whispered to himself only. He wouldn't have tried to be so sneaky about it. "Listen. Get someone else." There was silence as I peeled off my wet sneakers and setting them softly by the air vent, glancing out the crystallized window to see the blurred form of Tristan's car still sitting out in the driveway. Of course. Who wouldn't need the money? But I'm going to have to decline. I cleared my throat, peering into the living room. And he quickly looked around at me, giving me a strained half-smile which I returned, wringing my hands together behind my back. It was like trying to cover something up that you knew you'd get in trouble for. And you always had the tickle in the back of your head that your parents knew. It didn't matter how sneaky you managed to be with them. It seems they always knew. Somehow, some way. They had eyes everywhere, and ears of equal distance. "One moment, honey," my dad said. "Yes, sir." But I'm spending some home time. He didn't have the chance to finish talking to whoever he was talking to, which I could bet was the head of his law firm because I snatched the phone from his hand. I wasn't thinking terribly clear, but I took it and placed it against my own ear, ignoring my father's utterly shocked expression and desperate grasping for it back. Hello, there was silence on the other end, but I could hear the distant sound of the city through the earpiece. "And who is this?" a deep voice answered. One I knew well enough from so many times of me answering the phone when he was looking for my father. Yep. He was definitely his boss, Samantha Williams. "Mr. Flate, Williams's daughter. What is the problem we have here?" I asked, taking another cautious step away from my dad, who was growing angrier by the second. "Ah, Samantha. Your father talks so much about you. A load of crap." My father had laid into me plenty about how his boss never had the time to listen to anybody else's business unless it involved a case that they were either winning or losing. Other than that, it was just him and his money, locked away in his office to ponder how he'd spend it all. But I really believe this is a matter that shouldn't be handled with children at hand. I'm not a child. For one, I turn 18 in only 4 months, a legal adult if you don't know. Now that was a slightly low blow. But at the moment I was desperate. "So please enlighten me why you are bothering us," he sighed impatiently on the other end. "Fine," he growled. I hadn't noticed much until now. How weak and pathetic sounding a regular human's voice sounded when contorted into a growl in comparison to a werewolf's. It was like comparing a bunny to a well-wolf. There was no threat in his voice to me. Only careful consideration of how I'd take care of a problem such as dealing with someone who thought themselves great enough to challenge me. I gulped. My wolf had taken over more of my thoughts that I'd want. "There is a case that desperately needs your father's attention," he started, and then filling me in on the details of a murder trail where the evidence was sketchy against the defendant. But there might be enough to prove guilty. My dad, being the master at loopholes and whatnot, was needed for that particular reason. I looked over at my father, who had given up trying to take the phone back, but was sitting impatiently on the edge of his chair, his head resting in both of his hands as he stared at the ground. "He'll take it. He can be to work by tomorrow morning," I said, causing him to spring from his statue-like position. "Yes. Goodbye." finally clicking the end button. My father snatched the phone roughly from my hands. Why in the world did you do that? Because I needed you away in case I suddenly passed away in a wolf accident. Because if it's true and you are needed on a case such as this, then it'd be better if you go and help the guy. From what I hear, this is a total framing. You can spend a month later in the year, maybe take leave for the summer, I reasoned, looking as innocent as possible. See no evil, do no evil. Child. But still. He was where I had gotten my stubbornness from, and was starting to argue. Come on. Dad. I would feel extremely bad if you not taking this case would send an innocent man to prison for life. Do it for me. If not for him. Sweetening the deal, I wrapped my arms around him. Just as strong as every time I first saw him and said goodbye. The kind of hug my dad always begged for because it reminded him so much of when I was a little girl and the whole family would join in on a group hug. It took him a few moments, but eventually he relaxed a bit and groaned. Why did you need to pull the Yuginto this? I laughed against his chest, taking another deep smell of his scent. My dad. My one solid rock. Fine. But you know I'm going to have to leave tonight if I'm going to be able to get a good night's rest and get to work in the morning. There. I managed to complete the first step of my task. Getting my dad away and out of town. I inwardly sighed, pulling back from him so I wouldn't be tempted to beg him to stay and be the one to see me through this. No problem. I'm staying at Quinn's tonight, so I won't be completely alone. That made him a bit more relaxed about the whole thing, and he hurried up to his room to grab his suitcase. The house was darker than when I'd come in. Storm clouds rolling in from an unknown place, making sure my dad couldn't see. I opened the front door and looked just to make sure that Tristan was still out there. Yep. There he was, reclined in the driver's seat still. The subtle beat of a country song coming from within. Seriously. I never would have guessed that he'd be a country fan of any sort. It only took a few minutes for my dad to be on his way and out the door, acknowledging the car in the driveway curiously but not seriously before pulling out himself and disappearing back down the street once again like so many other times. Through the windows I saw Tristan tap his invisible watch on his wrist. I needed to hurry, but of course, what would make him more ticked off than me taking my time? It was time to get on his annoyed side. I grinned devilishly as I took luxurious steps slowly up the stairs towards my room. The door creaked open. Like usual when it was pushed slowly. The room was darker than usual. The drapes drawn back to reveal the angry clouds in the sky better, but causing shadows to stretch out of proportion. Well, wasn't this slightly creepy? Maybe I better just leave quicker than I wanted. Pestering Tristan or not. I suddenly didn't want to be left alone in a big house anymore. Being around people so often, it felt cold and lonely. Even sarcastic responses to my words were better than nothing. Pulling the bag from the handle of the closet, I tossed it onto the bed to empty and refill. The zipper caught on itself and I nearly ripped the material trying to pull it free. And out exploded the contents. It was all clothes. Probably clean. But I should clean them again because they'd been in this bag for at least a couple weeks. Everything in the dirty clothes basket. My hands closed around something that wasn't mine. A t-shirt that was a dark gray. It was much too big for me, but was very familiar. It was Tristan's shirt. From the day I left. It still smelled of him as I carefully sniffed it. Glad he wasn't here to see me go all freaking crazy over a shirt, the whole bag that it had been smelled faintly of it. And I suddenly loved it a ton more than I had originally. So I put it back in the bag, making a note in my head to wear it tonight to bed and stuffed the rest of things that I'd need. Scanning the room quickly, I searched for anything else I'd want or need. Nothing came to mind except the small picture frame sitting on my dresser, holding the one perfect family picture before my mom passed away, its own way. It reminded me of the one housed on Tristan's dresser, where his father was making him laugh so wildly. Except in mine we were just sitting, actually posing for it. But it wasn't fake. You could see the way we were so close-knit. How Dad's arm wrapped tightly and protectively around Mom's waist, and both of their hands were resting on my shoulders as I beamed. Only a few days after I'd lost my 2 front teeth on the same day. I couldn't bear to leave that behind, and last minute, I snatched the manila folder on the desk, the dreadful one addressed to me from my college. I was right. It was way too thick to be a rejection letter. My dad would have a mini heart attack if I told him that I wasn't going. And I myself was more than crushed that that part of my future was blowing away in the wind. So I stuffed it in the front pocket, promising to think over the decision with the most detail. If I was anything, it wasn't being the person to make rash decisions without consideration. The air chilled in the room despite the window not being open. And I hurried out of there, rushing down to the car in the driveway. No matter what, if I came back to this house again, I knew things were going to be a lot different. And how exactly was I spending my Friday night? The night before the full moon, watching random television, of course. The only person in the house who seemed to think like me, of course, had suggested it. Rain had to be the best brother in the world. But Tristan didn't seem to agree with that point. This is pointless. We're just sitting around here doing nothing. Tristan grumbled from his spot on the couch, feet propped up on the table. I peeked up at him from under the covers I had constructed into a fort in front of the TV. No. Correction. You are doing nothing. Me and your brother here have constructed a pillowtopia. Pillowtopia, he scoffed, looking at me like I was insane. He'd be mostly right. I mean, here I was, the person who went crazy when preparing for a test, playing with pillows when I had a life or death exam only tomorrow. But stressing out about it was doing me no good. I'd almost snapped at Mrs. Everdeen when she asked if I wanted dinner, saying, "Did I look like I wanted dinner?" So I figured I'd let Rain take over and get my mind off things like that for a while. And this is what we came up with. Yep. Rain chipped in, from under a canopy of blankets between the couch and table. But I thought we decided to call it a cushionopolis. I smacked my hand to my forehead. Duh, sorry, I forgot. You two have the minds of 2-year-olds, Tristan grunted, flipping the channel. And you have the tone of a grumpy old man, I retorted, scouring for the popcorn bowl hidden somewhere in the big mess. Of course, there were pieces of it everywhere. But the bowl where it had all originally been contained in had disappeared. He snorted and proceeded in flipping another channel. Why are you even in the living room if you think this is pointless? I asked, popping a piece of chocolate from the bowl of that we had around here into my mouth when he didn't answer and avoided even looking at me. I sighed and picked up the chocolates, standing up myself so I could tiptoe over to the couch unscathing the fort, aka cushionopolis's. I hopped into the seat next to him. Chocolate. He looked at me, and for a moment I saw a distant look in his eyes with a hint of a deep sadness farther in the silver discs, before they snapped back to their original sarcastic gleam as he winced. I hate chocolate. My mouth feel open, the bowl hanging in between us limply. You hate chocolate. Yep. Another channel switch. It's true. Rain chimed in again from beneath the covers and pillows. Are you even human? Who doesn't like chocolate? Well, there's the people who are allergic to chocolate. The ones that don't like sweet thing. The ones who don't eat at all, and me. Tristan gave me a dry smile, while switching channels away from a lady who was speaking in a loud, whiny voice instructing the watchers how to make a birthday cake for a 7-year-old's birthday. But just in case. Last time I checked, I'm not really human. Now am I? Ha ha. I replied monotonously. Stop worrying over chocolate anyway. We have much bigger things on our plate than chocolate, he growled, picking up the bowl promptly and placing it on the table on the other side of him before I could snatch it back. Rain's head popped up from out of the covers. Why so serious, he asked, in the same creepy tone as the Joker, as Batman had just been switched on. He said it in time with him, making me raise my eyebrows in surprise. A little creepy, don't you think? I started to mumble when Tristan cut in, standing up sharply from the couch, jostling me out of the position I had been in, slightly leaning on his side. What's so serious? I'll tell you what's serious, Rain. What's serious is the fact that we have the full moon looming ahead of us tomorrow night. A life or death situation. And you, our alpha, are sitting here playing like a child with the source of all this tension. Come on. You're my older brother. At 21, you should have grown out of making couch forts right now. I'm the only one here who's seeing with a level head. And I can do nothing. But at least I'm thinking. So get up and straighten yourselves up. Because this is serious, he exclaimed into the silence of the living room. The commercial caught frozen on Tide. He glanced at the TV, finally noticing it was frozen, and chucked the remote at the wall near it, causing the batteries to go flying away, before storming out of the room. Neither me or Rain said a word as we listened for the front door to slam shut, making me wince painfully. That's all it took for the television to come back to life, and a soap opera took over the screen. But Rain stretched over the expanse of the rest of the untouched floor to snap it off manually. He's right. This is no way for an alpha to be behaving. He sighed, running a hand through his already half-sticking-up blonde hair. His silver eyes looked suddenly much more stressed with the reminder of that there were actually other things that needed to be done. I should clean this up, I guess. I didn't say anything, but knelt down to help him toss all of the pillows back onto the couch and into the storage bins where they kept the extra linen and everything. The blankets were draped back across the couches. Oh, I found the popcorn bowl, Rain muttered, picking up the kernels off the floor and into the bowl one at a time. Leaning back on my heels, I ran a hand through my own hair, wishing I would have had a hair tie to tie it back. It was getting longer than I'd like. I should probably go calm him down. He'll just be angry with everyone all day if he doesn't have someone to yell at. Rain looked up from his minuscule task. Nah, he's probably gone wolf and is taking a run. He's been quite on edge lately. I thought that was over with you being back. But it seems that was only part of it. I bet he's worried about tomorrow. So am I smiled sadly. Thank you, though, for getting my mind off of it for a while. That probably just did me a world of good. I'd be a bundle of nerves right now. Instead, I'm just mildly irritated with my so-called mate. Well, that's good, I guess. He chuckled awkwardly, but continued to pick up all the food. Man, we had made a real mess. But just to let you know, being irritated with you, mate, is just another part of life. Every relationship has its ups and downs. Just because we have a destined partner doesn't mean we will totally be perfect for one another. There have most definitely been mated couples that later crumbled because they couldn't handle one another. It's the trick of learning to cope with it all that makes it survive. I didn't want to tell him that I wasn't totally worried about Tristan. He'd get over it eventually. But it was true. Neither one of us was perfect. He could be a jerk at times and had a terrible temper, while I couldn't seem to let things go and thought too much like a child. Before I'd met him, I thought I was all grown up, much more mature than my friends. But he'd proved me wrong. At 19, he was already in his permanent job position and in second in charge of a whole pack full of people. And here I was playing around on the floor like he had said a 2-year-old because I couldn't handle the stress of tomorrow. I tucked a stray strand of my hair behind my ear, the copper tone of it disappearing in the darkness of the living room, making it a dark brown. Rain's words made me wonder. Why didn't he have a mate? He was young, handsome, hilarious, all the things a girl would look for in a guy, and yet I had yet to see him with anyone besides me. Tristan and their mother. He was the one totally in charge of the pack. The alpha. A position that she-wolves probably seeked out. The power was enticing. Like Ian had said, it was hard to ignore, and that was the pull that Ian had. Rain wasn't a stalker and crazy lunatic with serious anger issues. Don't you have a mate? I asked softly. And Rain's hands froze from picking up the popcorn momentarily, before he stood up to his full height to set it on the counter. His face was solemn and closed in. A first for him. He was always so open and honest about everything. This was a sore subject, I could tell. Never mind, I started to stay. But he held a hand in the air. No, not yet. Who knows, not everyone gets one. But certainly 21 is too young of an age to worry about getting a mate in regular human terms, a wife. Most people my age are still looking. As am I. He smirked, laying a soft hand on my knee. To tell the truth, I feel a little sorry for you and Tristan. You guys are too young to have this laid down on you two, but fate has had other plans for you. And whatever happens is for the best. I'd better get back to my duties. You get a good night's rest. You are going to need it. Patting my knee, he exited out of the living room also, leaving me with a blank television and a thoughtful mind. The porch was cool, but not too cool. The rain had brought in a slight warmth to the air and dissolved all the snow, and left mush in its wake. But besides that feeling in the air, the stars shone bright in the night sky, illuminated more by the moon. So close to full, I sat on the swinging bench, softly rocking back and forth. One leg tucked underneath me while I used the other to push gently. It was hard to believe this was January. Despite the cold, probably around 25 degrees out here, it felt amazingly good against my feverish skin. It had been around 11 when Tristan had taken off, and it was 4 now. And still no sign of him. I had tried to bunker down in his room, but had resulted down in nothing but a bunch of tossing and turning restlessly. Clearly, I wouldn't be able to sleep without him here. So here I sat, waiting patiently for him to return. At first, I'd thought I'd lose interest in this waiting after the first half hour, but the woods had surrounded me in the pleasant sense that it held within it, and relaxed me a bit. I bet if I knew where Tristan was, I could have actually curled up on the bench and fallen asleep. But while my body was relaxed, my mind was still running rampant for the safety of my mate. What a textbook thing to do. The whole house was settled in for the night, being it almost morning, and there was silence inside the doors. I almost wished Rain would wake up to come out here and talk to me, but he needed his sleep just like anyone else, except apparently me and Tristan. Then it dawned on me. Maybe he went somewhere else to sleep for the night. The thought made me wrinkle my nose in anger. That would just be perfect. Him leaving me for a sleepless night so he could have a dramatic exit and expect everyone to accept that he had his spouts of anger. It was already tomorrow, I thought. The full moon would be tonight in all technicalities. I pulled my leg tighter against me, as my stomach churned mildly. A last day, and I was here in the middle of nowhere, with my father miles away. Suddenly there was movement out of the corner of my eye, and I spotted Tristan coming out of the cover of the trees. His black hair glinted against the moonlight, his eyes invisible to me as his head was turned towards the other direction. Hands in his jean pockets, he walked slowly and deliberately, obviously not having noticed me sitting here yet. My light rocking halted. He had almost reached the porch when he finally looked up, freezing in place the moment he saw me staring back at him. "Hey," I said softly. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Hey." "You all right?" I asked, as I got up off the swing, making it creak in my wake. But I didn't care. He sighed, before sitting down on the wet porch steps. "Sure. Never better," he replied bitterly, with enough underlying venom to make me wince. But since I'd taken his verbal abuse before, I knew that the anger wasn't really directed at me. But who else would make him this irritated? "Hey, isn't it my job to make you irritated?" "Something else is snatching my position," I grumbled, collapsing on the opposite side of the step of him. It was drier than it had originally looked, but still mildly damp since the rain had subsided. The thunder, however, still rang in the distance, providing a gentle companion to our secluded conversation. "What's really eating you?" He didn't smirk or anything like I'd hope he'd do when I protected my position as his annoyance, but stayed still, only keeping his gaze on me solidly, seeming to contemplate an answer. I almost thought he'd give in for once and really tell me. But of course, this is Tristan we're talking about, so he'd just have to turn to rudeness. "Is it really any of your business? You don't need to worry about me," he growled. "No, on normal conditions. If this were just a month ago, or even a few weeks ago, it wouldn't have been. But he just seemed to drag me into every problem he had, whether he wanted to or not. Hadn't I told him everything? Of course I had softened from my rough exterior because he was just that stubborn. But he must have been stronger than me. Still sticking to the same attitude as when I'd first met him. Somehow this should have made me mad. It made me want to beat his problems out of him and demand answers for all the pain I'd had to go through in this relationship. What had he had to give up? Nothing. I'd had to give up everything. My family's trust in me, my normality, my friendships. So I should have been angry, being the only one who was putting squat into this so-called relationship. While he just sat in his corner and watched while he sulked, but instead it made me laugh a bit. A giggle that came out of my lips with no warning and surprise that it made his eyes instantly drop that roughness for a second to make way for curiosity. "We don't act much like mates, do we?" I chuckled out. not seeing why it was so funny to me. His head cocked to the side a bit, analyzing me methodically before answering almost hesitantly. I guess not. Really. That earned a smirk out of him. At least there was some feeling other than total shutdownment in that head of his. But, of course, we aren't exactly the perfect match made by heaven, I said with a slight wistfulness. Somewhere in my mind a picture of the perfect guy I had dreamed of all the years I had started being a hopeless romantic. The years of reading so many romance books that I could practically quote the best pickup lines to anyone who asked. I could recite the way I dreamed he would be charismatic and charming. Oh, so caring and loving. How he'd never let me go. And always want me by his side. And how I'd never want to leave it. But now, that picture-perfect guy was distorted and miraged by my memory. And in its place was the outline of the guy I saw before me. But his personality butted heads with mine, and didn't fit like puzzle pieces that I'd always daydreamed would fit perfectly together. I'm sure you never would have chosen me if you had had the choice. I snorted at the next thought. I'm probably not even your type. My type. I gave him a sidelong glance. Yeah. You know the kind of person you're attracted to. I bet you'd would have wanted a compliant. Miniature blonde that you could tow around with you, and wouldn't argue with you every step of the way. I smirked at picturing how I'd most likely dig my heels in all the way, and make sure at whatever cost he'd have to use every source he had to make me budge an inch away from my resolves. Well, that might just have killed me, he muttered. Huh, if I had gotten paired with someone like that, he said clearer. I don't think I would have been able to stand some person who always agreed with every word that I said. It would get annoying quickly. I mean, it's bad enough to have someone who goes against everything that I even dare to think. A pointed look my way. But I wouldn't have been able to live through a life with the person you just described. Seriously, I asked. I always figured he would just want someone who'd sit passenger while he drove. Never questioning his decisions. It'd be easier. With him being in beta. It'd give him more time to focus on his job and duties to his pack. And that had been clearly put above everything else in his opinions. Yeah, having someone like you around makes life interesting, he said quizzingly, trying to find the right words. So, are you saying that if you would have had a choice, you would have had someone like me as your mate? I asked hopefully. This could have been the closest I have ever come to him actually saying he cared for me. But of course my tone threw him off and he shifted slightly away. Don't flatter yourself. If I would have had a choice, I would have decided not to have a mate at all. But fate's cruel and decided to pin me down with one, he growled, cracking the knuckles on his hand. But you don't have that choice, I said softly. I don't want to draw this out of you with pain and suffering. That's just cruel. But it would be so nice for you to at least say that you care for me. Especially since you know that I definitely do for you. He stared at me blankly. Do you want me to say it truthfully? Or hand you a lie? My face fell. I could feel it doing so. Despite that, I hated that I'd ever do something like that in front of him. The waterworks were just behind my eyes. But I kept them there. I had at least control over that. I don't want to lie. But you are right. Fate's cruel. And evil. I said, my jaw hardening. As I replied in my cool tone. Exactly. He replied shortly, running a hand quickly through his black hair. This was my fault. I shouldn't have even bothered. I was just setting myself up for heartbreak and failure, and I wasn't someone to take failure lightly. It should be something to learn from and corrected. And I was correcting it right now. But the least I could do was give him the truth too. It knows that I have fallen for you against my will. In fact, I've fought it every step of the way. Just like I'd do to anything that involved you. And yet, it makes you a distant mess. And knows I have no power against it. So here it is, I love you. Tristan Everdeen, my voice had no emotion in it. I had used that up. Suddenly I felt very tired and sick of this conversation. I just wanted to leave now. If I didn't, I would surely let the tears loose on me. So I guess that makes me the bigger person. It takes a real man to admit something. Anyone can hide it. And with that I got up, brushing off my pajamas, sweatpants, and his t-shirt that had been in my bag, and walked back into the house to go to bed. Not even looking back. He was home. I'd sleep all right tonight. Calm down, I don't want you cracking a fist through my office wall, Rain cried when I chucked a book across the room and was making my way to pick it up. He hurried over to the other side of the room to pick it up before I could even get close. If my emotions had been a roller coaster the day before, now they were solid. But they were all aggressive and animalistic. I had no control over my anger. Especially apparently against the poor books that I'd looked up about werewolves who were created by being changed. God. Why can't they have one piece of solid information? All I really know is that I can only change once a month. With the moon. And that's if my body can handle this second change. I growled, crossing my arms over my chest and flopping down on the armchair. Rain sighed, whether it was because of the stress that this night was bringing, or in relief because I had stopped my endless time bomb pacing around his room, waiting to pounce on something that was going wrong before setting the book on his desk. Well, this hasn't. Yes. I know that it hasn't happened. In hundreds. No, thousands of years. It's been a mantra of some sort when it comes to my condition, I growled, digging my nails into my forearms lightly, just to take away some of the edge of my anger. Apparently, my wolf side was a lot more temperamental than I ever had been, flying off the top several times this morning when I had been scouring the pages for a clue. For something, and as the sun had made its way across the sky, she had taken more and more of my personality, seeping away my feelings and emotions that were regular parts of my normal life. Taking another look at the clock, I groaned when it said 5:30. I just wanted to get this all over with. And I still had to wait another 2.5 hours until it was fully dark and I could take on this problem full on. But remember, you can't give in to your wolf fully. Make sure you give in enough for the change. But you can't let it overtake you. Or else you might live but not change back, which was preferable to death. But still not as good as being human or whatever variation I was of that. You must, though. Make sure you don't fight the change. Or else your body will fail you and you won't live, period. Great, I muttered sarcastically. Where is Tristan anyway? I hadn't seen him since last night when I'd left him on the porch alone. I had assumed he would be in his office, but when I had gone to apologize in the late morning when I woke up, he was gone, probably for the better. Considering I had nothing to apologize for, and if he was there, I'd just trip over myself trying to make up for my temperamental feelings, and give him the satisfaction of thinking he was right, which he was most definitely not. But now it was getting closer and closer to the time when I'd need him the most. He had been the one who had made me safe from completely falling under my wolves' sweet promises during my last changing. And I'm not sure I could survive on Rain's instructions alone this time. I have no idea. You've asked that 3 times in the last hour. And it's going to pretty much be the same answer unless you expect me to develop a sudden telepathy in human form to him right now. Haha, I wouldn't be surprised. We kinda already are a fantasy created by stories. Why not add mind-to-mind speaking? I muttered. Secretly, I was glad for Rain's presence around me today, even though I was probably a severe pain in the rear end today. Exactly. Why make it more unrealistic? He replied calmly, looking through the book himself, pulling out a pair of black-framed glasses out from a drawer in his desk. You use glasses, I asked. He looked up, looking suddenly more mature with the glasses framing his silver eyes with the black outline. Yeah. You never knew that. No, I said, fiddling with my thumbs. Well, he said, looking down at the book, his finger going across the page as he followed the writing. I do now know that the early part of the species, the part that you're in, is called the moon called. You are strictly reliable on the moon to complete your process into your other self, but that's about it, he muttered, slamming the book shut, looking about ready to chuck it across the room himself. What's the point in a book about the whole thing, if you can find nothing from it? That is what I was thinking, I grumbled. It'd be so easy. And with that I knew that the change was getting close. Closer than I would have thought. My wolf was gaining more power. But it was only 5:30. I glanced out the window and it was growing increasingly darker. A huge crack of thunder making the house shake as it rumbled across the woods. Could a thunderstorm really make the night come sooner? If so, I was doomed. I had wanted it to come soon, but not without Tristan here. My nervousness that I'd tried to ignore skyrocketed, making me jolt when the phone rang. Rain looked up at my reaction, a calming hand in the air. "It's only the phone," he murmured before picking it up. "Wouldn't you rather have the strength, the power, the pure animal side of yourself to be released? You don't know your full potential that you have, the potential that I'm offering you." The door opened, and in came Tristan, hair soaked and pressed to his head, and his clothes equally as wet and dark. Instantly, I sprang up into his arms, which reluctantly let me in, burying my head in his chest. It always seemed to end like this, a source of raw emotion causing our previous problems to disappear, for the moment at least. Rain murmured into the phone. But Tristan spoke up. "Rain, your mate will be able to respect a person who can recognize their wolf as a part of them. Come on. All you need to do is let me take control." My arms and legs felt like jello, as they started to shake slightly. If it weren't for Tristan's hands tight around me to keep me up, I would have collapsed to his feet. Tristan the first said, my voice muffled by his shirt. Why couldn't I seem to tell him the full sentence? My mouth couldn't form the words as the shaking got worse, my teeth chattering, even though my temperature was high enough to kill a normal person. "Don't listen to me, and I will make sure you will never be able to do anything again," Rain Tristan said more urgently this time, his voice catching and serious to the core. Something was very wrong here. And it wasn't just me. Rain's voice on the phone was increasing in volume, but the exact words were tuned out to my ears as I focused my willpower just to stay as I was. "Please," I begged. But it came out as a croak. Not even legible to hear. Couldn't something make this stop? The heat fastly increasing into a burning pain. This was how it was the first time, except more intense. "I will make you live no more." The phone was slammed down on the desk. "Rain, make it stop," I yelled into my mind, it coming out as a whisper from my mouth. "The pack is under attack. Redwood pack is invading," Tristan finally said. Tristan's words did nothing less than make my legs finally give out from underneath me, totally relying on his arms to keep me up. I hissed as the sudden movement caused the burning to increase in its potency and make all my muscles tense up. Bracing for worse. "Samantha," he yelped, finally realizing that something else was happening with me. Despite the urgent news he had just delivered, the room was illuminated harshly for a moment before being followed by an earthquake-worthy crash of thunder. Gently, Tristan laid me down on the hardwood of the office. Rain had leapt over to this side of the room before the crash rumbled off into the distance. "What's happening? It's not even night yet." "The moon can't be seen," Tristan growled, the rumbling from his chest vibrating off onto me. "Well, obviously her body is preparation for the change, but she can't change fully until the moon rises over the horizon and the sun dies off. It must be the darkness of the storm that is triggering an early preparation for it," Rain said, picking the book back off the table. I could see him in the corner of my eye, scouring through the pages. "You're not going to learn anything from a stupid book," Rain Tristan yelled, pulling me closer to his body. He had hunched himself over on the floor as I lay tense in his arms. It was like slowly being dipped into a fire. Every piece of my body getting equal treatment as it traveled through my veins and into my muscles. Despite not knowing much about the change in itself, my wolf could diagnose every signal thing that was happening, and she was relishing in it. "If you don't give in, I'll be sure to make you suffer," she hissed, almost as if in my ear. I wanted to scream and clamp my hands over my ears to block out the horrid she-wolf. She was just as determined to win my body over as I was to keep it. A constant struggle in the turmoil in my mind. Another wave of fire engulfed my limbs, as slowly my muscles tried rearranging themselves, only to be shot down by the absence of the moon over the sky. "Is she all right?" Rain asked, his voice sounding concerned. But my eyes were now clamped shut to block out the look on his face. "I don't know. Sam. Baby." "What's going on?" Tristan asked urgently. But all I could let out was a soft moan of pain from my pressed-together lips, teeth digging into the insides of my cheeks. The phone went off again, ringing in the silence from both of the brothers waiting for me to answer. All of a sudden, the tone that had previously just mildly irritated me scraped against my eardrums, the high-pitched chime causing me to screech and slap my hands over my ears. The movement igniting me further. Heightened hearing check. I didn't even have time to think of how good it sounded for Tristan to call me baby in his deep voice that I loved so. The blaring ring of the phone drowned it out of my head. "Get the damn phone," Tristan roared. His body so tense that it was almost as tightly bound as mine. My back arched in the pain. I gotta stop. This is nonsense. It must just be my mind that's overplaying the power she has over me. It's just will of mind. You can do this, I thought to myself. My own voice in my mind sounding strained and unsure. "Alpha," Rain answered. His tone darkly serious. This was worse than alpha mode. This was more animalistic. Clearly the full moon had effects on the other pack members, either that or the incoming attack on all of us. Probably the latter. Yes, I already know all of that. I need new information. Get me the coordinates. Numbers. Speed. Everything, he snarled into the phone, my ears picking up the echo of it through the receiver. With the ringing gone, I slowly let down my arched back, relaxing as much as could. Think soothing thoughts. The waves as they lapped the cliff of the spot I'd fallen into the water with Tristan. The way I looked at him sleeping that first morning I had woken up beside him on the couch. The contours of his face as he breathed in softly. He was so peaceful as he slept. All the worry. The stress erased from his body as he deeply took in air. I had sat there quietly wondering what he had been dreaming. Was I in his dreams? Of course not. I was just a girl who he had gotten tangled with because of my annoying curiosity. And he had found crying her eyes out in the park like a freak. And then by pure chance he had fallen asleep beside me. I remember sitting up softly on one elbow, my hand mere centimeters from brushing hair from his eyes, the dark strands contrasting with his skin greatly in the pale light of the sunrise. Right then and there, I think, was when I realized I liked him. I had tried to hide it for a long time, even from myself, but now using that memory as a tool to relax. It seemed the only answer to when I'd actually seen past most of his rough exterior, because the sleeping boy on the couch was no jerk. Nor was he superficially sarcastic. He was just Tristan. Tristan Everdeen. Sam. Tristan's voice brought me out of the memory quickly, but not enough to make me want to open my eyes. The pain was still there, but had subdued about half with my technique. "Sam, I want you to look at me." Dare I open my eyes? Would he think me even weaker when he saw all the emotions that were flitting across the surface of them? I was never good at keeping my emotions from escaping my eyes. It was always best to keep contact strictly little when I was suffering from some thought that involved other emotions. He would just use all that against me. Trust him, I thought, though it seemed to more calm me. A person looking in from outside the situation, if you can trust anyone. It's him. Sam. Open them. Now, he commanded, his voice softer but more into his beta self. That. I couldn't seem to resist. My eyes flashed open at once. His face was inches from mine as he leaned over me protectively. My breath hitched at the close proximity. Those deep yet shallow silver eyes engulfed me, swallowing me whole into their fiery surface. That a girl, "See, you don't have to fight me every step of the way." He chuckled, trying to make me scrunch up my nose in distaste at the thought of going along with him. But it wasn't working this time. For once, I wanted to go along with him. Tristan always seemed to know best. "You're going to be all right," he murmured, his hand brushing the hair off my forehead that was pasted there with the sweat that I hadn't realized I'd been exerting. "I won't let anything happen to you. No one's going to hurt you. But can you prevent me from getting hurt from myself?" I croaked out, my throat dry. I needed water. He smiled, almost bitterly, but a genuine one that made my heart warm. "I think I'm the only one who can." His voice was of total absolution and confidence that I wished would ooze out onto me. He seemed so sure that I'd come through this like it was nothing and go on with life normally, but with the pain eating away at my body and most of all my free will. It seemed that hope in my eyes was waning. God, I hope he didn't automatically chalk it down as giving in. And a weakness. Because more than ever now I wanted to live through this. just to prove a point to him that I was strong enough, and maybe to make him proud. It was a strange sensation, to yearn for him to feel proud of me, that I did something right. Ever since my mom passed away or was stolen from us with a fatally merciless disease, my dad was always distant. Everything I did was always made a constant. My perfect grades, innocent ways, and total self-sufficientness. That was a given. Nothing I ever really did would make him truly proud. That was an extra mile in a direction that I knew not of. Eventually, I had given up and just settled with normality, with the homecoming of one of his bone-crushing hugs that made me feel like life was perfect as long as I had him. But now, I had someone to make proud of me again. I smiled weakly, wanting to reach up and stroke my fingers across the strong jawline of Tristan's face, still quirked in a slight smirk. "Yeah, you just might be," I whispered, my voice almost sounding unstrained in the soft tone, the hoarseness disguised. "Now, you must stay still. Don't move much. But you still have a few hours before we can get you to complete the change," Tristan said, his voice low and his forehead resting gently against mine, eyes boring into my mind. "We'll take things from there." A few more hours of this pain, my eyes must have betrayed my total fear as plain as day. Because he continued on. "I know you can do this. Samantha, remember, you're the most stubborn person I know. I could do this, if not for me, then for him. Make him proud." "Tristan," Rain interrupted, and I held back a whimper as he pulled his head back away from mine. "They need us." He didn't need to say any more. Despite this delicate position I was in, this pack was under fire. And unfortunately, that was because of me. Tristan's jaw hardened as he clenched his teeth. "I can't leave her. They are after one thing. Me, not necessarily. I have some information that was just passed on that might condone that this is because of larger pack conflicts too." Rain growled lightly. "But even if she is the source of this, me and you need to be at the brunt of the attack. She'll be fine. There is a pack full of females here to keep her check." "Keep me in check." He made it sound like I was an insane person who needed to stay on their meds. My mate's chest rumbled with a combination of indecision and the start of a fight. Wolves liked a reason to prove their dominance. And this was a challenge worth fighting for. But I had seen a fight between Tristan and Ian that had been nasty as it was, but was only really a mild brawl compared the way they were setting this up to be in my mind. I had just realized that I couldn't be without him. I don't think I'd be able to go on living if Tristan was yanked away from my life. There was silence in the room, as I clung to him desperately, not wanting him to go, but at the same time wanting to go out there and fight tooth and nail with him. My nails dug into his shoulder sharply, but he didn't say a thing about it. Instead, slowly let out a ragged breath before speaking. "Fine. Go ahead, I'll catch up to you." "You better," Rain said. His voice had no trace of the friendly, brother-like man I'd grown accustomed to. It was raw with power and laced with the huskiness over the thrill of a fight. "I will." "Now go," Tristan snapped. His brother looked ready to reattribute him for talking so harshly to those in command, but shook his head against it and instead left the room swiftly. His absence made room for another crash of thunder as it rolled through the sky. His arms enclosed around me silently, and lifted me in the air, as gentle as possible, as if I might break. My lip was already held tightly closed by my teeth, so I couldn't utter a sound about the pain it caused. "Come on." "Men up." "Williams." I was swiftly taken to the living room, where I saw several other women standing idly. Most of them looked pregnant in some stage or another. The rest were either old or younger than 15. But all eyes turned to the two of us when we entered the room, all worried conversations screeching to a halt as he stepped through the threshold. All the women looked drenched to some degree, probably depending on how far it took them to flee towards the pack house from their own homes. Faces were stressed with fear and worry that was present with every single one. "Where's Chelsea?" Tristan demanded, his voice confident that his words would not be taken to question. "Just answered. She's tending to the west side's fire. It erupted when the pack first invaded. She's still trying to get people out." A slight auburn-haired girl spoke up, her thin frame steady with anger. Even though she still looked completely stressed out, she still had a look of calm to her, as she soothingly rubbed circles into the back of a little boy who was crying his eyes out in the corner. He was crying out incorrigible sentences into the air that barely made it above a whimper. Tristan set me down on the recently emptied couch, his arms retreating from me once I was settled down. The absence of his warmth had been sinking into the couch, biting my lip harshly enough to draw blood. God, Samantha. You're such a wimp, I moaned in my mind, as I clenched and unclenched my fists in an effort to get under control. Okay, make sure this girl is taken care of then. She is going through the change, but it's not quite as fluid as ours, and has a more fatality rate during this specific undergoing, Tristan said, but leaned down in front of me, speaking in a low voice. I'll be back soon. His hand lay on my arm, and my body unwillingly leaned into his grasp, trying to get ounces of strength from that minuscule touch. I'm not letting you go alone, I croaked out, arguing against it immediately. Just the mere thought of him getting ripped to shreds was enough to make me swallow my personal uncomfortability. Okay, it was a bit more than being uncomfortable, but I could take that and shove it for his safety. I had only gotten to my elbows, with much difficulty, when his firm hand pushed me back down into the couch. No, you're not coming. That wasn't a question. Or a request, Sam, that was an order. You're staying here. Got that? Tristan's voice was cold and hard as steel, putting as much force into his words as possible to make me stay put. I didn't curse the wolf side of me as much as I did then, because his words wouldn't have had as much effect on me as a wolf looking up to her superiors. But I was weaker than I'd want to admit I am, and just slumped under his touch, wanting to cry out for him not to go. If I looked on this sometime later in life, I'd probably laugh at the begging like a child I was about to resort to. But it was pointless anyway. He'd not listen to a word I'd say. Fine, I hissed, putting as much venom into the word as I could. You can be stubborn with me later, he murmured, before placing a kiss on my forehead. The electric touch of his lips against my skin gave me a jolt of sudden energy that had my head snapping up to connect our lips to one another. He didn't resist the passion that I put into it, commanding every unsaid word into it to make him positive that this wasn't it. I would not stand for him to not come back. He'd come back if it were only for me to bring him back from the dead to kill him again. Later, I groaned, but released him from my hold, which he quickly took the exit and within seconds was out of the house, leaving me under the questioning stares of around 15 women. Wow. A blonde, pregnant woman muttered, clutching her stomach over the half-protruding child inside. Her face was stained with half-dried tears, but she held strong, not even releasing a whimper. Never thought I'd see the day that our beta would actually care a bit. I scoffed and sunk back into the couch, trying to take advantage of the few moments of withdrawal of the burning sensation in my veins. Surely my wolf was just trying to build up her strength as well to get ready for another attack on my body. You all right? Another one asked. This lady looking older, her hair already half-stranded gray, and her frail hands clutching the top of her legs tightly. Was I all right? Probably not. But the more minutes that passed between when Tristan left and the next breath I took were causing a wave of fury to go through me. It wasn't painful, but instead made me gain some of my strength back into my muscles that were screaming to be let into the change. I had to go follow him. There was no question about it. I would not go down without a fight. And if he was to be taken down, it'd only be with me right next to him. So was I all right, as far as they should know. I was perfectly normal, because by the looks in their equally as determined faces, these women wouldn't let me out if they knew what was really going through my head and nerves. I'm fine, I replied, too breathy for my liking. But I managed to keep the croak mostly out of it. I could use a good drink of water, though. Please, I asked, struggling to sit up. Right away, 3 people already jumped to my words towards the kitchen. 2 sitting back down when the first already had reached the doorway. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself back onto my elbows, then followed shortly by leaning my back against the backrest of the couch, so I wasn't laying down anymore, instead half sitting up, supporting my weight with one arm. My arms screamed at this small exertion, but I pushed farther until I reached fully sitting up. almost out of breath. You sure don't seem all right. Are you sure? My eyes snapped back to the elderly woman. Her look to me was kind and her hands had relaxed a bit. But I couldn't help the snapping tone that came with my response. Of course I am. I already said I was just a little out of breath, that's it, I growled. And the glass of water was gently put into my hands. Oh God. I was shaking. That sure wasn't helping the facade that I was perfectly fine. Downing the water, I finally gained my voice back. The croak gone as if I'd swallowed the frog that created it. Where is the fight mainly at, I asked. Mainly wanting to know where Tristan would be located. Where the fight was at. Was where he'd be. It's everywhere. But mainly I guess it would be at the south side. The auburn-haired girl who pitched the information about Chelsea said again. The little boy had settled into just shaking slightly. Murmuring his words instead of wailing them, my heart ached for him. Wanting to know for sure that his mother or father would come home safely. I don't think it's so smart to be getting up like that, another voice said. I hadn't even noticed I was pushing myself up to my feet. The directions automatically traveling through me. The way Beta Everdeen explained it. You need to stay here. She tried to reply sternly. But there was something in her voice. Anger? Fear? Was she afraid of me? Afraid for me? No. The sound of her voice made it certain. She was afraid of me. That made me wonder why. I hadn't done much personally to this pack, really. I was just the aim for this raid. But I'm pretty sure that was kept on the down low for my safety. Well, he is a drama queen, I retorted, unsteady on my feet. But I managed to stay upright. I could do this. If not for me, then for Tristan. He couldn't tell me to be stubborn later. That was my always and forever job with him. To fight his every word. There was a silent intake of breath from half of the women. Oh, wait. He was their beta. I'm pretty sure they didn't have much disrespect towards their ones in charge. So dissing him was like trashing the prince of a kingdom. Of course, they probably wouldn't go for beheadment here, considering I was his mate. And as far as I know, we are past beheading people in humanity. At least most of us. Because right now, I wouldn't mind sinking my teeth into Ian's neck and taking his head off with it. That made me smirk. Because my wolf urged that thought on. Seems we had something in common. I'm totally capable of looking after my own welfare. I just need to wait this out a bit longer. All of our eyes trailed to the window where the last traces of sunlight were being engulfed by a combination of the night and the storm. You want to save your mate, my wolf sounded calm. Less demanding than she had been. Latching on the only thing we seemed to think in sync. Yes. There was a catch in there somewhere. God, how I wished I could just have been born a werewolf so I didn't have to deal with the bargaining with my other side, instead of just being in charge of both. Then give in to me. I'll make sure you get to him and be able to defend yourself, she enticed. Immediately, I wanted to snarl the direct answer of a no. I was not about to give in just because she had a better way to get to him. I could manage by foot, but being able to hold my own against the enemy and make sure I was up to his par of fighting by his side was enticing. What's in it for me? Do I get my body back? I demanded inside my head. Closing my eyes off from the people in the room who were looking at me strange that I was changing expressions over nothing. Of course, except the conversations in my head. But they didn't know about that. I can't promise that, but what's the risk? You willing to die with your mate? Or wait like this for him to come home? Supposedly patient. This time my snarl came from my actual lips. Fine, I said out loud, hearing a slight squeak from in front of me. My eyes flashed open. To see another pair of silver ones only inches away from mine. Instantly, my mind flitted to Tristan's eyes. But it only took a second for me to recognize them as the auburn-haired girl. Her eyes wide with a tinge of panic. But she stayed perfectly still. Sitting on the table in front of me. Fine, what she asked. Her voice strong and steady. No hint of the panic that was dying down in her eyes. Nothing, I sighed, running a hand through my hair. Wincing at the stiffness in the pained joints, she was silent for a moment. Only then did I notice that the room had emptied out of all the other women. From the noise, they had been filed into the kitchen area. Another crash came from the distance. the storm on its approach. "You want to go fight, don't you?" she asked finally. My eyebrows scrunched together in confusion. She was so upfront and steady that it threw me a bit off guard from the other scared women that had filtered through the house. She couldn't have been older than 16, her thin frame throwing me off a bit. But she had the height of only about half an inch shorter than me. And her long auburn hair gave the thinness and elegance that didn't come about in most teenagers. "Yes," I breathed honestly, after seriously thinking about lying to her face about it. But she looked like she would be willing to let me go. There was a fight in her eyes, and her hands were clenched softly. "Come on, then. We don't have all day," she said, offering me a hand to get up. I stared at it for a few moments, my mind blank on what to do, but I quickly put my hand in hers, and she pulled me up without a second thought, my weight doing her no strain on her arms. "You're going to come?" I asked, the standing up making me dizzy, but I could deal with it just with gritted teeth and a strong determination. "Of course." "You don't think you're getting out of here without me, do you?" she asked, an arched eyebrow on her face, daring me to say that I was. I sighed, but smiled a bit. At least someone was willing to let me go and help. Someone on my side. Quietly, she managed to get me around the kitchen full of women, and out towards the back doors, opening to a back porch that I don't think I'd ever seen before. How many times had I been in this house? How many hours? And I still didn't know all that was in here. We slid outside, sliding the glass doors shut behind us as silent as possible. The rain was coming down, but not ridiculously hard. But the overhang that hung over us protected the drops from soaking us on contact. "Beta said you were a different type of wolf." She looked a little uncomfortable as she glanced at me, her silver eyes shifty of the area around us. But you'd never know that we were being raided. All around us was perfectly normal except for the pounding rain. "Can you change now? Because we will most certainly not blend in if we are in human form." Could I? The darkness around us played the part of night. But the full moon wasn't visible among the dark clouds. I wasn't even sure it was night yet. But somehow my wolf was getting increasingly stronger by the moment. So it must be close. "Can I?" I asked her. "Yes. Just give in to me, and I'll make sure you fight the best you can," she hissed. I ignored the immediate recoil from her tone, but instead started to let my strings go one by one. It was harder than I would have thought. I had had a much bigger hold on my humanity than it felt. "Yeah, I'm good," I said, my voice steady, eyes closed in concentration. The girl seemed to take that, and it just took moments after that for me to be close to shifting. I opened my eyes back up. She took one leap into the air, reaching towards the falling rain full force. One human blink and you wouldn't have seen it. The way her body all of a sudden crunched into itself and remorphed in midair, landing as a sleek dark brown wolf, hitting the ground already in a run. I could do this, so I redid her exact moves and leapt into the air, feeling clumsy and predatory at the same time, letting all the pent-up feelings go. It was so me. To think that I'd get through this painlessly. The transformation hit me hard in the gut as it ripped through all of my muscles and cracking my bones mercilessly. The scream that escaped my mouth turned into a guttural snarl as my body took a total 180 turn and let my wolf take over my body for a moment. Landing, I was nothing short of a wild animal. All bite and no bark. My wolf rejoiced at the momentary freedom I was allowing her, to take possession of my body, to control my actions. The thoughts scared me enough to want to go back and take it from her, but I was just a voice to her, like she had been to me. I was just the person inside her head. Again, how I wished I could be like any other wolf, especially the auburn-haired girl-turned-wolf who stood patiently in front of me in the pouring rain. She seemed so tame in comparison to the way I knew my wolf was thinking. Her fur along with mine was already drenched and pasted to our backs and heads, drops leaking into our view. But quick shakes of our bodies released most of the oncoming obstructions. "You good?" a soft-toned voice said in my mind. By the quirk of her head, I knew it was the Auburn girl. "Yes." "I'm fine," I answered. Thankfully, I got to keep the part of me that was communicating with others. "What's your name?" I couldn't keep calling her the Auburn girl much longer. She was helping me after all. "Alex." "You?" she asked, already surveying the area. My wolf was pacing between our own feet, uneasy and wanting to run. Flee. Do anything. Samantha, I managed to get that out before we couldn't take it anymore. And I bolted towards the woods. Alex was close behind me. But careful not to get near my heels because something was off about my demeanor. And I'm sure my wolf wouldn't hesitate at snapping at her for getting too close. The whole woods stank of rain. Must and trees, making it almost impossible to track any particular scent in the course of the long range of woods. But slowly, the more we got into the main part of the pack houses, the tinge of blood slid into the air, ruining the careful normalness that had swept over the place. Immediately, we were on high alert. Blood meant that something had to have caused it, and whatever that would be out for blood was not going to be coming to us asking if we wanted a sandwich. Alex sighted my flank, making sure we had equal surveillance of the area. Well, technically, her and my wolf did. All I could do was watch everything that was happening and answer the few things Alex uttered into our pack bond. I guess that made it official that I was part of the pack. Or else I wouldn't have been able to speak with her in our minds. Dang, this would be so useful in human form. The smell in the air grew worse to my oversensitive smelling. And I would have wrinkled my nose at the way the blood in the air made me even taste the salt of it. But it also made my wolf eager to go in for a kill. Any kill of the enemy would do. Not only was what was after us out for blood, but I could see it, Alex's eyes subtly. We were too. Our paws beat the ground that was turning to mush by the rain. The mud splattering everywhere on our fur. Being tossed into the air. Any form of sneaking up most likely wouldn't work. But we didn't need that. By the looks of it. Me and her had speed. And that beat out a lot of other qualities you needed for a fight. We're reaching the southern border soon. You can hear the howls of the fight going on if you listen, Alex whispered through the link. As if someone was listening in. But of course, I wouldn't know if someone was. A snarl of joy escaped my lips that earned me a concerned glance. But somehow she knew what was going on. Just not in full detail, probably. Who knows? Maybe Rain and Tristan told the whole pack about my condition that I had. The ways it would affect me, probably. Just to let them know I was under special care for tonight. But I'm pretty sure. Not even Tristan sensed me coming now. I couldn't even pick up his scent from the air. So he probably couldn't with me either. Alex was right. If I listened in, I could hear the sounds of a fight going on around us. We had managed to slither into the heart of it without going on the radar. It was close to silent here. As in the eye of the storm. Surrounded by danger, there was a blaze to the far left of my eyesight, and I assumed that was the fire they were talking about. My heart panged at the people caught inside. I had come out here to fight, I should be helping too. But my wolf insisted on finding and helping my mate. Even though I knew he'd be fine for the moment. I'm heading to the fire. My sister got stuck there, Alex said urgently. Taking off. You are going to fight, not mess with lower pack members. My wolf snarled. The words infuriated me. How could my wolf be so unlike me? I wanted no now. Needed to go there towards the fire. And my wolf was too selfish to bother. No, we are, I roared in my head. Fighting over control. If the pain was a two-way street, I should be able to fight her off without omitting the change. But all that was doing was making me more frustrated. What had I done earlier to keep her at bay? Soothing thoughts. My wolf hated the calmness of serenity. And that was probably just the thing I needed to get her away. So I drifted back towards that morning. The sun just rising, and my fingers trailing softly along Tristan's t-shirt-clad chest. His muscles defined underneath the loose material. Deep breathing of him in slumber and me trying to stay still so he wouldn't sense that I was awake. She was irritated, but not enough to let her reins go, so I hit her with another one. The one of the park with me and my parents. I let it go to the full extent, almost bringing tears to my figurative eyes at the detail I laid into it. It was like love and comfort was poison to her ears, and she recoiled for a second, hissing loudly in my head. A second was all I needed to get a hold of myself again. The feeling of my paws on the ground soaking up the rain beneath me. I hadn't realized the numbness of not being in control and how it felt so weird. Give it back. You promised, she screamed in my head, making me wince. The movement making me uneasy on my feet. I wasn't all that used to being on all fours. But surprisingly, I was regaining the suppressed feeling of it quickly. The instincts launched into my system. It Promised. Nothing. I snarled and took off after Alex. Towards the fire, the heat was intense, and most of the people were out by the time I got there. Most in wolf form. All the ones that were human were most likely holding a smaller child in their arms, struggling to get away. In any sense, it was total chaos. From the corner of my vision, there were several fights between 2 or more wolves going on. Flashing teeth and claws were a blur between their fast movements and the rain. Alex was over near another wolf that was of a similar build to hers, except a darker color. It must have been the sister she was talking about. She was supporting the other because of a limp that made her walking unstable. And here I stood looking around hopelessly, my heart a million miles below the surface. How in the world did I expect to help out here? There was a snarl and a choked-off gargle as a wolf attacked the other, dragging it down by the throat. I winced and smirked at the same time, knowing that the person who had come out on top of that was a part of our pack. God. My wolf senses were making my view of everything sickened. A howl rang through the clearing of fire, clearer than any other I knew. Tristan. The sound was more of triumph than anything, but still had me running in that direction, I bet at this moment. If he was shouting at me, the most hurtful words in the book, I still would have ran up to him with a big grin on my face, just because I knew he was alive and not one of the scattered bodies that littered the grounds. Just to be able to glance at the glossy black fur of his would bring a sweet breath of relief to my lungs. Internally, my wolf was staying silent for a second in anticipation to see him too. It didn't matter what desires she had at heart. She loved him every molecule that I did. The burning house in between me and him was at the last stages of falling, the embers of fire eating away at the structure that threatened to fall over any minute. It was probably a beautiful home just like any other one that had been built in the pack. But now it was reduced to a half pile of ash and burnt-up plants. I skirted around it, careful not to send it toppling over early, but skidded to a stop when I'd reached the used-to-be backyard. There was definitely Tristan standing there in the little area. And just like I'd thought it would, his presence sent my body a whole level down in the stressometer. But of course, the person that he was growling at sent it back up twice as much. Ian. He was low to the ground, ready to attack at any moment. Both had their teeth bared and hackles raised, growling lowly. A trap set to spring. No one beside me was around them. And obviously neither had noticed me standing there yet. So the fight was secluded off from the rest. By the looks of it, they didn't want any outsiders. This was a standoff between the two of them. Probably a carry-on of the one I tried to prevent only a few weeks ago. Of course then. They were only flinging fists, and this was a much more deadly game to tread on. And they both wanted to win. A growl sounded low in my throat, that I caught before it escaped. But I stayed low to the ground, ready to launch myself in there when they were caught off guard. I couldn't do that now because it would only get Tristan distracted. I needed to wait until someone had the upper hand. It was as if my words triggered it and Ian pounced. Quick as a viper, Tristan, seeing it before I had, dodged it quickly, twisting himself so he was able to sink one of his paws into the side of Ian. He didn't feel the pain of it, or didn't show it, and whipped his head to snap at the leg Tristan had clawing against him. He leapt back and was quick to re-attack again, aiming for the legs. Tristan's teeth latched themselves onto his leg and a sickening snapping sound cracked through the air, making Ian yelp into the air. I quickly shook off another layer of water, to see Ian swoop down onto Tristan to catch his throat in his own jaw. Oh God, no. In one swift movement he had Tristan by the neck and flipped over and onto the other side of him, landing on the ground with a wet thud. Blood was pouring from the wound on Ian's leg and my eyes grew at the sight. Bloodlust stirring in my jaws and I wanted to pounce in for the kill. Ian had Tristan pinned down and didn't notice the flying projectile that landed on his back. I didn't know what in the world I was doing, but my wolf stepped in for that part, digging our claws into his sides and hanging on for dear life. The desired effect happened, and Ian released Tristan from his grasp. Almost not able to stand the weight of me on only 3 uninjured legs, surprise quickly wore off and Ian bucked, trying to get me off his back. But I held on despite his attempts, allowing the time for Tristan to regain his surroundings and everything. Ian knew it was me and returned them my gift of pouncing by slamming me into the house. The fire-torched wood melting itself into my back enough to let go with a loud cry. My legs crumpled underneath me at the force of his body pummeling into me. Teeth inches from my throat, the smoke clouded everything, and I barely saw the flash of claws as they came down, slashing my exposed stomach. The pain was immediate, and my scream echoed in my head as also being released into a snarl of anguish into the air. No sooner had that happened when Tristan attacked again, his inner wolf yelling out to me as he tried another attempt at snatching Ian's throat and tearing it out. I couldn't move. But I heard the sounds of the snarling and growls. Pain and triumph both coming simultaneously so fast that it confused me where it was even coming from. My eyes caught on Tristan slumped, in human form over by a tree. Unconscious and blood seeping out from a wound on his head. "No!" me and my wolf screamed. Enough strength to propel me up and to his side. There was the pad of paws, and a chase was born. Ian gone and someone else on his trail hotly, but all I could see was my mate, sitting against the tree, eyes closed as if he was sleeping. "No. Wake back up," I cried, not even noticing when I'd had the time to switch back to human. The night wasn't nearly up, but my mind was too preoccupied to know that. As I shook him desperately, "Tristan, baby, wake up." No sound came from him as tears streamed down my face. "Come on. Wake up, you idiot," I screamed, hitting him flatly against his bare chest. Rain making it slick, and my aim slipped down his muscled stomach. The same rain that made my vision hazy. You would have thought a fire and rain would have canceled one another out. But the fire was still hot. Just not in blaze. Blurred forms of people running in the outline of the glow were everywhere. A dizzy spectrum as they all flurried around. I concentrated hard, trying to hear any sort of breathing coming from his chest. Anything. Anything at all. It was just a head wound, right? Quickly I opened his eyelids, trying to see any sign from them. But only the glassy-eyed expression came from his shining silver pupils that glinted off the flames. He couldn't be dead. No. My Tristan would be there till the end. If just to annoy the heck out of me. My mind pleaded with itself, saying that I promised to be nice until the day I died if he would just open his eyes. Cough. Move. Anything. My wolf screamed in anguish in the background of anything. Not demanding any more for Ian's blood, but wanting revenge. His life was in her mindset, and she wanted to peel it away from a lifeless body and watch him suffer. I didn't even flinch, because I was feeling the same way, but my body was weak. It had all it could do just to lean over Tristan to keep the rain off him and clutch his chest with all my might. Willing not to let him go. He wasn't gone, just sleeping. The smoke made my vision even hazier, as I struggled to make out his features closely. "Wake up," I said, my voice croaking again weakly. Another slap to the chest. But the force was less than I wanted. My body slumped against him, his arm outstretched perfectly to envelope me in his embrace unconsciously. My eyelids seemed heavy with tears, and a wave of tiredness that made all my strength that I'd seemingly pulled from nowhere seep out of me and into the ground like the falling rain. Maybe I should just sleep here with him until he wakes up. My mind answered that for me, and slowly my own consciousness was being taken away from me. Limply I lifted the hand that I had against my own side. It came away slick with blood but washed away quickly, leaving red trails down my arm. Was that my blood? It didn't seem too serious. My mind reasoned with me, and my eyelids drooped. Totally losing it. A cough racked through my body, causing me to lose all the air left in my lungs. The sour smell of the smoke was turning sickly sweet, and lulling me away into sleep. Letting my arm flop down beside me. "Samantha!" someone yelled into the loud chaos around us. I couldn't remember who it was. It sounded familiar. "Sam, don't go to sleep." "Oh God." "Tristan." That same person yelled more fiercely. Warm hands shaking me, but I only turned further into Tristan's still embrace. Wanting so badly to go to sleep. "It's the smoke, Sam. You can't go to," but the person's voice slipped away from me as I lost consciousness. My only thoughts of me and Tristan together and forever safe. As sweet as a song and smooth as a melody. Sounds were slowly coming to my ears. Trees whipped past me as I opened my tightly shut eyes. The smells of the woods in spring came from all around me as I ran. Dodging low limbs and budding leaves, Automatically, my eyes scanned for something, someone as if I had only closed them for a second. A blink of time. And had settled back into this game of some sort that I had no recollection of. I was running, that much I knew. But it was hazy if I was running from something or towards something. At least I knew it wasn't danger. Because the way my legs carried me farther across the forest floor, which each gliding leap was in total ease, whatever this was, it was fun. Because the sound of my laughter echoed across the mostly empty trees. My ears weren't as tuned in to everything as they seemed to be ever since I had been marked by Tristan. But for a moment I liked that. Complete silence except for the rustling of the leaves in the trees. Of course, it also gave me no warning for when a huge shadow appeared in the corner of my vision, nipping me playfully at the heel before taking off further into the woods, his black fur flecked in the sunlight as he whipped his big wolf head back to look at me while grinning with that animal mouth of his. My own legs pumped through the air in determination to catch back up again, smiling wildly as I darted my hand forward to run the tips of my fingers through the silky fur. Our bodies were totally in sync with the environment, never once getting into a near-collision incident with trunks or hidden objects in the underbrush. As agile as deer, we sprinted towards wherever we were headed. Tristan's wolf form seemed to flicker the longer my eyes stayed trained on it, giving me longer and longer glimpses of him running in human form. A huge, genuine, and rare smile plastered across his face, and the urge to reach my arm that much further and pull him back, to have that smiling mouth colliding with mine, panged my heart and forced me faster. It was only then that I realized that I was also meshing between my two selves, the animalistic and my human forms. They coexisted with each other so seamlessly that I didn't feel a thing when they gave into the other momentarily to have my body in a non-stop flurry of transformation. Had it always been this easy? Could I really just go back and forth and be in total control and confidence? Maybe all of the stuff before was all just a terrible dream, and I had always been in control of my feelings and my sanity. It seemed so impossible to feel this happy. To think that there was nothing more perfect in the world than this. No pressure. No harboring anger, nothing. Only total security. The trees emptied out from around us, and before both of us knew it, we were free-falling in the air, having taken one step too far out and over the edge of the land, tumbling down towards the lake water. Instantly, our bodies turned downwards to slide gracefully into the water, hands seeking each other out like magnets in our descent. His whole presence disappeared, though, the moment we collided with the warm waters. All the seeping coldness had evaporated into the air, and I felt the smile slide from my face. One blink was all it took, and then the water around me disappeared, and I was standing on a small deck facing out towards the woods. A thin summer dress tickled my thighs as the breeze brushed itself up against me. The wind whispered tales of the same spring I had just come from, delicately sweet and soothing. Instantly, I knew it was the same woods that I had just been running through. Only slight differences waded its way through my mind, the way the yard wasn't leading to a path through the woods. The wood was worn and splintering under my toes. It was nothing like the Everdeen's pack house. The yard cluttered with pieces of trash and other non-distinguishable objects. My head screamed danger. And yet here I stood calmly, as if I wasn't the only thing that wasn't warped and disorientated. Suddenly, sleek arms wrapped tightly around my waist, my mind settling its arguments as I fell back into the broad chest behind me. Warm breath caressed the back of my neck, and a slow smile edged on the corners of my lips. "It's so perfect," the words wrapped around a familiar voice that threw my whole world off balance, deep baritone that had been threatening me darkly for the past months of my life. The hands around me constricting and no more comforting. How had I allowed myself to feel remotely comfortable up against him? Why was I so calm standing here, with Ian holding me? His hands slid upward slightly, cupping over my stomach. Only a thin dress separating his warm hands from my skin. It sent mental shivers up my spine, and I wanted to retch onto the dirtied grass and pull roughly away. But my body was utterly betraying. That's something so beautiful. Could be. His voice was haunting, raking its way through all my nerves and tearing me up from the inside out. His hold on me constricted on me, and I felt like I couldn't breathe as his hands pressed into me and therefore pressed me back into him. Could be mine, he growled with satisfactory. And finally, the scream I so desperately wanted ripped from my lips. It shattered the whole vision. My eyes flashed open, the scream still coming long and hard from my throat, at a pitch so high I was afraid it'd rip out all my vocal cords. The warm smell of the pack house enveloped me, and my mouth snapped shut, cutting off the guttural, pained noise instantly. Something jerked in the corner of my vision, and it caused me to flinch, eyes darting towards the movement. There was a thump on the floor, and I saw quickly a hazel head of hair shoot up into view. Hair messed up and going every which angle. "Whoa, what happened?" she exclaimed, blinking rapidly. It looked like she just woke up. And as my body slowly calmed down from the dream and the sudden waking, I realized it was that healer girl, Chelsea. She seemed to realize where she was, too, because her mouth opened into an O of recognition. "Oh my. I'm so sorry. I should have been awake when you woke up," she muttered, rubbing the back of her head, which I'm guessing was where it collided with the floor. I took a deep, ragged breath and tried to sit up, wanting to get rid of the memory of the dream in total. But that would never happen. It was burned vividly in my mind, and I could still feel Ian's hands around my stomach, pressing so it was hard to breathe. I didn't recognize the room I was in, but most likely I figured I was in the many guest rooms in the pack house. It was plain, unrememberable, but warm just like everything else in the huge house. My fingers were clenching tightly to the sheets, hanging on for dear life as I tried to relax enough to pry my hands away. "What happened?" I croaked, my voice hoarse and scratchy, the words making my throat burn, and it induced a chest-shaking cough immediately. Chelsea forgot about having fallen asleep, and I felt her comforting hand on my back, rubbing soothing circles until the coughing stopped. A glass of water was jutted in front of my face, and I snatched it away, guzzling it down greedily. My mouth tasted sour and gritty like I'd eaten a mouthful of dirt. Gritting my teeth produced a low crunch in the back of my throat, which was dry despite the water and felt raw and as if nails had jaggedly been drawn down the inside of it. "Do you remember anything that happened?" Samantha Chelsea said after I'd taken a minute to recuperate. Did I? My mind fought through the dream, trying to see behind it. I remembered that when I was last awake, it had been a full moon, and I'd fought and won with my wolf. The attack. "Tristan," I yelped, my body going into flight mode. "Where is he?" I demanded, looking probably like a madman as I glared beams at Chelsea, who nodded almost sympathetically. "He's fine. He's just had some head trauma, and a few other injuries. But really yours are more." But I was up and out of bed before she could finish, scrambling towards the door. My hands fumbled clumsily on the door, but I managed to get it open and shoot down the hall. My side burned at the sudden exertion, but I concentrated on trying to get to him. Finding his room was probably the easiest task you could have gave to me. Even in a house this big, I could have found it. I'd only slept in that room whenever I came over, and it just had a different vibe than all the other mostly empty ones. It radiated him. My heart pounded in my chest. She had said he was fine, but the mention of head trauma had my mind thinking of the worst scenarios possible. Did he remember anything? Was he unconscious like I had been? What if they just assumed he was fine, but couldn't tell because he had been in a coma and wouldn't wake up, like I said? Worst possible scenarios. I wasn't what you could call an optimist at this point. As I approached his room, second from the stairs, I heard a commotion from inside. Not hesitating a moment, I pushed through the cracked door, seeing Rain standing and flinging his arms around madly. "No. This is final. You're not going. I order you," so he snarled. And I froze momentarily as he realized the intrusion I had made into whatever conversation was going on. My eyes trailed to the bed, where Tristan was laying, propped up against the headboard, chest releasing a tight holding of breath. I almost smiled at the fact that he was well enough to be scowling madly at his older brother, looking just about to get up out of bed and oppose whatever Rain had said. A white bandage was plastered across the top of his head, covering just above the ears and partly on the hair. His attention snapped to me, silver gaze softening once he recognized me. Immediately, I shot myself further across the room, launching myself into his arms. There was no freezing like usual when I hugged him by surprise. Instead, he held me as tightly as I held him, as if for dear life. "You're an idiot," I muttered into his shoulder, concentrating on the pencil mark on the headboard to keep from tears coming out of my eyes. He chuckled into my hair, coming from the Queen of Idiots herself. I should count myself blessed to be part of her court. I scoffed, but didn't dare pull away. Breathing deeply, I committed his scent to memory, never wanting to mistake anyone like Ian for him ever again, even in my dreams. Just the thought of his foreign arms around me sent shivers up my spine, and feeling the goosebumps emerge on my bare arms. Tristan ran a hand lightly over the top of them, connecting to the shoulder. "You all right?" Samantha Rain spoke up, and I finally held my breath so I could be permitted to break away from our embrace. I forced a smile on my face, but did relax a bit knowing that both of them were okay. "Yeah." I smiled. "Totally fine." "No, you're not." "You're shaking," Tristan said, lifting my one hand to see, which was stable underneath his touch. But the moment he left only one finger holding it up, it showed the series of trembles that were coursing through my nerves. "And you're breathing through clenched teeth." His voice was low, and it made me want to deny it. But the observations were clearly visible. Only now, though, did I realize how badly my body was screaming for a relief. A burning running across the expanse of my shoulders to my hips that was causing my voice and breathe to hiss out of my lips. The door opened yet again, and this time Chelsea came colliding through. "You are most definitely not all right," she growled, towing a much larger medical bag than normal. And by the look on her face, I was afraid there'd be a tranquilizer gun in there to shoot me with. "Do not, on any circumstance, run like that again. You are not in the condition to do so." She stabbed her finger to my forehead, pushing me lightly backwards from her sudden close proximity. Then she managed to pull me over to the window seat chair, the cold window starting to feel colder than I liked again. And it was hard to decide if I liked that anymore or not. "Lift your shirt," she requested, and giving her a curious tilt of the head. I did as told, only lifting it to show my stomach. I gasped at what lay underneath the shirt. How had I not noticed the giant bandage? It spread all the way from the top of the right side of my stomach diagonally to the bottom left, bandage tape holding it tightly in place. Thick and soft it itched now that I knew it was there, since the pain was ebbing a bit now that I was sitting in one place. "What happened? I never felt a thing," I muttered. Tristan's face turned solemn as he sat uneasily on his bed. That felt so far away at the moment. All I wanted to do was be closer to him. But I guess this was better than being in another part of the house, or not knowing where he was at all. "Adrenaline. Judging by the way you woke up, I'd guess your dream wasn't all too present. Plus your adrenaline levels are probably still up from everything yesterday," Chelsea explained, carefully slipping antibiotic gloves onto her hands. "This might sting. A lot," she grimaced, "but I'll be as gentle as possible." I nodded a reply, and braced my hands tightly on the cushion, as careful, true to her word as possible. Chelsea started from the left and slowly pulled the bandage down. The insides of my cheeks were bloody from biting down on the inside of my mouth tightly as it came off inch by inch. It began to reveal a series of 4 long-line gashes that ran down the expanse diagonally down my stomach. Red and ugly. Nothing near a clean cut. My eyes widened, but I kept the scream held in as the tape pulled on the tender skin. By the time the bandage was totally off, there were tears springing in my eyes and my fingers had dug through the cushion, pressing tightly into the soft fluff. But surprisingly, it wasn't me who yelled out in anguish at the end. It was Tristan. His face was contorted with disgust as his gaze fell on the open wound. It wasn't bleeding, but still, bright red. "I'm going to kill him," he snarled, flinging his legs off the edge of the bed, and was already halfway to the door before Rain pushed him back again. "I ordered you, no," Rain commanded, emphasizing his use of superiority on him. "Do you want to leave Samantha here without you so he might have a chance to come back for her while you're out on a wild goose search?" Tristan's eyes were murderously glinted. A ferocious fire lit deep within them as he tried to fight against the order. "I'm not leaving this unpunished. Look what he's done to her," he roared, not wanting to look back at the wound on me. Even I couldn't bear to look at it. "You're not going." "Tristan," I growled, sucking up my pain. "I'm not going to let you either." He scoffed. "You cannot tell me what to do," he muttered quite childishly. I'm not going to let him have a chance to touch another hair on your head. He's dead meat. Rain gave him another firm shove towards the bed. As I sat there helplessly as Chelsea silently poured rubbing alcohol over the wound that made me wince. He's gone. We've had the whole pack that's not in immediate care searching for a trace. But he's disappeared into the wind. You have no chance on tracking him down. Give it a rest. We were caught off guard. Next time he won't be so lucky. Rain growled lowly. Tristan shoved his brother back, causing Rain to stumble more than he had. Oh yeah, how do you know we won't be caught off guard again? Do you think I like to see Samantha hurt? How about my pack damaged? Beaten, attacked in the night, do you dare challenge my authority here? My decision, because my word is final. You're not going, Rain said monotone. His eyes deadpan as he responded. I took a gulp in my dry throat, knowing that Tristan wouldn't disobey Rain's orders. At least not right after he ordered them. Worry was the least of things I needed onto my emotional palate at the moment, and I felt any remnants of the previous adrenaline seep out of my veins. They must have seen that because the argument was put on hold and Tristan rubbed the back of his neck tiredly. He was probably as exhausted as me. The bandage on his head looked bad. But he seemed normal, just really ticked off. He'd probably heal quickly. Who knows, maybe he only had external injury now anyway, once the wound was redressed again. The other liquid Chelsea had put on numbing the whole area. I just wanted to curl back up and go to sleep. But then again I didn't. The nightmares were pretty high on my priority list of avoiding. Let's get you back to bed, Chelsea said, trying to help me up to my feet. But Tristan was already there, grasping my other hand. Can she stay here? He asked calmly. She looked back between the two of us, biting her lip nervously. My guess is she probably wanted me to have a good night's sleep, which was best alone, but also didn't want to go against her beta. I'll make sure she's comfortable, he assured her. Fine. She gave in, and I narrowed my eyes for not being in on my own decision, even though I wanted to stay here, but make sure she gets enough sleep. Her body isn't going to heal quite as quickly as yours does. It'll take time. He nodded, and she packed her bag up and her and a disgruntled Rain left, closing the door behind him. Let's get you to bed, he murmured in my ear. But I was already out cold before he could pick me up. God, you're so annoying, I growled. As we pulled into the parking places, again he had refused to listen to nothing other than country. When he knew that there was a special on the pop culture channel this morning. Ignorant prick. You're the one who didn't have a car to drive in, he pointed out. My car, my channel, whatever, I muttered, yanking on the handle. But it didn't catch like it should have. The door didn't open. Trying again, I groaned when I realized that it was still locked. Can you unlock the stupid car? Can I unlock the stupid car? What he drawled out. I sighed. Please. See, it's not that hard. Just learn your manners. He grinned, pressing the button and releasing me from the car. It had been 3 weeks since the pack had been attacked and 2 since we'd both returned to school. Snow had returned to the turf, allowing the awful rain to go away. I never thought I'd hate anything more than the dreaded white flakes. But they had found their match. But at least things had calmed down also with the falling snow. There had been no sign of any member of the Redwood pack, nor had there been a trace that they'd been there in the first place. If they weren't run by a sadistic evil alpha, I'd seriously wonder if they ever thought about joining the witness protection program. They'd be able to hide people extremely well, along with their absence. Tristan had lost some of his steam. That'd be quick rebuild. But was distinguished for now. None of us mentioned anything about the attack around him. It was like walking on eggshells. He was ready to tear Ian's head off, and I swear if he saw the man there would be nothing in the world that would stop him from doing so. I scooped up my backpack from the back seat, attempting to sling it onto my shoulders, wincing as my stomach stung slightly as I bent over. It was mostly healed. But it was stiff, and the scars were permanent due to the fact that I couldn't turn into a wolf and heal quicker. Therefore, they were too stuck into place that by the time the next full moon would come around, it wouldn't help the lines that trailed across my midsection roughly. All of a sudden, the backpack was taken from my grasp, and I saw Tristan throw it over one of his shoulders. Not having taken a one himself, I'm a genius already, he'd say when I asked him. Why do I need a huge stuffed bag filled with nonsense? I can take that, I protested, reaching for it back again. But he held it out of reach, and I scowled at his stern look to me. Not yet. You still aren't fully healed. I don't want you ripping any of the cuts open, he said seriously and hoisted the bag higher on his upper shoulder so I'd really have to work to get it down. It's healed, just a little stiff. Whatever. You're not carrying the bag, he said, and started walking towards the school, locking the car behind him with the keys. I sighed and caught up to him, trying to match his stride but ending up looking like I was trying to do lunges while I walked. As we passed my group of friends, Quinn smiled at the two of us, as if she just knew. But she'd talked to me, and all she thought was that we looked cute together and that I should ask him out. If only she knew the extent past that we were. Rebecca and Kyle were fighting on the stoop. Rebecca looking like she was about to have a brain aneurysm with the amount of red tinge that was in her face as she yelled at him. Do you need to get anything from your locker? Tristan asked as we walked through the front doors. It seemed so minuscule to be doing schoolwork when you knew that there was so much more difficult things out there in real life. But I still tried to keep up with all the overdue sick homework I had to take care of. Luckily, I only had one book to add to the probably heavy bag Tristan was carrying. So I nodded. It had taken a while for me to realize that there were more parts of the pack in this high school. In the past few weeks, I had found out Chelsea was a junior, and that Tristan's friend Wes was in his class that he didn't have with me. Sure, there weren't a ton of other people, but enough to count. Tristan found Wes right before my locker and left quickly to go talk to him about supposedly normal stuff. But I knew that they were going to use some sort of secret lingo to talk about pack issues. Flipping the lock on the locker, it sprung open, showing the mostly empty shelves and barren bottom. Not much to look at. But I didn't use it all that much. I stooped down to grab my book, trying not to let the mild pain show on my face as I bent my torso, and shoved it under my arm. A flash of red shone from underneath, and I moved the English folder to reveal a very familiar-looking red envelope. My heart plummeted as I saw Ian's neat script of my name on the front of the letter envelope. I had gotten my hopes up thinking that he'd just up and forget about me and go on with his life secretly. Of course, he'd try to contact me again, if not to get me. To get back at Tristan or our whole pack. I picked it up with sweaty fingers. The paper was thin and the flap to the envelope was slightly open. This was not going to get to me. I said to myself, maybe this was a final goodbye. Well, even if it was, I wasn't going to let Tristan see it. I glanced back to where he and Wes were standing, leaning against lockers and talking just like any other student in the school. They looked so normal that you'd never know their darker sides. Just like me now, not needing to think about it. I slammed my locker shut and tossed the letter in the nearest trash can, bidding it good riddance. Shivers ran up my spine knowing this wasn't going to be the last I heard from Ian Redwood. He'd be back and I would be prepared. But for now, I wouldn't speak a word to Tristan about the letters again. I couldn't let him go out and search for him and possibly get almost killed again. It was bad enough that I was within his sights. I didn't need him in immediate danger. I must have not been looking where I was going because I stepped straight into a wet puddle and my feet went out from underneath me, landing flat on my butt with a smack. Stray water splashed around me, splattering my pants and shirt. A roar of laughter came from Tristan as I turned to see that he'd seen what I'd done. My eyes narrowed, but it really was quite funny. Plus, he had one of those rare, genuine smiles on his face. Like I'd just brightened his day times 100. It was one of those times where I felt like I was the center of his universe, and it steadied my dread-filled heart. Eventually, he did come over to help me after my first attempt at getting up got me nowhere, and I solidly took his hand. I may have made so many mistakes this year, but when my hand was secured in his, I knew I could do anything. And with anything else, I'd be able to take the consequences.